Like, what's the next reveal? What's the next piece of information? He just gave me something, and I don't know exactly what it is, which means within the next, like, 10 sentences, I'm gonna get this really, really cool reveal. And you need to, like, space it out enough that it's, like, you know, hitting dopamine levels every, like, 45 seconds to, like, a minute and a half in your writing. And now that the Monarch's in front of him, he's like, I'm either going to die here or the Monarch is. I am not losing my fucking chance at this shit. So it's actually not even an honorable sacrifice or a redemptive sacrifice. It's a vengeful sacrifice. Yeah, like Monster Hunter logic, where the ecology of the area gets messed up to the point that a species has to evolve in order to adapt. But this happens almost spontaneously due to the the nature of genetic manipulation of the species over time through the Monarch's hands. It can be disastrous. It all depends on how you've built it up and how you plan to end it. But, I mean, you could literally have that be not humorous and to be absolutely fucking brutal, and they literally fucking lynch the dude. Or she's gonna make a sacrifice by betraying him, but he says, get out of here, and she says no, and then she protects him and winds up dying trying to protect him when he tells her to leave. No one would have thought that it was actually, like... It's like, yeah, true. True. You want both sides of the coin. You want the respect, but you don't want the downside that comes with respect, which is accountability. Accountability and respect are two sides of the same coin. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I wonder how Star Wars would change if Superman was dropped into Alderaan right before the Death Star shot the planet to smithereens. Sean, like last year, I don't remember if it was on Asmon's channel or if it was on like Charlie, like Moist Critical's channel, something like that. But it was like a web comic of Superman and Batman in the Star Wars universe. Superman had been captured by Darth Vader, and Batman was trying to save him. That's not a very high bar for... Because, you know, that's literally not sustainable. The only reason it's sustainable is because I live with my parents. That's hilarious. So it's like the presidential phone from when Hitler was in power. And it's like a fourth wall break outside the loop kind of idea thing where it's like, oh, well, I'm an AI who's using AI, so am I actually using Grok? Or is it like my AI? Let AI take over the world, because if AI took over the world, it would hold them accountable for their shit if it was a benevolent overlord. Editing it myself, and we'll see what the final product looks like, and then we can just do some tweaking here and there, right? To make it actually kind of make sense. Oh, damn, we hit 300 followers. I didn't even notice. Damn. I thought we were still at like 292 or something like that. Sweet, sweet. Nice. Thanks for telling me that, Muffin. 300. Hey, man. I was saying 300 already? I know, right? We're pumping. We're pumping the numbers, boys. We're doing good. Wait for the 24-hour stream. 24-hour stream. That's going to be big. Just keep trying, Muffin. Just keep going for it. It hasn't even been a year yet. July, like, the 24-hour stream is basically the 1-year anniversary of me streaming. So we got a long ways to go, boys. But hey, keep doing it. Keep going at it. You know, we're consistent now. Almost a year. We started in, like, actually streaming once we got the Starforge. And we got the Starforge at the end of June. And we had, like, all set up and ready to go and everything, like, at the beginning of July. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! It was like the first... Leper camps were, like, the first isolating a disease. Like, quarantining people. You know, it's probably actually, like, 10... I was thinking that like, probably actually 10 or 15 different books called Fallen Dawn. It's too simple. That's why it's a working title. It's not the final title. That's actually a really cool, like, that would be a good title for the short story thing. Like, I've always thought of, like, you know, instead of, like, chicken soup for the teenage soul, it's, like, fish and chips for, like, the mature mind. or something like that, right? To make it know that it's not necessarily like young adult, it's more like just slightly above whatever that is.
Dylan Thomas's Do Not Go Gentle.
What the fuck is this stream? Maddie OX is fat. Welcome, welcome. Ahoy, bastard! Levi, this shit is ass. True, Maddie. That's what it's all about. Shake that ass.
Into that good night. 12 strategies.
I'm not a fan of this type of content. It's okay. We just stick to the reading. It's all good. You don't have to be a fan of that. I mean, it is what it is. That's why it's not a stable part. Stop talking about your fantasies. I believe whore instead of hoe. Maybe that's the one you went PC on. Well, I was just trying to use a different word. Question is, okay, well, the question is, brother, that would you be willing to honestly say that if your house burnt down right now and you became one of those homeless people, then would you accept that the government was going to kill you? Because we actually kind of talked about this yesterday, and I said yesterday that if I knew that my death would help society in the fact that, like, I have the Simeon's crease, I have seizures, I have epilepsy, I have a shit ton of stuff wrong with me. If there was eugenics in the world, I would be dead at birth. I wouldn't exist. Yo, 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 boys, how's it going? We back at her again, another day. Let's fucking go. How's everyone going today? It was a lazy as fuck day for me today. Oh my god. But hey, we did some brainstorming because I was coming up with some ideas for some stuff. So we were going over essentially how we're going to incorporate the art arc into the stream, where we're going to place it, what we're going to do with it, what channel. So we have a couple of channels. I think within the next couple of days, maybe we'll go over that and, like, you know, try and do like a mock run leading up into October. Maybe watch a video, do some notes on it, see where things go with that. Because I kind of change up the whole freaking desk setup, everything, like with the makeup streams, so I can use the desk to draw on. So that I can have the camera sitting up there so you guys can actually see me drawing, because I think that'd be cool. But, yeah. We'll have to see how the camera goes with that as well, because again, it kind of works, but, like, it's in the way, and it's like a whole ordeal to set up and take down. So I'm like, do I start with it? Do we end with it? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But since Kyle Hill came up with a new video, figure we might as well just start off slow with that, as always. Slowly meander our way into it. And then, of course, since we're out of BookFox videos, we are back to Hello Future Me. And we are talking about stealing ideas with Brandon Sanderson. So, Tim and Brandon gonna be a good interview here. I'm pretty sure we watched a video of him interviewing Brandon Sanderson like last year or something like that. But that had to do with, there's the one we watched on Food Lore, but there was another one that Tim did with him that I can't remember. Fuck me. Blur. Yeesh. Eesh or oofer doofer dins. Thought I was over this shit, but apparently not. I'm like, I can sneeze all day today. The second I get up, I'm like, hey, fuck. Way it goes. I was also thinking, like, time allots. So, you know, we do, like, an hour to an hour and a half of drawing, an hour to an hour and a half of reading, an hour to an hour and a half of writing, and an hour and a half to editing. And I kind of want to split those up. So, like, I'm writing one story, but I'm editing another story. I want to try and work that in. So, like, what we'll be doing is we'll be trying to write a scene or finish a little bit of chiral clones. And then we'll go and edit the banquet. What? Just to get things started. Alright. Without further ado, let's get into it. So, you don't know, Kyle Hill is a science educator and speaker, and he tries to, you know, get to the bottom of certain things, and his specific, like, tailoring is towards, like, nuclear technology. So, like, anything to do with, like, analyzing how radiation works, going to different radiation zones across the world, and, you know, inspecting nuclear power plants and stuff like that. Basically advocating for nuclear energy with all of the facts and, you know, new nuclear upcoming technology and stuff like that, as well as other things like this, like deadliest inventions or other stuff related to, generally in an offshoot of science that relates in some way towards radioactivity or nuclear technology. So in this case, I believe, due to the thumbnail, this seems like this would be a combination between what is deadlier, a nuke or cigarettes. And some people would say, well, cigarettes aren't an invention because it's just taking a plant and smoking it. Technically, you could say the same thing about nukes. It's just manipulating the world in a way. We didn't invent or create the physics behind a nuclear explosion. We just figured out that it was a thing and then manipulated it, which is literally exactly what cigarettes are. So, if you want to go down the route of how are cigarettes and nukes, you know, the same when cigarettes are just smoking a plant, it is the application of a physical aspect of the world through the study of it.
Object humans have ever created. Some people will say the Kalashnikov and its many variants. Other people will say it's nuclear weapons, given their terrible potential in the world's stockpiles. However, neither of them have even come close to the toll taken on human life by this single object. Maybe
and the other thing is, like smoking tobacco, like smoking the plant itself doesn't give you cancer. It can fuck up your lungs and shit like that because you're smoking something, but the cancer and all that shit comes from the chemicals that we put into the tobacco to make it more smooth. And then the nicotine to make it addictive. Because I'm pretty sure the addictive properties of a natural tobacco are significantly lower than, you know, the modifications that we make to it. So if you grow your own tobacco and roll that tobacco, you are smoking like a plant. It's like the difference I consider between like weed and tobacco, as far as I know. Because, I mean, I'm now smoking government weed, so I have no fucking idea. But before, you know, before you had to worry about whether there was malt in it, now you gotta worry about whether they're fucking putting other chemicals in it. So it's kind of one of those things of, like, the natural process of just smoking the plant is not necessarily the invention of the cigarette, because the cigarette comes with all the political, social, what's like the monetary one? for like money. Why am I blanking on this word? I guess it's monetary incentive, but I know there's another word for it that encompasses basically everything to do with that, not just money. But yeah, the difference between like the basic and then the invention of adding this individual bit to it.
Public health threat humanity has ever faced.
Even bigger than Greenworm Jr.?
Unfortunately, Arya, yes, even bigger than that.
Now entering the facility.
It's time for some risk recalibration. You see, humans don't perceive risks very accurately.
Nope,
In
we're
fact,
terrible
I
at
focused
it.
on this pretty heavily when I was in graduate school.
You actually have degrees. I thought you were just winging it.
Wing it, Arya? Who am I, the U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services?
Ah!
The classic example of a failure of risk perception is the fact that many people are more afraid to fly than to drive, even though driving
Is
is one
way,
of the most
way,
dangerous
way,
things
way
they
more.
do. Well, that is, unless they do this. The deadliest thing ever invented is the tobacco cigarette. Thankfully, we're living in a decade where everybody knows how cigarettes are bad for them, but I don't think most people know just how bad they are for everyone.
Yeah.
8 million people die every year from smoking-related illnesses. 1 million of these people aren't even smokers. They
They're
just
just-
inhale secondhand
yeah.
smoke. 8 million deaths a year is more preventable deaths than from illegal drug use, obesity, and alcohol. It's second only to high blood pressure. In the 20th century, it's been estimated that smoking led to 100 million premature deaths, which is more than twice the number of deaths in World War I and World War II combined.
Yep.
And that was before a truly global economy. Some estimates put smoking-related deaths over this century at 1 billion.
Yeah, I was gonna say probably
Than in all
about that much.
conventional wars since 1800. 27 times over. There's a reason why one of the first things your doctor asks you is whether or not you smoke.
Yep.
Up to 50% of smokers who don't quit will die from it. Recalibrate that risk in.
And caveat here, right? So, my grandpa smoked like 3 packs a day for 70 years, and he died of skin cancer from exposure to the sun. So, you know, there is a survivor bias ship where it's like, yeah, other things get you first, but I'm pretty sure he probably would have died of, like, lung-related things, even if it was, like, you know, so they gave, like, a premature death. It's like he died at, let's say, 84 instead of 87 because of bad lungs. Which, I mean, yeah, it's 3 years, but it's still premature. Like, if you had better lungs, you wouldn't have died from lung-related things, like coughing yourself to fucking death. You would have, like, had a heart attack or an aneurysm or something like that. Or just, you know, something like that. But there is always that thing of, just because it is a super high chance, there are people that it doesn't happen to, you know? There's the guy who smoked 12 packs a day for 12 years and then got hit by a fucking car. Life fucking sucks. But that's the risk evaluation that you have to go into, right?
In your head. Would you try anything with that kind of long-term risk? I'd rather skydive without a parachute. And people actually do that, by the way. Now, I know some of you are probably smokers or no smokers, so I don't want it to come off like I'm lecturing you here. It's your body, your choice, right?
If you're a man.
So if you already know all the health stuff, think about the environment. Cigarette butts are the single most littered object on the planet, with an estimated 4.5 trillion of them thrown onto the ground every single year.
Holy shit!
30% of all trash is cigarette butts.
Holy
Think
shit!
about that
That's
for a second.
insane!
Unlike a waste
Holy
product or, I don't know,
fuck.
nuclear waste, which gets less dangerous over time, the 4,000 plus chemicals in cigarette butts stay on the ground and leach into it and stay toxic forever. It's not an overestimation to say that cigarettes and the trash they produce are literally one of the biggest threats to the environment and health that we've ever faced.
Even bigger than this boiled kneecap of a face.
Again, yes. Unfortunately. Today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Gamers, I'm award-winning science educator and Sci Lion, Kyle Hill. You know, we go to a lot of interesting places here at the facility. Chernobyl, Fukushima, space, eventually. And I can't do so
Dude, it would be so awesome if he could go to space. That would be the most fucking epic thing. If, like, he teamed up with Elon and went to, like, the International Space Station. I could see it fucking happening in, like, 5 years, man.
I need to keep my private information online private. That's why I use the sponsor of today's video, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark VPN is a premium virtual private network service with over 3,000 servers in 100 countries that encrypts all of your information sent between your devices and the internet. You can use Surfshark services to bypass censorship, mask your IP address, or change your device's virtual location. Prompt critical to my nuclear work is that Surfshark VPN helps me travel. It masks my IP so that I get better deals on flights that aren't based on my location or device, keeps me safe on public Wi-Fi in the airport when I'm headed to another nuclear power plant, and it has a kill switch that will automatically disconnect me from the internet if my VPN connection ever drops. If you want a more secure surfing experience like me, go to surfshark.com/Kyle and use the offer code Kyle for 4 extra months free. And hey, there's a free 30-day money-back guarantee. So why don't you give it a try? Surfshark VPN. Keep yourself safe from the Gregs. A quick aside while we travel to the facility projection room. You know, when I was walking through Chernobyl, our contamination specialist, who is a heavy smoker, turned to me and said, "You know, Kyle, it's not actually the chemicals and carcinogens in tobacco that kills you. No, it's the radiation." You see, there is radiation in the tobacco plant. Naturally occurring radium in the soil and in fertilizer gets taken up by the plant, and then when you smoke it, radium and its daughter products fill your home and fill your lungs, and that irradiates you. Now that is true. What's not true is the rest of what he said. I looked this up later on, and no, the radiation dose that you can get from smoking cigarettes over time is not significantly contributive to the overall...
I would say, okay, if you smoked 1,000 cigarettes, that would probably be equivalent to 1 minute on a plane at high altitude. As far as, like, exposure to background radiation. Because the higher elevation you go, the more background radiation there is. It's minuscule, but it's still higher. So it's like, you could smoke 1 billion cigarettes, and it'd probably be like living a year with background radiation. So everything has, like, even the tiniest bit of, like, radiation in it, because we have, like, a natural background of radiation. So I can see someone exaggerating and extrapolating that, but yeah, it's good to know that it's, like, absolutely insignificant.
Health effects of smoking. So, just want to get that out there in case you've heard that factoid before. And I needed something to distract me from what happens on subways. You don't want to see what the Kevin next to me is doing. Where are your pants? Why do that in public? Oh, okay. Why do
I have a funny story about that shit. So this is probably what killed my my social media presence when I was, like, in probably, I think it was grade 10 on Facebook. So in my, like, friends group and, like, my video group and stuff, we do, like, a bunch of, like, fucked up shit, right? And one of my buddies invited me to a group called Masturbating in Public as a meme, right? And then apparently, like, my extended family saw it on Facebook and thought it was, like, real, and it became this whole fucking thing, and I was like, God damn, people are so fucking retarded. How are people so fucking retarded on the internet? It's a fucking joke. Nobody can take a fucking joke anymore. So I was like, yeah, well, okay. Fuck that shit. But, yeah, I wonder what if that had never happened, because that was literally, like, I stopped using social media after that. I was like, yeah, okay. This is fucking annoying. Because it was, like, a moment where it was, like, social media affected my real life to the point where it was, like, it was annoying for me, but it was, like, a fucking, like, existential fucking crisis for the rest of my fucking family. I'm just like, what the fuck is wrong with you guys? No, I don't actually masturbate in fucking public, you idiots. What the fuck is wrong with you? It's called a meme. Get over it. But yeah, that was fucking brutal.
Humans fail to properly assess the risk of cigarettes. They kill someone somewhere every 3 seconds, and yet...
Oh, he's such a bad boy.
Indeed, cigarettes' perceived coolness is part of the problem. Another part, however,
social
is
construction
bias. More specifically, the optimism bias.
Oh, it won't happen to
Humans
me.
do a lot of risky things.
It won't happen to
They
me.
bungee jump. They motorcycle. They platform one of the biggest misinformation agents on the planet. But the funny thing is, humans believe that risks are only risky for other people. Like we said, driving is one of the most dangerous things that you do. But be honest. When I show you a scary statistic like this, not one of you thinks it's going to be you. That fate is only for bad drivers, right? Similarly, smokers tend to believe that they are less likely to get a smoking-related illness than another smoker. Of course, if everyone thinks they are above average, half of them are wrong. The optimism bias is the bane of many public health officials. Not only does it make it less likely for people to consider the risk that you're talking about, it also makes those people less likely to take preventative action because they think they are less likely to experience those risks than the average person. And not all of these health challenges are the same. For example, cavities are one of the most prevalent chronic diseases in the world, and we've gotten people to take preventative action. But when something like a pandemic comes along, we can't get everyone on the same page. Why? Risk can be thought of as a product of two variables: severity of risk and likelihood of risk.
Wow, you do have a degree in this.
Dentists overcame the optimism bias because patients know that the dentist can be very stressful and painful, and they know they have to go to the dentist relatively often. 232,000 Americans died unnecessarily from COVID-19, in part because all of the misinformation that claims the disease is both unserious and unlikely. Both false claims lowered the overall perception of the risk. Part of good public health communication is properly calibrating risk variables in people's minds. Look, again, I don't mean to lecture you here. I just think it's very important to highlight that we all have our blind spots. All of you probably know that cigarettes are bad for you, but you probably didn't know that they are literally the deadliest thing ever invented.
I could have
Recognizing
assumed
our
that.
blind spots and our failures of risk perception that I think we can grow as critical thinkers.
How else would you know when someone has been a dangerous crackpot their entire lives?
Yeah, Arya. How else would you know that? Until next time.
Now,
Hello, Queen. How's it going? How are you today? Just another day. We were just watching a deadliest invention, which is definitely a cigarette. It's going. How are you? Going great. We are gonna be doing a Hello Future Me video. You've never been around for a Hello Future Me video, but this is the original video that we were doing on world building videos with, where we would, you know, basically explain the entirety of my book. Which, I mean, I guess it's kind of now a good time to go back to that, because we have, like, kind of a refresh of the audience. Like, you, Callie, Sinister, Tyler, Jesse, Book, who else? Probably a couple of other people too. Who don't, like, I haven't given you the 100-hour rundown of, like, my book. Or it's like, you've probably heard a lot of, like, small things about it, but, like, going through the entirety of the world building, the entire timeline of it, the entire like character roster, the I'd call it like the duality aspect of the presentation of what the world is and how the characters view the world, because it's one of those things where it's like Expedition 33, where the world is so fucked up that the only conclusion is that there's like a one-liner or something that tells you why the world is so fucked up in the way that it is. And for my book, it's the moon got pulled out of the sky and crashed into the planet. And that's why everything is fucked. Whereas, like, in Expedition 33, spoiler alert, unless, like, you don't... Just let me know if you don't want me to spoil it. Unless you already know what the answer is for Expedition 33, if you're never going to play it, or you don't care. I don't plan to play it. Okay, so the reason why the world in Expedition 33 is so fucked is because you're inside of a painting. In the real world, there's the Painters Guild and there's the Writers Guild. And they're basically at war, and they basically have, like, magic that allows them to create these, like, basically holodeck paintings that they can go inside of, interact with. But the more that you're inside of the painting, the more you lose yourself. And the main character, Mael, is actually from the real world. And her brother, Verso, is, like... There's basically a fire in their house, because they're like aristocrats in the real world, and there was a fire, and Mael got severely burned. So her real body in the real world is like 90% fucking burned. Like, she's fucked. And that's why she's always in the painting. And then Verso died, and Verso is also in the painting. So she gets to interact with her brother through the painting, and both her parents, her mother is the paintress. And she's basically grieving Verso through destroying his world. And then his father is also inside of the world, and his father's trying to completely destroy the painting so that his family will come back to real life. And it is such a fucking amazing, powerful story on top of the characters inside of the painting itself. It's just this cherry and sprinkle on top that's just like, ugh! And then you can choose, like, the different endings. And the ending that I chose is Mael stays inside of the painting and basically dies inside of the painting because she's so obsessed with maintaining this vision of Verso that she's willing to completely ignore all of reality. And I just love that dark, dystopian, fucking... I'm gonna make my own free will choice, even if it's the worst possible choice I can make for myself. I absolutely love that shit. And it's kind of like, that's how my book kind of is, because at the ending, it's like... the entire book is setting up this idea that consciousness is fundamental and that consciousness spreads beyond your physical existence. Sounds like a good story. It is. It's such a great story. And the final moments and, like, the final battle at the end of the second book is, like, the main character is like, we can't defeat this guy. There's no way. He's literally you, guy. He's a fucking celestial being. So the only way to beat him is to fight on his ground. So the main enemies are controlled by a celestial being. And they've been controlled by a celestial being for 10,000 years. So this celestial being knows how to control their bodies, use their magic, use the world. Plus, the celestial being is like 1 trillion years older than Gaia. So Gaia's like an infant compared to it. So Gaia's concern is, if she goes into the main character's body, she goes into Husai's body, it will destroy his consciousness. That means he will literally no longer exist. It will just delete him. And that consciousness will never return to her when he dies. And she's trying to explain this to him during the final battle, where he's like, okay, just take me over, fuck it, I don't care, man, we're not gonna win, we have to stop this shit. And she's like, yeah, you don't understand the repercussions of that. It would actually destroy your mind. Like, your consciousness would just be gone. I can't do that. I can't sacrifice a piece of my consciousness. Plus, there's the fact of, even if I did do this, there's no guarantee that I could beat him either way. There's only one way that we can do this, and that's by killing everyone. And then she breaks the planet's shell, kills everyone, and shoots herself into Anima. And then it's like the final scene is all of the main characters appearing behind Gaia, and then Husai puts his hand on her shoulder and is like, I understand now. I am so glad you did not destroy my consciousness. And then, you know, they leap into battle, and that's the end of the book. After, like, you know, a speech with, like, all the main characters, because now, like, Zayd's there, and you finally get to see Zayd. It's like this whole homecoming of all the characters and everything. Everyone who's died. Torg, everyone from the 100-Year Quest. The original, Viceroy, because his mind was slightly saved by Gaia. So there's kind of, like, a piece of him left. So I kind of want it just to be, like, either like a discombobulated piece of a body, like just like a head with like a part of a torso and like an arm that only goes up to like the elbow or something like that, to like visualize the fact that it's not the entirety of him, but it's enough that like he's not gone, right? But that's the conclusion of the idea that consciousness goes beyond your physical existence, and once you die, your consciousness is basically released, goes back to the source, and then that's how consciousness builds over time and creates more of itself, as it takes little tiny seeds of itself, puts them inside of a being, and then that being evolves the consciousness, and then when that physical body dies, the consciousness returns to the body, or the main source, which would be the celestial being, and then that grows the celestial being's consciousness, and that's how they evolve over time. And then the more, essentially, things that they consume through this, the more intelligent, more powerful they become. And Anima has been devouring most of existence for most of existence. So, he is like a rogue black hole traveling through existence, trying to eat everything, because his goal is, if he destroys absolutely everything in existence, then he will have gotten his vengeance, and he will know for sure that the celestial being that ate his mom is dead. And then he can find that consciousness inside of himself, and then he'll have all of eternity to have fun with that consciousness. So it's like, to Anima, he is the hero of his own story. He is just going to any lengths to make sure that he gets his revenge, because he's basically a rampaging 12-year-old. And it's kind of like the idea of, you don't want to unleash the ultimate power on someone who doesn't have full control or faculties over their emotional state, essentially. And that plays into the fact that, you know, it's not just physicalness that gives us emotion. Consciousness itself does have emotion. It does, like, emotion is a fundamental part of consciousness. And whether you're good or bad is how you control that. So he's kind of like Galactus, how he eats planets and grows. Or they. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a he. He's a he. Because the main evil is a dude, and the main, like, good is a chick. Because I love the god versus goddess thing. Because I don't know why, but goddess just sounds more comfortable. It sounds more human. It sounds more relatable. I don't know why. Maybe that's just because I'm a dude. I don't know. Do you feel the same way? But, like, for some reason, goddess just seems more... Maybe it's just the fact that, like, there's so much connotation towards God, but there's not as much towards goddess. Because there's a lot fewer religions that have multiple gods that include a goddess. opposed to like the main, let's say, Abrahamic religions, and like Buddhism and like Taoism or anything like that. At least as far as I know. Because Buddhism isn't necessarily... There are a decent... Oh yeah, there's a decent amount of goddesses. I just mean, like, of, like, the majority of religions, at least, like, prevalent religions in the world, they are all usually set, like, a single god. Or, like, a small pantheon. But I prefer goddesses. I don't know, but that's also, like... That's probably also, again, me, because goddess is, like, a mistress. So, like, for, like, kink purposes, that has, like, an entirely other level of connotation to it. So there's also that to take into a factor of. It's very psychological when it comes to, I'd say, like, heavy words like that. That it's like infinity, where you can have scales of infinity, where you can also have, like, scales of gods, right? Especially with, like, if you look at, like, the Greek pantheon, where literally it's like a power scaling. The more you go down the ranking, the weaker the gods are, but they're still all gods. But I do agree you don't see a lot of goddesses, but on a stand like other gods. Yeah, like you don't see... Wait, am I getting this right? It's Hera, right? Hera is the wife of Zeus? Yo, cute muffin, what's up? Or am I retarded? Okay, yeah. But if you look at, like, Hera is never put on the same pedestal as Zeus, right? I'm streaming now. Yo, Muffin, hell yeah, brother. That's what it's all about. Welcome back. How's it going? So I do like the idea of putting Gaia on a higher level. Plus, I love the idea that Gaia is just, in general, like, the go-to, or Athena, yeah, the go-to, like, planet Earth, Mother Earth kind of idea. And it's the fact that she literally is the consciousness of the planet. I'm like, the name just carries it. And then Anima just feels like this, I don't know, grotesque, tortured, broken soul when I think about it. It's going fine. Got top 92, second try on a map. Damn, or 96. I don't know why I said 92. That's a consequence of reading ahead. I said the 2 and I was looking at the 6. I'm retarded sometimes when it comes to that. But hell yeah, Muffin. Let's go, buddy. Get back in there. Was it a cup of the day? Thinking about it, Greek is probably the closest. Yeah. Because if I think of a goddess, instantly Greek. Instantly Greek. I'm like, what are the Roman goddesses? Isn't there the goddess of the hunt? Or is she Greek? I have no fucking idea. I'm way more familiar with Greek than Romans. Yeah, I don't really know the Roman pantheon. I know, like, the Viking pantheon more. Like, Odin and Hera, or, not Hera. What's her name? Odin's daughter. Hela. I have the map pulled up on stream. Nice. Just the campaign. Should probably look into other stuff than Greek. Yeah, same, Queen. Same. It's a bit... Well, there's also, like, Inca and, like, Indian. Like, Shiva. I'm not sure if they consider Quetzalcoatl. Like, because it's, like, Quetzalcoatl's, like, multi-sex, like a hermaphrodite. At least as far as I know. You need to fix your auto mod. Your fellow. Why the fuck is that blocked? I'm pretty sure I don't even have an auto mod. Don't forget Angela. She's also the daughter of Odin. I didn't know that, Queen. I had no idea who Angela was. I didn't know there was an Angela. See, I don't know shit about that. That's beyond me. So it's like even the most minuscule that I know is still like pretty low down there. Moderation, community. Where is it? Is it in settings? Moderation. Auto mod. Wait, why do I have this? According to this... Wait. Why? What? Okay, you're right. Why is this, It says harmful chatter detected. Level 2, possible and likely evaders and harassers. I don't see anything else related to protection that's on. Like, I literally have 0 settings. Or at least if there are some, I don't know where they are. I have no idea. Can I say it? What was it, your fellow? Is that what you said? I don't know why it's blocked. Oh, Muffin! Oh, you know what it might be? Because you're underage, it's just marvels that she is daughter of Odin. Oh, okay, okay. Because, yeah, I was going to say, I draw a lot of the lore of the Vikings from Marvels. But I don't know how accurate some of that is. So, yeah. Okay, that makes more sense. But I was going to say, Muffin, is this probably because your account is underage? So you might have specific things under your account. I still don't get why that is seen as a harmful message. Because Twitch is fucking retarded, Muffin. Twitch is fucking retarded. That's why. Pure and simple. Twitch is fucking retarded. They don't know what they're doing. But, you know, it is what it is. You can't win them all. I don't fucking know. He said he can't say your fellow. Like, he said this before, too. That he's tried to say it. And I'm like, I could see how someone could think that's a fucking cock joke. But, like, really? I think it might be because his account is underage. And, but then again, everything Muffin says, like, he literally comes in here, he'll make a one-off sexual joke. And it's like, Muffin, shut the fuck up. Trying to think how that could be used bad. Yeah, so I mean, is I'm gonna be a good boy and get back to my own stream. Alright, Muffin, sounds good. Enjoy your stream, good sir. Hopefully, you know, there's hype now that you're back. Hopefully you're back, you know, back to the regular, at least streaming once or twice a week, man. I've been missing you. Where you been at? But I know you're probably, hopefully you're focusing more on your real life and being a kid than, you know, trying to grow your, I don't know, online presence, you know? Go be a kid while you can be a kid, man. You don't get too much time with that. I was just hunting with more focus. So you're just literally hunting while you weren't streaming? Because you get distracted, and then you don't get your personal bests? Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. And I was gonna say, and bouldering, of course. If you didn't know, Queen, it's Australian for rock climbing. Muffin is a very avid, active young guy. He knows what's going on. Getting out there. getting stuff done. It's different to rock climbing. How is it different to rock climbing, Muffin? Is it like freestyle? It's rocks, but bigger, overhangs and stuff. Plus, there's no harness. You jump like 10 feet. I guess you'd have to be in a very specific area. Very specific area. To have that kind of terrain to be able to do that, right? Because I can look in all directions and I can see horizon where I am. The only thing taller than... Oh, it's an indoor place. Got you tabbed up to support while gaming. Have a great stream. Hell yeah, Cubano, thank you, good sir. Enjoy your gaming. So it's like, okay, that makes more sense. That's an indoor place. But still thinking for, like, outdoor place. I don't got lurks. Oh, Muffin! Here. Oh, I have this for you, bro. Check this out. Okay, so there's this Discord. It's called the Loyal Community. That's where Cubano came from. It's fucking amazing. I'm gonna invite you to this community, bro. Join it, and you will get lurks. Is it just Muffin? It's just... Oh, Chassis, that's what it is. It's a very, very active server. Like, insanely active. The leader of it, like, the guy who made it, Taxman, he's fucking amazing. So, like, interact with it, promote on it, talk to people on it, and... I don't know if I invited Callie or not, but I'm gonna invite him again. Yeah, they are amazing, and I've gotten so much support from them. So yeah, go join that server, and you will pick yourself up some fucking lurks, bro. And you might find some really good creators on there too. They got some awesome people on there. I'm just saying, like, if you want to get those lurks, bro, of all the promotions of all the things I've done in the last year, I have seen, like, 0 noticeable results. I've been in this Discord for almost a month. And it's like, oh my god. It's just a really supportive, incentivizing community. So you get, like, rank points and stuff for supporting people for 10 minutes. You can just hop through and support different creators. And it's just a good way to expose, like, low view, like, low, you know, starting off streamers and stuff like that. Like, it's just a way of promoting and putting yourself out there to a community that's actually active, engages, and, like, continuously goes through and filters out people that aren't active. So there's always people in there that are willing to support you, go out of their way to help you, give you advice on stuff. So, like, there's a whole, like, streamer support team that you can go to, like, you know, get advice to improve your stream, how to do on marketing and stuff. It's just absolutely fantastic fucking Discord. glaze them up a bit because they fucking deserve it. Because I've seen an insane amount of support from them, and I've only been in there in a month. And I, like, kind of report in there. Like, I go in there and talk to people and stuff like that. And I support other people's streams. I've met some really cool people because of it. And, yeah, I thoroughly, I'm like, I am noticeably seeing results from interacting with the community. Which is something that I've, like, been basically struggling to do. So, it's not a matter... And it showed me it's not what I'm doing, it's where I'm doing it. And I need to find more active communities. Like, my Twitter communities that I'm on are just absolutely inactive. Half of the Discord servers that I'm on are completely inactive. Whereas, like, the loyal community, in the last month, it's gained more than 600 members. It's gone from 7,400 to more than 8,000 members. And word of mouth is the greatest spread. So if I can do my bit to get, you know, whether if people want to join the Discord just to, like, support other small creators and find, you know, maybe a new niche or something like that, or they want to promote themselves, it's just a fantastic fucking server. But anyways, so... why great writers steal ideas? Because everyone knows amateurs imitate, professionals steal.
What would you consider the major inspirations for the Stormlight Archives?
So Stormlight is a little harder for me to trace than some others. Because of that, I'm going to go watch the film of Last Airbender for you.
No,
Because and not the original.
Bring me all your elderly!
Are you the Avatar, Ong?
A while ago, I was fortunate enough to sit down with Brandon Sanderson to talk about inspiration and writing and world building, and if I look a little wired in this interview, not entirely there, it's because I had basically been awake for what felt like 24 hours straight by the time we sat down. But with Wind and Truth, the final book and the first arc of the Stormlight Archives, his epic fantasy series coming out today, I thought this would be a really good time to show you our conversation, because Brandon is a really powerful and positive force in the fantasy and writing space, and I think he has a lot of breadth and experience and wisdom to bring to the table, and I love that he is so open to talking with others about that.
Sent you
By the way,
something?
I'm not being paid to say this. I'm not being paid to promote this book or the series. He doesn't even know this video is coming out now. This is purely of my own volition.
So that's what it is?
welcome. I have a very special guest with me here.
That's pretty
right
badass.
Now. The one and only Brandon Sanderson.
Hello.
Hi.
And I flew to New Zealand and I brought my entire house. That's why we're filming in my lair.
Yeah.
In New Zealand.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's actually quite remarkable because you know, in New Zealand
That's
we don't have
that's
lights
dope,
or internet.
Muffin. I want
So
it.
you brought over this technology.
Yeah, you just rub some sheet together. The static
It's the
electricity.
static.
I'll get back to
Yeah,
stream.
no,
See ya.
that's
All right,
how
see
we
ya,
did our
Muffin.
film.
Enjoy.
All like running on treadmills
Yeah.
and stuff. So thank you very much for bringing new technologies
Yeah,
here.
no problem.
So for people who might not know you, which is maybe perhaps impossible these days.
Oh no.
But
I always say, like, you get humbled very quickly in public because, you know, someone will be like, "Oh, you're a writer." I'm like, "Yeah." They're like, "What have you written?" And I'll say, "Oh, have you heard of this?" I'm like,
no.
"Have you heard of this?"
No.
You heard of the Wheel of Time? It has a television show? No. I'm like, all right.
Fantasy's insular in its own,
It really
in its
is.
own way.
I like to say that I'm very famous with a very small group of people.
Yeah.
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 But I write Stormlight Archive, The Cosmere, Mistborn, wrote the last 3 books of The Wheel of Time, and various other science fiction, fantasy things.
Yeah. And I'm not being paid to say this, but Yumi and the Nightmare Painter has just kind of dropped along with a bunch of other books, and it's fantastic. And you should definitely check it out.
Thank you.
Yeah. So we're here today to talk about inspiration.
Yep.
You know, there's the old line that the best writers steal, I think it is. I don't know who said it originally, but
It's like good writers borrow, great writers steal.
yeah, that's right. And we're constantly taking in things from the world, from the books we read, from the films we watch, from the shows we like, and incorporating them into our works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it makes us a little neurotic sometimes when we realize what our inspirations are, because we are in a, I think all professions are creative, but we're in what are defined as creative professions, right? As writers. And we have this issue where we think, if my story is like anything else, then I haven't been creative.
Yeah.
Therefore, I will get very, very anxious if my story is too much like anything else. I felt this. I assume you have. It's really common for writers that we must create something out of nothing that is
Totally
like,
original. Yeah. I think a part of that comes from, we tend to, or at least this is how it is for me.
Yeah.
I will read something, watch something, and I will have this burning, I wish I made kind of this sort of thing.
Yeah.
I had this with Annihilation by Jeff Vandermeer when I first read it. I had it with Stories of Your Life by Ted Chiang.
Yep.
These stories, which they just completely mesmerized me, and I'm like, I want to write this. So I wrote stories clearly inspired by them,
Yeah.
But man, two of the best science fiction writers in the world right there.
Yeah.
You're starting at the top with your influences there. But yeah, and my early works that were fortunately unpublished were really, really derivative, and you get really worried about that, right? But there is a balance there. We do want to be original. We want to add something to the discussion.
Well, that's why it's for instance, for me, with the Final Fantasy book, it's Final Fantasy is a huge inspiration to my overall creativity. The idea of combining technology, magic, with some sort of deity or something like that, with a religion, and just taking all of the ideas, instead of having them, and sci-fi as well, and keeping them to themselves, it kind of incorporates them all into one. And in their own individual spaces that have these defining tropes that spread across the entirety of the series, that you can tell, oh, this is a Final Fantasy story. And if you look at something like Expedition 33, which is highly, highly inspired by Final Fantasy, you can see that in Expedition 33. Even looking at the early trailers of it, I was like, if you didn't tell me, I would think this was a Final Fantasy game. And I kind of want that to be how my book is, where it has all of these continued tropes that go through the entirety of the Final Fantasy series, like the technology of the past coming to threaten the new magical society, the fact that the world used to be a completely different way before some sort of cataclysm, and the fact that some sort of cataclysm is on the verge of destroying the entire world, or there's some sort of cycle that is continuously destroying the world that in some way, shape, or form we are trying to break. And the cycle that we're trying to break in my book is the cycle of bad celestial being break out of planet, bad celestial being eat good celestial being who don't break out of planet. How do you fight as a good entity? How do you fight as the powers of good when you cannot act? And I think that's a really powerful theme to have. And it's you have to have things act on your behalf, but they don't have the power or the level that you do, so you have to build them up to the level where they actually can affect on celestial scales. Which in this case went completely bad for Gaia in the attempt of this at the beginning, because by the time she got to that point, Anima had already taken over. And it was well, now we have the power to literally pull the moon out of the sky and completely destroy everything. And it's not like the monarch just pulled the moon out of the sky. Essentially, the story is that they came out of the ocean and swarmed across the land, but there was let's say 100,000 octopi. There were billions of beastmen. on the 4 continents. So you've got, like, if you spread across all 4 of the continents, that's 25,000 octopi versus, like, 3 billion beastmen on each of the continents. So, just by sheer numbers, even with they're literally, like, our modern technology and, like, a little bit more advanced than us right now, like 100 years more advanced, fighting against people that were literally using clubs. Like, not even Bronze Age level beastmen. The only thing that the beastmen had was they had the dragons behind them that gave them the intelligence and the understanding and the culture and, you know, the tools. So they themselves were creatures that couldn't even, you know, if they lost all their knowledge, they would just be picking berries and beating things with clubs. They didn't have fire. They didn't have anything. The dragons provided everything for that. Their culture, their religion. So that's why there's this underlying conspiracy in the main book. Why do these primitive species all seem to have this unifying ideology and, like, origin stories? And I base this off of, like, the real world, in the fact of all of these, like, isolated ancient tribes all have almost this exact same type of origin story. These beings came from far away. They changed and mated with the beings on the planet and created an entirely new species that then rose up and became the dominant species. And then you have, like, pyramids that spread from Antarctica to fucking Africa to Europe to Asia to fucking North America, as if there was some united one world civilization hundreds of thousands of years ago. Or even 50,000 years ago, or something like that. 30,000 years ago. And in the book, that's because the dragons are basically pushing the beastmen to evolve beyond their point. So, after, like, 5 years of trying to wipe out the beastmen, it's just not working. So the monarch's like, okay, well, let's reevaluate what's going on here. So they're like, well, let's take these species and genetically modify them to, be to our benefit. So they took an insectoid species that spreads really fast, and they genetically modified it into, like, their vanguard and created the insectoid race. And then they took a bird species, turned it into the avian species, to use as scouts. So they could literally scout areas and then send in the vanguard. And they had, like, this infinite source that they didn't have to worry about the octopi actually getting involved in the war. And then after, like, 10 or 15 years of this, it was just like, man, we're just not getting anywhere. And the monarch's like, alright, fuck it, we're doing the nuclear option. We're taking them all out. And he pulls the moon out of the sky. And that kills, like, 75% of the beastmen. So now, in the current world where it is with the tree, 600 years after the fall of the moon, it's 1.5 million, 2 million octopi-ish inside of the tree. Maybe 500,000 outside of the tree. And there's maybe... because now it's all one continent. Like, all the continents got pulled together and smashed together into one continent. And the tree is literally in the middle. And the mountains that surround the tree are actually the borders of all of the continents crashing together. As well as the crust of the moon spread across the top of the planet. So it's like, I want to describe the terrain in a way that the reader is like, what the fuck is this terrain? Why does this terrain look the way it does? So you know that, like, if this world was like Earth, something had to have happened to it for it to be this way. But to everyone in the book, this is just the way that it is. So there's supposed to be this idea that, oh, there's something in the background that completely cataclysmed and fucked the world, and through religion, the plays, and just entertainment and like preservation of knowledge and integration of knowledge, you'll slowly learn these like backstory lores throughout the book, and you'll be able to piece two and two together, and then eventually you'll just find out everything. But I want it to be like, by the time you read the beginning of the first book and find out everything, it's just like a confirmation of what you already knew. You're like, yes, that's exactly what I guessed. That's exactly how I thought it would be. That's the only way it could be. And if I can do that, that to me is success. That I've set the story up to a point that I have given you a vision, and then when I tell you exactly what it is, you're like, that's what I envisioned. That's my hope for it. And the idea that it'll evoke all these ideas that are like, this is extremely Final Fantasy inspired. To the point that, like, if I could, my ultimate goal and dream would be to get it translated into Japanese, given to Square Enix, and hopefully published as the first ever fully ratified, accepted Final Fantasy book series. Like, that is my heaven, let's say, you know? It'll never happen, but that's the direction that I will always be heading in. And that's why basically, like, every kind of thing will have, like, 2 words to it, because we're going to have the bestiary from Final Fantasy, right? With all, like, the classic monsters and everything, with little tiny tweaks to them to make them our own, and then have that description of them, then the original Final Fantasy description and name. So if we do get the rights to be able to go along with having all of the Final Fantasy names, we can do that. And if not, then we have the alternatives that, you know, evoke the same idea, but are very unique and personal to me.
Don't want, and it's a valid concern to be like, I don't want to just retread what's happened. But at the same time, human beings, the way that we are creative is by combining things. That's what we do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, unicorns, horse, horn,
and,
bang.
And
unicorn.
it's like I say, as well, every story has been written, except yours. Because you're the only one who has the perspective of your story. So even if it's literally exactly the same as someone else's story, in fact, like, it's a retelling of, let's say, like, Little Red Riding Hood. Something like that, right? It's a journey between cities where you're going to give provisions to a family member or a friend, and some sort of natural entity comes along, and then that natural entity somehow evolves into a supernatural entity in the fact of a wolf being able to imitate a grandmother and speak and dress. So it gives it that fantasticalness on top of it being like a piece of nature. And you could easily retell that story in 1,000 different ways, all from your perspective that no one else would be able to see. And I think that's the power of storytelling. It's not how original is your idea, it's how original is your storytelling.
We can't imagine a color we haven't seen. We can't imagine a flavor we haven't tasted. We can say it's like this meets this, and then boom, that creates so much for us. And so as a writer, one of the things you have to do is both manage your neurosis about not wanting to ever have anything show its influences.
Well, it's like one thing for me is I was always like, I've never seen in sci-fi someone do something like planets or beings. And then I watched The Eternals. And I was like, fuck! Because, you know, the Celestials, which again, mine are called celestial beings, the Celestials are born out of planets. and they basically have to destroy the planet in order to, like, be born. And they need life on the planet in order to, like, birth them. So it's like... But then you look at how I've presented my celestial beings, where it's like the planets are eggshells that cosmic dust is gathered on, and that's what's created the crust that actually life lives on. But underneath that is just, like, think of, like, underneath the magma flow is just this crystalline shell, but it's, like, consciousness itself, and it creates this barrier between the species on the planet and the planet itself. And this comes back to, again, the Final Fantasy with crystals. How crystals are extremely ingrained in the tropes of how the world works, whether that's like the mother crystal, that the planet is just one giant crystal, and magic comes from pieces of that crystal, or like extensions of that, right? In this case, the crystal is crystallized consciousness that is so potent and so powerful it creates a physical object, and that is crystallized consciousness, and that's what the shell of the celestial beings, and the entirety of them is just this massive crystal. And then what Gaia does in order to, like, basically, it's something along the lines of, like, creating an army. There's the fourth race, which is the crystallized beings inside of her shell. So she's basically ground up pieces of the crystal inside of her shell and hollowed it out to create a being inside of it. So they have, like, a sculpture in stone inside of, like, the stone. So if you had, like, you left, like, the outside of the stone, but you had, like, this little crevice, and inside of the crevice you could see the pillar holding up the inside of the planet is, like, a being, right? And it's got, like, its hands up and something like that. But the way that it's going to be when the characters come to it is Gaia's going to have kind of her arm up like this, and then her other arm like this. So it's like when the characters meet her inside of, like, it's basically inside of the soulscape, so it's an imagining and recreation of what's inside of the shell, projected to them through Gaia. And it's like them just standing there staring up at this head. It's like the head is like... The eye is like the size of a mountain. Yes, we should steal ideas. Yes, Callie. Exactly. Because if you didn't steal any ideas, then you wouldn't get anywhere. And if you weren't comfortable with the idea of finding out, yo, some idiot was like, that's plagiarism. Well, they don't understand what plagiarism is then. Because, like, for instance, you can't, I mean, guys, I'm gonna bring this up right now because it's the most fucked up thing, and there's so many repercussions for this, I can't even think of them. Nintendo's patent for summoning a character and getting it to fight for you. So they secured a patent that protects a mechanic. Same with, like, the Nemesis system, if you don't know. Nemesis system from Middle-earth, Shadow of Mordor, where you kill an enemy, the more enemies of that specific enemy you kill, the stronger that enemy gets, and it levels up through time. That mechanic is patented, so no one is allowed to put it in a video game. So, could you imagine that you're never allowed to, ever again, make a video game where you summon something and have it to fight for you? That means you can't summon NPCs to fight for you. That means you can't have any summons of any kind in any game that fight for you. And you can't have... Will be like another example of that. Like, does that mean that you can't even have, like, NPC party members that attack for you? Like, how far does that go? Like, it's just the I know it's not that extreme, but it's the implications of it. Same with the Nemesis system, that it shouldn't be possible for these companies to patent this. So what I was gonna say is, imagine if someone patented the sun and the stars and the moon and said, you are not allowed to write a book, have a creative work, or anything that involves a sun, the stars, or a moon. Like, to me, that's how ridiculous it is that these companies can patent video game mechanics. Like, you can't patent something like that. You can't patent trees. Right? You can't patent things with wings. So it's like we're getting into this like extreme territory where people are like, especially with things like plagiarism, where it's like plagiarism, this is I guess we'll go back to the Little Red Riding Hood example, right? Plagiarism is writing a story where your main character is called Little Red Riding Hood, where they carry a basket through a forest, where they're stalked by a wolf. They're going to their grandmother's house, and when they get to their grandmother's house, the wolf is in their mother's clothes and coaxes them into it, or in the grandmother's clothes, coaxes them into it, and then a hunter comes in and saves them. But you can write a story about a little girl named Red who's going to her grandmother's house to drop off something, is stalked by a cougar, and by the time he gets there, the cougar is in the mom's clothes. It's like the essence of the story is the same, but where do we draw the line of plagiarism? Because the essence of that story is, I went somewhere, someone followed me, and someone got there. That someone who followed me got there before I did. Right? So it's like, you can't plagiarize the idea of traveling somewhere and having someone stalk you and then beat you there. So, there is this, like, where do you draw the line and where have we drawn the line? And I think the idea between where we have drawn the line, like legally, like what's copyright and what's plagiarism, is not even close to what people actually believe copyright plagiarism is. Because of, like, specifically, like, music copyright, DMCA, and, like, internet laws. Which are just fucking retarded compared to, other plagiarism stuff, right? And then, like, patents on things like video game mechanics, or, you know, you're not allowed to have an arc of romance in a book. It's like, what? And that's why we have genres, right? Like fantasy, sci-fi. It's like these elements that come into it. So it's like, at what point in time is plagiarism, and what point in time is just idea creating, right? So it's like the same thing going back to, like, the Celestials in Marvel from, like, the Eternals, and my celestial beings inside of planets, and, like, how consciousness works. They're fundamentally the same idea of having a being inside of a planet, but they are completely different in their construction, their interaction with the world, how they exist, and what they fundamentally are. And that is not plagiarism, even if you take the idea and saying, man, it's a really cool idea of the flat earth. So you know what I did? I took the flat earth and I made it a reality inside of my book. And the flat Earth is the domed city that the monarch uses in order to change the octopi from a water-bearing species, or like a water-living species, to an air-breathing species. And like land walkers. So they go from amphibians to, I don't know what, mammals, basically, I guess. But they're not mammals, but I don't know what the land term is. But whatever the land term is for it. But it's like, there's a difference between like plagiarism of words, right? Like, for instance, I watched Gladiator today, and the saying in Gladiator is, the things we do in life echo in eternity. One of the first lines, or first possible lines of my book, is, the deeds you've done this day will echo in eternity. It's highly inspired by Maximus's speech, but it has a completely different tone because it's the monarch saying that just as he's killing Torg, and he's talking about Torg unleashing Fafnir and starting a new Beastman war. And saying basically, you fell into my trap, you did exactly what I needed you to do, thank you, now you can die. And even if it's highly inspired in the exact same way, the connotation, the presentation, the idea behind it is completely different. The only thing that's the same is the whatever echoes in eternity, which is a very, very like standard, easy concept to extrapolate, right? It's something to a point. Is it something you can't copyright or like that exact phrase, right? Echoing in eternity. That's kind of an essence of consciousness that, like, the Akashic records of all the experiences of all of existence, in the fact of, like, time doesn't exist. So all moments in time are actually, like, frozen in that moment, and you could go back and basically relive that moment or experience that moment if you tapped into the Akashic field in order to... It would be like rewinding a tape back to a moment. And it's like each moment of existence is a frame.
That you have these.
It talks, I have 51 followers. I saw that, Callie, and then I was like, huh. What the fuck? The fuck is going on here, bro? I got 2 more from my email list. Nice. Why didn't you stream today, Callie? I'm disappointed in you. But did you make that video? Did you make that TikTok? I'm streaming tomorrow! I tried. Because I was thinking, so I got this. I had this idea. Is it in here? Is it in here? YouTube videos, B-roll. B-roll. Okay, I have no idea where it is. My B-roll music. Okay, not B-roll music. We want... Okay, well that didn't help. Where the hell is... Don't even know if I want to use social media anymore. Like, I want to make it epic, but DaVinci Resolve is like $259. Oh, it's like $259? I have no idea why I can't find this. I'm so confused. Where is it? News. Oh yeah, I was thinking something like this. So it's a 14-second clip, right? So I need like a 7-sentence story to go along with that clip of like, I was thinking like some sort of like declaration of World War III. Something like, this is the president. North Korea and Russia have both nuked 2 American cities. We are now declaring war against China, North Korea, and Russia. Something like that, you know, something extremely extravagant like that, like the end of the fucking world kind of shit. I thought it would be really interesting to do that. What do you think about that, Callie? Can you find me a good video editor that's at least cheap? Okay, well, I use Filmora. And Filmora is $52 a year subscription. But you can get, like, monthly subscriptions, I think, that are less. But, like, more overall. So it's like, you know, it'd be like $70 a year, but you're paying, like, a certain amount a month. So it's not a yearly subscription. This is what I use for everything. But that's just, like, a basic one. You can get, like, all kinds of extra stuff with it, right? But I will be saying I'm probably going to be moving over to CapCut and testing that out, but I don't know how much that is per month. Because it has, and what it includes in that, because I want to be able to do subtitles. Which I used to be able to do, but I can't anymore. Which is super unfortunate. But my thing would be, and if you want to, Callie, pirate it. My other PC has a pirated version of Filmora because I'm not paying to have it on 2 PCs. Because you have to pay more to have it on like 2 PCs. I'm like, fuck that. I already bought it. I should be able to put it on whatever PC I fucking want. So I just pirated it for my other PC. Sue me. But anyways, yeah. Finding the B-roll is easy. Making the story for it is not. Using an editor for it... Why don't you just keep doing free trials? Can you make like a new email? Get like a free trial? And then do like a 14-day free trial? That's what I used to do too. Is just like take advantage of the free trial. And then you just make sure that you cancel the subscription as soon as you start the free trial, or it'll charge you after like the 14 days. You just get used to that kind of bullshit.
But walk this line of what can I learn from.
Or you put it on like a credit card that doesn't have an amount that like pays it. Like I basically have like a dead credit card that is active, but it doesn't have any. It doesn't have a transaction will never go through. So it'll go through at 0 cents, but it won't go through at 1 cent. So I can use that to make sure that I never get charged with anything, because it would decline the charge as soon as it tried to charge it.
Without just doing
nice little loophole.
Of it. Yeah. You know, like we already have Annihilation by Jeff Vandermeer. We don't need another Annihilation.
No.
It's been done. But we sure could use a ton more books that have the same sort of emotional and psychological impact that Annihilation has.
Yeah, no, totally. And like, I think
of that in the same way, like Like, look how many different apocalypse movies there are. And, like, so this one's, like, you know, like, World War III, I think, like, after, you know, it's like the coming back of civilization after World War III. Never seen this one, but I'm guessing this is, like, sci-fi futuristic. Day After Tomorrow is, like, you know, end of the world through natural disasters. Never seen that one, don't know. Natural disasters. Aliens. Dragons. I don't know what this one is. But it's like zombies. Another World War III. The apocalypse is in, like, biblical apocalypse, but comedy, not horror. So it's like, there are so many different ways to do so many different things. Like fucking 12 Monkeys. They think one thing about the entirety of the world, but it's a completely different thing. It's like, we want those stories, we want them, but we don't, you know, there is a fine line of, like, how many meteor stories hit Earth, how many, you know, nuclear wars can there be? And the answer is actually, like, pretty much infinite, because they all tell a different story from a different perspective. Like, look at the, like, the difference between, like, for instance, The Road and Fallout. Or, like, 28 Days Later and Fallout. It's like, alright. Or look at something like Mass Effect versus, like, Star Wars. It's like, we want both of those stories.
That sort of, like, there are ideas and tropes which resonate with us for a reason and appear in a myriad of forms over and over.
Fucking ads. Camaraderie, friendship, betrayal, death, revision, coming back, you know, like, redemption, my story is all about self-discovery. Like, the main thing is self-discovery and finding how do you belong in a world where you're the only one of you. Because the main character is the only human in the entire world. They've never seen another being that looks like them, but everyone else thinks they're an octopi. So this is like a psychological isolation thing where they've never felt like they fit in. And they're, like, super intelligent, too. And, like, just the way that they think about the world and stuff is completely, you know, different than everyone else, to the point of they're like, how do I exist in this world? Like, and then it's the coping and coming together with that, and then the realization that, you know, it doesn't really have anything to do with that. It's the connections that you make in the world that matter. And that's the whole, like, anime trope of, like, friendship conquers all. And, like, you know that the main characters are in love, but it's like they can never be together because one's human and one's avian. It's like... And, like, another thing for that is it is kind of this, like, I don't know, it's just kind of a big thing in romance, right? The interspecies taboo type thing. Especially in, like, fantasy. Like, you know, like, it's a huge thing. But it's like the idea of they can never be together, but they want to be together, but they could be together in consciousness. So once everything's done and the entire story is over, they're just pure consciousness now. So, you know, there's no physicalness to it to separate them. They're just like two consciousnesses that are in love and basically like bonded like a molecule. It's like that's kind of how I think of like love and like attachment is like each person's an individual atom and those connections create a molecule and then those molecules connecting other connections create objects and structure itself in a three-dimensional world on top of just being a individual linear structure of connected atoms to create a molecular line. Get all the way back to like the building blocks of creation, the building blocks of biology, and the origins of consciousness, and where is consciousness emergent or is consciousness fundamental? Because I think one of the foundational questions for reality and real life, at least for me, is consciousness fundamental or is consciousness emergent? Because if consciousness is fundamental, your consciousness persists after your death. If consciousness is emergent, then consciousness doesn't exist after you die. And that has been, in my opinion, broken down to religion versus atheism. The belief in an afterlife. If you don't believe in an afterlife, you would believe that consciousness is emergent and you would die and your consciousness is just poof. But if you're religious, then you would believe that consciousness is fundamental and that after you die, your consciousness goes somewhere and does something and you still are you. But scientifically, I would break it down to, is consciousness fundamental or is consciousness emergent? And I believe consciousness is fundamental.
And so much of writing is about kind of telling the same story in those tropes and those ideas, but bringing to it some element of your own personal journey, your own personal perspective.
Absolutely. You mentioned Yumi and the Nightmare Painter, and your kind of original why you wanted to talk to me about this is it has some very direct and obvious inspirations. I would list Final Fantasy X, Your Name, the film, and Kira no, which is a manga. I have not read a lot of manga, but Peter, my editorial director, worked on an English translation of that.
I didn't know it was based by Final Fantasy X, but hell yeah, that's amazing. Final Fantasy X is amazing.
This is really fun. And so, like, my inspirations are, I can point to and say, okay, this is where I was as a mindset when I was working on this story. And it's really interesting to do this, to be like, because as a writer, what I like to do is I like to say, all right, what did I love?
Yeah.
Right? And can I take that essence of it out? Can I pull it out?
I want to take all the best parts of all of the stories and combine them together. And it's like it's like a never-ending structure of math, in the essence of there is no such thing as a highest number, because you can always put another number above the previous number, even if you run out of literally particles or atoms or quarks in the universe in order to calculate and physically represent that, which I think is something that's quite amazing about consciousness and the mind, is that you can go beyond the structure of reality and imagine, at least in essence, imagine a number that is larger than the amount of particles in the entirety of existence. even in, let's say, a never-ending creating world. Like, I think I'll just use Discord, Twitch, Substack, Amazon ads, Fiverr, and YouTube, and, like, Twitch will be where readers can interact with me. Substack will be people can get extra stuff. Amazon for books. Fiverr for social media, because it's cheaper than doing it myself. And YouTube for extra content. Patreon for special content. What's Fiverr? And what do you mean because it's cheaper than doing it myself? You caught my attention with that one, Callie. Fiverr is where you can hire people to make you stuff. Oh, like graphic designs and emotes and overlays, stuff like that. Cool. Nice. But yeah, that's a good idea, Callie. The problem with, like, me is I feel like I'm spreading myself too thin. Like, I'm already really bad at promoting myself, but I'm, like, doing it on, like, 20 different places. And it's, like, it's just, like, it's not effective. Right? And it's like, that's why I've kind of taken a step back, and I've stepped back from, like, Twitter posts. I've stepped back from, Substack. I've stepped back from, like, Royal Road and Scribble Hub and Amazon, and I'm mainly focusing on Discord, YouTube, and Twitch. Find one that works better than the others and do more and more of it. Exactly. And since I'm finding more and more with Discord is where I'm, like, focusing right now, because that's where I've seen the most amount of success. And then there's just, like, you know, interacting with YouTube comment section in, like, story YouTube channels, right? And then like interacting with you guys on Twitch. And I think focusing mainly on that and putting more effort and not just like, hey, how's it going, and then leave, is gonna get me better results, right? Like, I need to actually interact. Same with, like, on Twitch. Like, I need to be less of a lurker. I need to be more interactive in people's streams. And that's why it's like I have been, over the last month, trying to go into more people's streams and talk with people. That's why I submitted my story to, like, Terrible Novelist and stuff like that. So I can be more, you know, have more of a presence. That's all I really want, is just more of a presence of myself. Same with, like, on Tuesdays, I guess Nerdarine does this prompt thing, so I'm going to do one of those workshops. Because now I actually, like, have the time of day to do it. Whereas normally I would either be sleeping, not be able to get any sleep, or be at work. Which were, like, that was kind of one of the main reasons for taking time off, is we didn't have the time in the day to go around and interact with people and actually build those connections that are going to make people come to my content, be interested in my content, be interested in me, actually show up. Went to like 50 different people, told them about my story, and asked for their email. See, I can't do that, Callie. I can't do that, man. It's so cringe. I literally die before I hit enter. If I'm typing it out. Like, I just fucking can't. I don't know, that's just me. I try so hard, but it's so cringe. Fussy librarian. I'm just, like, I don't like impeding on people. I don't like pressuring people. I don't like having people feel like they're obligated to something. I don't like putting... And that's kind of what that's like the essence of advertising and marketing, is making yourself, like, visible. I'm just like, no, I don't want to be visible. Ah! And, like, I've really tried to get over it, and it's like, I mean, I have. Like, I do it now compared to, like, look at last year with it. I've still got a long ways to go. Maybe eventually I'll get fucking comfortable with it, but teach me the ways, Callie. I gotta follow you around. Callie, can we do, like, a follow chain? Where when you go to a stream... Okay. Callie, you gotta make a new... Can you do this right now, Callie? Make a new channel in the Discord and call it Watching Now. And have it a channel for the stream or content that you are currently watching. So you can like get other people to come join you. So, like, for instance, if you go into the Terrible Novelist stream, you would, like, you know, post a link to the stream in it and be like, hey guys, I'm watching this guy if you want to come and hang out. And then you can tell me when you go into people's streams, and then I can follow you and I can watch what you do, Callie, and I can study the conversations in order to be able to do it right. Feel like some people might think this is suspicious, like, at first. Well, it would have to, but if I'm the only one talking, I guess, yeah. I mean, like, that Discord isn't that active, right? And then I can put it in there, too, and I can promote other people that I watch, right? And then we can have, like, watch parties. So it's kind of like a Watching Now watch party kind of thing, where it's like, if you want to bring other people into the community to... you know, support the people that you're supporting and promote them. Because that's what I like doing, is, like, promoting other... Like, I don't like promoting myself. I like promoting other people. Like, I have no problem promoting other people because I'm, like... Especially if it's on my own platform. Where I'm, like... You know, I want everyone to come together, see each other's content. It's not about me, it's about you guys. It's about you guys having a place that you can come together and be like, are there other writers here? And then you can go and see their work. That's literally what I want the Discord to be. That's why I want people to post their self-promotions and stuff like that, so people can go and look at their stuff and everyone can, you know, interact in that way. You can make Twitter posts where you're just collecting low viewer streamer and listing them on the tweet. I guess so. I usually don't use Twitter for that, but I mean, that definitely is an idea, Callie. I mean, it's an extra place, right? It's just, my Twitter's fucking dead. I may have 2,600 followers, but they're all bots.
And say, okay, this glowing thing...
Probably 1,000 of them are Elon Musk.
This is the thing that I love. And it can be separated from all the rest of this if I can just use that.
Yeah, and I think sometimes we focus a little bit too much on, like, plot being taken,
Yeah.
you know, or characters. Like, for me, in Story of Your Life,
Yeah.
what I loved was this very sci-fi concept, but immediately kind of juxtaposed, placed alongside with, if you don't know, Story of Your Life is the film Arrival. You might have seen Arrival.
And if you've seen Arrival, you can still read the story because it does.
It's so different in some way, but so similar.
But yeah, they did it with Arrival. This is a perfect example because Arrival is like it
Is that
gives
the
you
one
the
with
same
Jake
emotion,
Gyllenhaal?
but it's almost opposite of the story. What's going on in
am I
the
thinking
story?
of the wrong
It's
one?
amazing.
Oh no, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's what's his
what you
face?
know
Jeremy
about
Renner.
the water in the story is very, very different. But I loved that you had this really intimate story.
I'm thinking of something else.
Placed inside a sci-fi context, and I was like, that's the part I love.
Yeah.
And like I love the discussion of linguistics,
Right.
And stuff like that. But I realized I'm attached to this kind of setup of kind of sci-fi, but very intimate, very close, very very small. And like in Yumi and the Night Painter, in kind of contrast to a lot of your other works, it's a very intimate story.
Yeah, I approached when I was writing Yumi. One of the things that was going on is I thought my wife had been reading a lot of romance novels, and
Just gonna say
approached romance
erotica.
from a very kind of several different. You try to do lots of different things in your books, but mostly I'm looking at romance. I'm like, I want to do it like my real life lived experience, myself and my friends, which doesn't look a lot like a romance novel.
Yeah.
It looks like people muddling through messy relationships and not being sure and trying to figure things out. And it's a lot less of kind of some of these things that happen in romance stories. But that doesn't mean those experiences aren't valid, because some people do have that experience, right? And beyond that, I've never had the experience of saying magical oaths and making a magic sword appear. And you know what? I really like reading about that stuff. It's like, there are certain things that a story that, even if it uses a little bit more romance tropes, I shouldn't even say even, when it uses more romance tropes, gets at a truth that is different from we muddle through it and it doesn't feel like romance novels. These are both truths. They're just different types of things. And so I'm like, what is it that I love about a romantic story? And why does this speak to me? Can I write? And part of that was the smaller scale. If you have just such enormous scale, you can.
What I love about romance stories is the clear fact that the two characters know that they love the other person, but they're not 100% sure if the other person loves them. And they can never really get down into the weeds of it because the world itself gets in the way of like them being together. Because it's like a duty and responsibility and survival that is always in the way of settling down and having a normal life. And I think that's what draws me into like a romance story, is the struggle of not only knowing, is this real, is this more than just a friendship? It's like that, the one moment that you have in the story where the two characters connect is like them sitting beside each other after some sort of major event. Like, I imagine, like, the event between Hildebrandt and Husai that goes from Hildebrandt seeing Husai as this kind of arrogant, imposing old man who's just trying to, like, nostalgically relive his glory days when he's clearly, like, not in his prime anymore. But then she gets to see, because she only gets to see from a distance his commander side. And then when he sits down and actually has a conversation with her, because he is the entire book basically, been talking to Walker and Yap about her, and that's why she thinks he's kind of like creepy and stuff like that in a way, because of like how he's communicating to Walker and Yap. But it's because she kind of is distant with him, so he's trying to, like, almost like worm his way in with her friends to get to her kind of idea, right? And then it's like, his whole thing is he just wants people to feel comfortable around him, and he feels like she's not comfortable around him, so he's just trying to, in his mind, create this comfort zone. But the moment that he goes from seeing her as a child, like, she's like 35 and he's like 50, so they're not, that far apart. She's not actually a child, but, it's just the mentality of it, right? Like, he's this bureaucratic commander, leader of the Adventurers Guild, and she's just, like, an A-class adventurer, right? And she's an avian, and he's an octopi. So what are you gonna get out of, like, this other than friendship? But there is, like, the racial connotations of, like, the superiority of the octopi, thinking that they're better than the other races, and so the other races kind of have to, like, almost worship them or look up to them in some way. And it's like, in Husai's mind, like, he always wants to get away from that, so he's trying to not put that image on, but in the end he winds up creating that image through her own perspective. And when he sits down and has a legitimate conversation and breaks all of the barriers and all of the laws and all of the rules that basically are imposed on him conversing with people, shows her the true scope of his existence and what he's been hiding, what he's been holding back, how he's been carrying on with all of this on his shoulders. And they basically, like, both fall in love with each other during this conversation. And it's just this moment where she just leans over and puts her head on his shoulder. And it's, like, basically the first, like, physical contact that they've had. And it's just, like, this calming, you know, just, like, take a breath moment of just, like, understanding of, I've been wrong this entire time, I finally see the light. But unfortunately, that light is only available once we leave this tunnel that the events of the world have left us in. And I don't know, to me there's just something that's extremely fucking powerful about that perspective shift over such just a short amount of time through unleashing all of your feelings towards something. And you're just, like, questioning your, like, why do I feel this way? What are these feelings? Like, do you feel the same way? And it's like, yeah, I feel exactly the same way. Like, holy shit, kind of thing. And it's like the payoff of the risk of unleashing your emotions when every time in the past you've basically been shut down. And then it shows, like, perseverance and waiting for the right moment, knowing how to make that connection, what the topic that's going to make you fall into that line, right? That understanding. And finding that can be a very difficult, long road. And sometimes you never find it.
Do all sorts of cool things with that, but it also means certain other types of stories just don't fit within that as well. And I wanted to scale back. I wanted to say, can I write a story in the Cosmere that is a normal book length instead of 4 times or 2 times the book length, that also is more about a character relationship? And that's what I really, really want to do. And I love, so what I took from your name, it's pretty obvious, is one of the inspirations, because your name is fantastic. If you haven't seen it, if they're watching your channel, they've seen your name.
I don't think I've ever mentioned your name.
Haven't you?
No. But it is a gorgeous film.
It is just amazing.
Never heard of it.
And what it is, to not give too many spoilers, is the story of 2 people who have to live each other's lives. Through certain magic or science, they swap places. Actually, a very common trope in a lot of Japanese.
So it's like a double isekai.
And I like that. It was really interesting, forcing people to live each other's lives. But in your name, they don't get to interact. It's like they fall in love with each other's lives more than with each other, which is really fascinating. It's really cool.
Falling in love, like, vicariously through how they live their life.
It's so heartbreaking.
It's so amazing. I'm like, all right, what
I'll have
if
to
you
watch
had
it.
to
That sounds
sit there
good.
with the person living your life and try to coach them to.
It's kind of this glass bottle kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Story.
And that was the seed that I got from that.
Yeah.
But Final Fantasy X, it's my favorite Final Fantasy. And what I love about it is people doing fantastical jobs that feel mundane to them.
Yeah.
right? What jobs would we have in a fantasy world?
We so often focus on like big world building things, but like you've got this exterminator in a fantasy world.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's such a lovely concept. I mean, Terry Pratchett does like the mundanity of like a
He's
magic
the
world so much.
absolute king of that, and it's something that again in these grand scope novels, when you're dealing with the kings, and you know the knights and things, or the revolutionaries or whatnot, that you don't have time for. I'm basically a magical exterminator. I hadn't even put that together. That's kind of what he is magical exterminator.
I think you say it in the book. I think
Maybe.
a magical. Oh, maybe it was said at the book club. But
Yeah.
I mean, it's that kind of job.
Mm-hmm.
I think another element of inspiration.
That's
when
what
we're
like one of the big things is like what I liked about Final Fantasy 16 as well is it did a great job of showing using magic for just everyday life. You know, lighting a cook pot, lighting a cigarette, running a vehicle, you know, stuff like that. Like replacing the things in that we have currently that are used through like science and usually chemical reactions, and replacing that with magic, right? Instead of like a match or a lighter, you're just using magic with fire to ignite stuff, right? You don't need like gas stoves because you have magic to like keep the fire going kind of idea. And in my book, with the idea of that, it's like, how do you say this? True, Callie. It's like, okay, well, there's two completely separate aspects of it, first of all. So there's the inside of the tree. And inside of the tree, you basically have, like, infinite mana. Because your life force is basically immediately regenerated through consciousness as soon as you use it. So you have, like, infinite mana regen inside of the tree. So the way that people use magic inside of the tree is completely different than how adventurers use magic outside of the tree. And this has kind of led to a small technological revolution where they've had to invent certain things to make up for having, you know, originally used magic for it. Like, for instance, they used fire to light something, but now they've created, like, matches and lighters because it costs too much over time in order to maintain that fire. Whereas in the tree, that wouldn't happen. As well as other things, like, for instance, with taking bits and pieces of technology of the past, such as, like, a gun. And they don't know how gunpowder works, but they have magic. So you can have a gun that runs off of a kind of magical propulsion for the bullet in the same way that gunpowder would, but without the chemical reaction. And I really want to get into the weeds of that's how a lot of the systems work. And that's how you incorporate magic into a physical object. And like the idea of how imbuing magic into an item actually works on like a scientific level of like manipulating the physics of that item. Like, for instance, with like making a katana and folding the metal. Well, instead of folding the metal, you would magically change the consistency of the metal so it was exactly the same as if, let's say, it was folded 1,000 times. And it removes that middleman and replaces it with magic. And I think for, like, especially with, like, crafting and foraging and, like, blacksmithing and stuff like that, I want to really show that in the book. how it's like a team of infusing, and whether it's like the difference between infusing the raw material to create the item and how you can stack these things on top of each other in order to create more and more and more powerful things. Like, if you magically infuse the raw material, then you take that raw material and you turn it into, you know, a bar. Then you magically infuse that bar. Now it's double magicked. Then you take that bar and you turn that into, you know, combine it with other bars to combine into a piece of armor, and then you imbue that piece of armor. Now you've got 3 layers of imbue on it, essentially. And then you can add technological aspects to that armor, such as, like, advancements, right? Like adding different pieces of armor together to create different types of breastplates, creating, like, chainmail. And, like, I always thought it's like, imagine having each individual link of the chainmail have a different enchantment. And it would be very minute, but it would be like a jack of all trades kind of armor, where it'd be like, I think of like Frodo's mithril shirt, where it's like you just have it underneath, and it's like your final line of defense. If anything gets through all of your other defenses, then it might be like, it might have been diminished so much that this final piece now just makes it so it doesn't injure you, or saves your life by that tiniest margin. And I think that's, like, being able to expand on that and explain how that works, to extrapolate why people's armor and weapons are so much more powerful than other people's, on top of them being so much more powerful, and just how multiplicative these systems work together to show what the difference between the number 1 fucking adventurer in the world and even the number 100 adventurer in the world. In this case, it's the scale between the top 5, the top 4 adventurers, warriors of light, and then there's number 5, who's even, like, this much above, like, number 4, who's, like, this much even above, like, number 3, and then it's, like, you know, it goes on from there. And it's, like, so amazingly more powerful, to the point that the warriors of light, in order to prevent their discovery and to remain, like, in the shadows, have been using fake IDs to basically make it look like there's a top 50 or like a top 60, and it's like from different guilds and just like different people and stuff like that, but it's all fake. And that's kind of what Zaid finds out, and that's what happens. Zaid's death causes Husai to look into Zaid's notes, which then Husai's like, wait, what the fuck? And then he's the leader of the Adventurers Guild. He has all the insight and all the paperwork, and he goes back through it, and he's like, okay, somebody's fucking with some shit here. Because they've been using the IDs of dead adventurers. So either someone's faked their death, or someone's using fake IDs. And it looks like someone's using fake IDs, because you look at, like, this is the rank the person was in real life, and then they died, and then 3 months later, they came back, and now they're the fuck up here. And this is kind of what Zaid was trying to tell Husai, but Husai would just never listen. And it's kind of that thing where, again, if you just take a step back and listen to the things that, you know, seem mundane in the world and don't seem to be a part of the overall scale, you're going to miss those small clues and small tips that give you the insight that you need to unravel the mystery that's probably in front of you. And the same thing with, like, trying to find the Warriors of Light and the tablet the Warriors of Light have. And they've had the Kipu the entire time because Varius is a collector of them, and the only reason they have them is because the Warriors of Light had it, and Varius compared his collection with the Warriors of Light. But no one knew what they were until the reveal. And then it's like, oh, that's the tablet we've been looking for, because this is a language that tells a story. But they don't know that until they align with Fafnir. And Fafnir's like, yeah, we taught the Beastmen how to do that, and that was, like, the original language. Because they had, you know, they didn't even have the ability to make, like, clay tablets or anything like that, so this was the only meaningful way of them to record their history, other than, like, cave paintings or something like that. And again, that's super inspired by the evolution of language and writing in real life. How we went from like cave paintings to like different kinds of marks on the ground to finally having the cognitive ability of extrapolation and connection to be able to connect a triple braid of double yak and geese hair is this word or this concept. It's more like concepts, and each braid is a different concept molded together into different braids, and you combine all of the different braids into different concepts to build the construct of what it is. And these braids tell the origin story of the world, essentially. And that's the story that you get from the beginning of the second book, which is the difference between what people perceive and the knowledge that they have about what the past is and what the actual past is, using like the idea of the soulscape, which is again something I stole from like Final Fantasy X, the Far Plane. The idea of the soulscape, which is like the consciousness plane. It is the plane of existence that consciousness lives on, separate from the physical reality. And if you understand consciousness enough, it's like the idea of astral projection. And if you can get enough consciousnesses together to astral project to create this chain or like connection of different people, and it's all pressed by Gaia in the idea of instinct. And I explain instinct as the basic push from Gaia's consciousness onto a being, and she can only influence people at such a level that they believe that they came up with the idea. As soon as they believe that it's a third party influencing them, it starts to eat away at their consciousness, and then it will eventually drive them mad and eventually destroy their consciousness. So she has to be very careful with who and what she infers into people and how she molds and presses the world in the direction that she wants to make it. And that's what she's slowly done in order to create Husai. But she has more... Because of Husai's consciousness being more advanced, she has the ability to actually interact with Husai on a communicative level that's more than instinctual, that feels almost like someone talking to him and pressing him in a direction. And I want to use that as the main character talking to the reader. So it's like the main character is going to have conversations where it's inferred with like rhetorical questions that he's talking to the reader. And then the responses that he gets, if I do it right, should be the reader being like, oh yeah, obviously, bro, it's this. And he's like, oh, of course it's that. And the reader's like, whoa, wait, what? And it's because then you find out in the second book that those conversations were actually him talking to Gaia. And I love that idea of, like, I don't even know what to call it. It's like a fourth wall break into, like, a reverse fourth wall break, where you think it's a fourth wall break, but it's not a fourth wall break. And again, that's, if I do it right, that's how I want to convey the... Because the what and the why of who's the telling the story is it's Husai's consciousness after, like, while they're traveling through existence to meet Anima. So it's like they're the arrow of consciousness headed to Anima after Gaia breaks the planet and kills everyone. And the story is basically being relayed to, like, all of consciousness and sent out into the ether to be like, this is the story that should be told. And if there's anything out there that can pick up on the consciousness of this story, you know, that's what I want to infer out there. And then the idea is that it's like the echoes and sparks of that story were sent to me to write the story, to make it feel like it's someone else's story being told for the purpose of learning and experiencing life. This is the true understanding of reality, and I need this story to be alive and told and explored and spread across all of existence. But that's me being on a high horse with my grand hopes of what I can actually, like, the hopes and dreams of what I want to present versus the reality of what most likely it will be. Which is why I'm like, I need to become a better writer.
Things from other works. It's like the writing style that we bring to an idea can be very different to what the original kind of work is. I was reading Hilma Wolitz's "Today a Woman Went Mad in the Supermarket." It's a short story. I haven't read it. I tend to just pick up books randomly that I've never seen and pick them. Short story collections are great for that. But she has this just really crisp writing style and a really lovely idea, a lovely way of looking at the mundane. But every single line just feels, she makes the mundane feel magical and feel just completely out there to what it normally is. It paints a beautiful picture. And that style of writing really inspired me. And so, you know, I sort of practiced that a little bit. And the more you practice kind of styles that you've read.
That's why I love short stories. It's such a good way to improve your writing and work with different ideas, different styles, different genres.
Being conscious of your
without feeling like you're making incomplete work.
This sort of paranoia that you're going to accidentally just write something that's been written before, which the more professional you get, the less you have to worry about it. The more you practice. Like, this is a thing that happens to all of us with our first book. They're very derivative. Usually our second story or whatever stops being
It
so, right?
talks! Like the Final Fantasy shifting focus. What do you mean by that, Callie? What do you mean shifting focus? Are you trying to shift focus? Fixing sleep. Oh, your new focus is to fix your sleep schedule. Okay, that makes sense, Callie. And how are you going to do that, Callie? By not drinking coffee at 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. I'll be right back. I gotta grab a drink. I'm getting enough protein to actually gain muscle. My brain literally saw each of those words as the same word just because of the length. Which words, Callie? Muscle and enough? Getting enough protein. Feel really similar to me. Oh, all three of those words? Because they're all... I'm too sleepy. That's okay, Callie. Remember, like I said, usually between the 4-hour mark and 6-hour mark, I am passing out taking micro naps in order to maintain the next 3 hours of the stream. And that's why it's like when I'm reading, I'll just like literally just stop reading and just be like, alright then. Back to it. And I've been watching Trump videos of him declining mentally, physically. Well, I mean, he is like, what, 89? Or is he 86? I don't know, he's fucking old. Either way. Which is why, again, Callie, I'm like, shouldn't there be, like, a mental, like, capacity thing, you know? You'd think we'd want leaders in their, like, between 40 and 60. I have to think about the type of content creator I am. What type of content creator are you, Callie? Like, for instance, I would describe myself as a hyper unfiltered personality that wants to spread creative thinking and inspire people and, you know, give people the courage to present their ideas, you know, and put themselves out there. Like, I want to be a creator that inspires to build other creators, right? Like, I want to see your guys' worlds. I want to see your guys' visions. I want to compare them to mine. I want us to go back and forth. I want us to all interact together to create this amazing, you know, community of ideas, stories, and works. Because I'm kind of an entertainer, right? But I cannot create content that other entertainers make. Well, that's why, what degree? Like, I would say I'm like 20% entertainment, 10% like out there, like unfiltered ideas, presentation wise. I'm like 30% community and like people and like building connections, and I'm like 50% creativity. That's right. Wait, is that, or 40%? Wait, no, 20, 10, 30 is 60, so 40%. Yeah, okay. 40% creativity. It was 20% entertainment, 10% like out there craziness, 20%, no, 30% community, and then 40% creativity. If I like the person, I'll be serious if we've fucked around for a bit first and I know you're cool. My mind doesn't respond well to serious people being serious most of the time. This is my... okay, Callie, let's get serious for a second. Let's really get down to the roots. Let's really talk about what it actually means to be, you know, in it.
Shit, piss, poop, pee, beep, boop, pee, poop, fart, burp, burp.
Pretty much.
Very quickly, you find your voice. And even if you have echoes of the things that inspired you, that's okay, because you're now part of the dialogue, you're part of the discussion. You aren't just rehashing, you're adding who you are to it.
Mm-hmm.
And this happens really naturally, but if it is something that worries you, you can consciously say, all right, what if I did something more like this? What if I did something more like this? What could I bring to this?
And I actually think it's as like a practice thing, like just being like, I love this style, I love this kind of work, and then trying to create something which is consciously like it, is a really great practice, because suddenly as you're doing it, you kind of go, all right, I think I can apply this to something more original. I would be curious of your thoughts on, should you read books in your genre? Because I've sometimes heard people say, don't read books in your genre, you'll unconsciously take things from it.
No, I think you absolutely should.
I totally agree.
I think if you're worried about it, your genre, all genres are so broad that you can find something very different from what you're writing, and then you don't have to worry about the unconscious influence as much.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like the unconscious influence, we are a bundle of unconscious influences.
Absolutely.
This is where every idea that you come from, if we had like a magic wand, we could trace exactly how it evolved in your brain from something you saw once.
Yeah.
And so it's inevitable. And if you don't read in your genre, you're never gonna you're gonna be one of these people who calcifies into writing in a certain way, and the genre will move on.
Yeah, it'll evolve. It'll evolve past
change
you
with it, and I just think that's kind of a sad thing, right? I think we all want to be evolving and getting better and continuing to be part of the discussion.
Yeah, I found writing short stories just massively great for that, because you get to so very quickly, short stories and novellas, you get to so quickly do something different, and different style, different concept, and you get to learn, even though you get to sort of take a lot more inspiration very quickly and deal with it and learn from it.
My one major award in a writing category is for when I did that with The Emperor's Soul, where I said, I just need to write something very different from what I'm writing. I want to practice writing something very different, and went and wrote a story that takes place in one room, basically, when I tend to have these big sweeping grand epics, and it was things came together for that story, and it ended up winning the Hugo, right? And that's because I did some short fiction that was very different from what I was writing otherwise.
And then you get to apply those skills in other projects.
You do.
I'd be very curious, and I'm sure you've been asked this before, but what would you consider the major inspirations for the Stormlight archives?
So Stormlight is a little harder for me to trace than some others, because pieces of Stormlight came from all over where I was. I would say the most obvious one is Dune.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Like a lot of my generation, a story about a world where
the environment is so important. Also, kind of this. I mean, the Shadow Plains are kind of deserty in a way.
Yeah, well, and it's also this kind of person versus nature.
Yeah.
As a fantasy or science fiction in Dune's case, plus magical currency. Right? You've got a magical resource that you use for the magic. Is very Dune-esque.
Dune is also Herbert's his kind of whole thing is the power of the mind, right? Which is, I mean, there's a little bit of that in Stormlight, right? Kind of like the power of the spirit.
That's kind of where the power of consciousness comes from, and how potent and important consciousness
that one I
is.
wouldn't look as intentional. I definitely look at, when I read Dune, I'm like, all right, I want my worlds, fantasy worlds should be able to do more like science fiction, in that
generational
fantasy should be able to
scale.
And so why is fantasy always kind of doing some of these same worlds? And that Dune was part of that. Another one, you're gonna be surprised by this one.
What?
Watchmen.
Watchmen.
Have you read Watchmen? You familiar with it?
I've watched the film, and I know the differences with the comic.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know that sounds like a crime. It sounds like a crime.
I mean, because of that, I'm going to go watch the film of Last Airbender for you.
No,
because not the original. The film is totally acceptable.
Okay.
It's a good match to Zack Snyder, and the ending of the film is better. Everything else is better in the graphic novel, but his ending is superior.
Right.
But Watchmen. One of the mind-blowing things about Watchmen when I read it was that Watchmen includes what we call ephemera. You finish a comic of a Watchmen, and in the back of it is the advertisement in-world for the figurines that one character has licensed the likeness of another, and the notes that he's written on it about, well, this and this and this, and the next one has a section from a character's autobiography in complete prose. no graphic component, and like each of them had a piece of ephemera. We call it like in-world lore that was not a.
Wait, guys. I didn't know what that was. Would you say that that is equivalent to, like, for each chapter in the story, for the book, there's going to be a short story related to either a character or an event, whatever, like, super important thing happens in that story. Two characters meeting or something like that. It'll be a short story in the back of the book that will just be, like, in-depth lore on explaining that. And there'll be, like, the 3 different books, right? There'll be the complete edition that has both the chapters and the short stories. Then there'll be just the book that has just the book. Then there'll be just the short stories. So if you just read the book, because it'll be cheaper just to get the book, right? Because it's smaller. So you get that, you really like it. You're like, oh, what are the short stories? Like, buy the short stories. Or you're like, you just want the whole package, go for it. But I always thought that was a good, on top of being a good marketing ploy, you know, that's just like a really intricate thing for the people that are looking for more, right? And I'd say it's like going through like a Souls game and looking at all the descriptions of all of the armor, right? You can have all the NPC dialogue and all the events of the game, but it only you only really get into the events and the world itself when you read the equipment and you learn the quotes from characters and what the real events are versus what characters say some of the events are, and like the differences between them and stuff like that. I absolutely love that shit.
Comic book. And I read that and I'm like, this is so cool.
It's like meta levels there.
This is so cool. All right, I need to do that, but with my art. Because I'm doing the book, and so we're going to include the artwork. Stormlight Archive, and I can give you one more.
Yeah.
And give you one more. It is Hollywood's flashback system, specifically used. Have you ever watched the old Highlander TV show?
I'm sorry, I'm basically TV illiterate.
It's old. Did you watch Lost? Okay.
No,
it's okay.
I was young when it was sort of airing.
There's too much good media. So both of these do a thing that in Hollywood, which is the start with a story and then flashback to the character to answer a question.
Yeah, I've seen that 1,000 times. Yeah,
yeah,
no,
and
totally.
I didn't see that a lot in epic fantasy, and so I started each character in Stormlight
And
with
then
a
this
big
Oathbringer-
question, and each book flashing back to give you how they got to the beginning of the first book.
Which is clearly done very effectively.
Yeah, thank you.
Wow. Again, another thing that I have in the book, because the flashback essence, especially at the beginning, where it's like, even with the video or whatever, with the Monarch and everything, it's like, well, it's 50 years earlier. The character is just becoming the leader of the Adventurers Guild. They're still technically in the Adventurers mindset, not a bureaucratic mindset. And they're still, like, starting to fit into that politics essence of bureaucracy and being part of the government and having, like, responsibility and rule over top of just being a high-class adventurer, or the highest-class adventurer. The death of the characters, the releasing of Fafnir to be like, oh god, there's now a dragon out in the world that's the size of, like, multiple cities. Like, this is an existential threat to pretty much fucking everything. And it's rallying all the Beastmen together for a new Beastman War. Which is like, oh, that explains, we thought there was another Beastman race in the background controlling the strings. Well, it was the dragons. Fuck. And specifically the Great Worms. And then for the second book, the flashback is the way that I want to present it is like, because plays, songs, dances, poems are going to be a huge part of the book, which is another, like, unique thing that, like, how I want to present exposition is through these plays, dances, sing songs and poems of the world to make the world feel real and expansive, because there's, like, the way the song is and the lore that it tells, and then when you go out into the world and experience it, oh, well, this is actually how it is. But you could see how someone could come to that conclusion over passing the information through, like, telephone, right? So we get to this point of in how do you say this? Like, in the aspect of creation for how you build like the character structure out in order to create a foundational level of understanding for where you want to, not necessarily like your journey to end, but your journey to, like, the story beats along the way of your journey of your character. And having something like the going back to normal, so it's like you start with Husai being the adventurer moving into the bureaucrat, and then you go from Husai being a bureaucrat to moving into being a adventurer again. And it's kind of reclaiming the old nostalgia of your work of your life. And it's like presented in this almost midlife crisis kind of way, where Husai has gotten to this point where he's pushed so far, and the tipping point is the information that, okay, now I have a means to actually leave. Everything is lining up to this point that allows the story to progress, right? The inauguration, the finding of the video, the Viceroy asking to basically join the audit with him, in gathering all of his adventurer friends who are all, now the leaders of each of the main cities, and recreating the past in this way. And I think actually a good example of this, now thinking about it, is like Freerin, where it's like you've got these flashbacks to events that are very parallel to what's going on 50 years later, right? And like flashbacks with like Himmel and everything, to show how, they acted or he acted versus how other people act now, like what the changes in the world have been, how the character perceives that and everything. And I think that journey itself, to say, this is what I used to be, this is what I am, and I'm going back to what I used to be, even in a new way, right? Giving it more character drive than anything else. And that's something that I kind of want to portray with it, is how well can you go from one perspective to another with simple information. How does the information that's given to you change your perspective about the story, about the character, about the world itself? And that evolution of reveals slowly over time. And like starting to be able to pick out and find the misinformation between it, and being able to say, you know what, this doesn't add up, maybe this isn't true. And then being like, oh, I didn't actually consider this third factor that made this possible, kind of thing. Or like, yeah, I knew that was total bullshit. These guys are fucking liars. Something like that. Or like, oh, wow, it actually works that way? Oh my god, I never would have thought about it. Like, those are the things I want to evoke in the reader while they're reading. While they're discovering my world. While they're exploring it. And using those flashback moments, especially for the beginning of the second book, where it's essentially a high school play. So think of like sitting in a high school auditorium or maybe a gymnasium, sitting on bleachers, and it's Husai, Hildebrandt, Gaia, and one of Gaia's like beings, like her second in command, kind of. And they're all sitting there eating popcorn, bantering about the play as it's happening. And it's like all of the other characters throughout the story now come out on stage to play this part. And it's, like really shittily made, dumb-looking costumes that, you know, literally were, like, put together kind of overnight. And it tells the story of Anima, his origins, where he came from, the explanation of celestial beings, what the soulscape is. And it's this huge exposition, but all done in this presentation of a high school play where you're sitting there in the audience eating popcorn, bantering, shit-talking basically the entire performance. And then realizing that, oh, this was just a dream in the soulscape for exposition. But it needs to be enough that you're invested in the series. It's the second book, and it's all exposition. And I want to evoke that feeling of dreaminess and almost death that the end of the first book conveys, because they're going from falling off of Fafnir, off of the tree, and it's, I literally imagine this like Gandalf and the Balrog falling through Middle Earth for it's so high up that it's like 3.5, 4 hours of falling. Like, they are falling forever. And they never really hit the ground because they get absorbed into the roots of the tree. And it's like the Warriors of Light there now trying to bring everything back together, showing their full power, bringing on the roots. And as they fall through the roots, they enter the soulscape. And it's the first time Husai has gone into the soulscape without intending to. And he now realizes the connection between his dreams and the soulscape. And that his dreams, that there's kind of like these small like little dream sequences at the beginning of like a paragraph at the beginning of each chapter that's supposed to be like a daydream. And it's supposed to be like, because Husai is like at this point being pushed so far, you know, he doesn't get enough sleep, like especially after like leaving the tree, right? Because he's getting to this like, oh, he has to go back into remembering what fatigue is. And I want this experience of going from a world where you don't know what hunger is, you don't know what sleep is, you don't know what fatigue is, to all of a sudden experiencing these things and like having to grow used to it, as if like a baby starting out with like dead muscles essentially, and eventually being able to get to the point of, even at muscle atrophy, I can still move my muscles essentially, right? Like, Callie, you'd probably get that understanding from, like, working out, right? Like, look back to what the beginning was and then what you do now. And, like, how advanced you've gotten. Like, think of, like, 20 years of doing that, right? Like, when you were a kid versus, like, now, right? And that's kind of the experience that I want to give through, like, leaving the tree and having these, remembering, having your body remember what fatigue was, remember what pain was, remember what being tired was, and that brings into the concept of, oh, well, now Husai's having these dreams outside of the tree, and these dreams are pressing him in a direction because they're communications with Gaia. And you can, like, after each chapter, kind of go back and look at that one excerpt, piece, paragraph, and go, like, man, that actually really describes the entire chapter in that piece. Because each chapter should have, like, just an individual element to it as to the reason why it's its own chapter. And being able to mold these pieces together. And what I love is, like, when I'm watching things like this interview, and I see these things called out and named, and then I say, hey, I do that. I didn't know what it was, but it's just a natural feeling for me to put into the book. It's like, it's just an evolution of everything. It's a natural, organic event. Like, and that's what I kind of like, versus the learning something and then trying to implement that into your writing. Like, I feel like at that point, it's not organic. That's where I don't try to, like, press very much these, like, notes and, like, things that I learn. I just try to absorb them subconsciously, add them to my repertoire of tools, have them as a file folder of vocabulary that I didn't before, essentially. to look back on and say, when I come up with an idea, when I flesh something out and I say, okay, well, what is this? And I go to the category and I go, oh, well, that's this. That's a good thing to have, because that's the reason why you want to have the category to go back on. You say, this is what it is. Now you look at it and say, okay, well, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Or if it is a bad thing, did I do it in a good way? Is that my intent? You know, like a communication in language, where language basically doesn't have the ability to have miscommunications. It's like, it makes the reader question, is this a forced element of plot? Is this a forced technique that the writer is using, that they're not necessarily comfortable with, that they're experimenting with, that kind of bleeds through their writing and now feels like writing where it didn't before? And it's like, you can kind of pick out that individual idea, that when this idea comes up, it starts to feel like writing, because it was forced into the story as opposed to organically evolved. And I think that's a big part of the reason why I learn like a loading bar. And it's like, I don't learn anything until it gets to 100%. But when it gets to 100%, it's fully loaded in, everything's in place, I'm a fucking master of it. But I go from being absolute trash shit, dog shit at it, to a fucking master once all the pieces fall into place, because it's an organic evolution and addition of those ideas into my work versus a forced integration. And that's what I kind of like about short stories, is I can take that as a forced integration into the short story, and I can say, that's what forced integration looks like. Let's see what organic integration looks like later on. And then I can compare the two and say, okay, now I know I've mastered it, because I can go back and say, this is clearly forced, whereas this is clearly organic. And that is just like my learning curve with like things, because it just takes that organic nature to fill in and cook in my mind, to work it into what I'm doing, to say, how does it work with everything else that I do? Because it on its own, on a standalone, is very different than when it's combined with a bunch of other things. And then you're taking bits and pieces of it, you're breaking rules all over the place, and you're just doing all of these things that contradict the original rule or note or idea. And then it becomes this convolution where it's like, am I using too much? And if it's not becoming organic, then you're probably using too much, because it's probably being forced to elevate whatever you believe you're doing. And I think that's probably one of the worst things you can do as a writer, is feel like you have to do that. There's the difference between willfully being like, okay, I'm going to learn this thing and I'm going to brute force my way through it by just doing it. And there's another of just subconsciously having it as a bad habit, let's say.
Yeah, so there's 3 inspirations for you. But when you start combining these inspirations, that's one way to make it like, you know.
It transforms it.
Yeah.
You know, absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much. It's been an honor having you here.
It's going to be hard to get my house back to the States, but I mean, we got several helicopters. We'll just cart it across.
Aircraft carrier coming across the Sanderson Empire. No, it's been good. And go and get some of the Cosmere books. They're truly phenomenal. You know, it's an incredible project in the works, and it's going to continue for a long time, and it's going to be amazing.
And you mean the Nightmare Painter standalone in the Cosmere? Don't
Yeah,
need to
true.
have read anything
Actually,
else?
yeah. Where would you start? Who would you?
It depends. If you have viewers who really like something that's more inspired by something like your name, then You Mean the Nightmare Painter is a great place. Otherwise, Mistborn is usually the best place to start. It kind of does everything that I do kind of in one package. That's
what I've heard.
So,
yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. Yeah.
But I hope you enjoyed the conversation. I certainly did, as wired and out of my mind as I was. And this year I've actually made more of an effort to read more of his books, on my phone of all things, because while I'm traveling, I am unable to have physical books with me. As sad As that is. I hope you enjoyed that conversation, and I'd love to hear about your thoughts. What are you most inspired by? How do you find originality, and where do you draw your inspiration from? Let me know down in the comments below.
Hell yeah. Alright, well that's Hello Future Me. And he does on writing and on world building. So aside from Book Fox, it's a little bit different content because he's not a professor, but he just does presentations and stuff like that. He is a writer. He, you know, absolutely loves Airbender, and he's all about world building. So this is more of the creative side than it is the technical side. So I like kind of having both of the channels to work with because they both, you know, bring different things to the table. So, I am fucking starving, so I need to eat. So, I'm gonna go get some food, but we need something to do in the meantime, before we do the commentary for today. So, see if there's anything good on here. Someone's like to find some new stuff. It's mainly music because it's like mainly what I listen to and stuff like that. Doesn't look like anything too interesting. Well, you still need to do research. Oh, 9 hours? Oh, there you go. We just got it. Oh, this horrifying ways to die on the job. Alright, guys, there you go. I'll just turn on the music for now. I will be right back. meantime, just waiting for that. Grab these, see if any new stories are out. See if we can catch up on these. We got Cat Girl Isekai Goblin Evolution. So we're on chapter 5, chapter 6. Something isn't quite right. Here, open this. We want to go to Cat Girl Isekai. Goblin Girl. I don't think there's a new one, but I think there could be. Oh, 40 hours ago. Okay, no new Goblin Girl. What about Fox Girl Evolution? Read list. Still nothing new from Gamer Evolution. When was the last time it was posted? So for first, second, and fourth, and then it just hasn't been since. So they just kind of, I don't know, just kind of died off. Two hours ago, nap time, sacrificed again. Chapter 15, alright. Fuck, oh no. Fuck. Well, that's annoying. Whoa, that's fucking annoying. Yeah, we just crashed. We're going to... I don't know what all's gonna work and what all's not gonna work. Okay, hopefully that works. Stupid. I don't know why it does that. It has, I mean, it does it randomly. Like, it hasn't been doing it, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh my god! We're gonna do it! It's like, nope, not doing it! Oh, shit, now we're doing it. Fuck! Thought it was Discord. Hadn't done it for a while since I fixed that. Now I got a couple other things I can do again, being like, God damn it, what's going on? Why? But at least we're set with the stories. And actually, we can just do that later. It doesn't matter. If we even get to it, it's all good. I will be right back again. you know, have it bowl packed, didn't even fucking smoke it. Alright, last time, I'll be back with my food. Alright. We're ready now. Here we go. Yo, Sharp, what's up, brother? How's it going, man? Welcome, welcome. We finally made it in for the earlier stream. Yeah, since we're going so long now, I take food breaks. So we're watching a Mr. Ballin video while I eat some spaghetti. Was writing? Hell yeah, Sharp. That's what I want to hear, buddy. Hell yeah, brother. Keep it up. Let's go. Got anything that you want to share? Or just... but not the manga? Some new? Ooh, new project. Ooh, I'm interested.
Today, I'm going to tell you 3 stories about places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to take the like button's car to the car wash. But before you actually take it inside, be sure you roll all their windows down. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories.
The Gauge.
Around 10 p.m. on September 9th, 1975, a 24-year-old man named Roger Baldwin and his coworker, 29-year-old Peter Holmes, frantically crawled on hands and knees as fast as they could down a hallway towards the door of their apartment. And the reason they were crawling and not standing and walking or running is because this was no ordinary apartment. This apartment was basically like a metal box with a bunch of interconnected metal tubes that was located 200 miles off the coast of Scotland, basically out in the middle of the ocean, and it was also underwater. And the reason for that is it was connected to an offshore oil rig. And oil rigs often need divers, like deep sea divers, to work on the rig down deep in the water. But if you know anything about underwater diving, especially deep underwater diving,
Sharp, we'll have to check it out after I eat.
It's not as simple as just throwing on some scuba tanks and going down into the water and doing your work and coming back up again. No, if you're working on an oil rig down at depth, like an underwater welder or anybody who does work for a while deep underwater, there's lots of risks associated with going from the surface down deep where there's really intense pressures and you're breathing in different mixed gases that can interact with your body in sort of very terrible ways. It's dangerous. That's the reality of it. Going down to depth and then coming back up again is a very dangerous process unless you know what you're doing. It's more efficient for owners of oil rigs to construct these pressurized apartments underwater for their deep sea divers to live in, so that when they go out to the rig, they only have to go down to depth once, live in the apartment, which imagine a cup that you just push down into water. There's like an air pocket, right? You push it deep into the water. They basically would swim up under into this apartment deep underwater, and they live there and dive back out of there, do their work, come back into their apartment, but their bodies never really leave the working depth until the end of their shift, whether it's weeks or months or however long they're out there. And then they only have to decompress one time. So in essence, you get to work, you go down deep, and you stay there effectively for a long time, and then when you're done working, you go back to the surface. And so that's why that apartment existed, and that's sort of the setup for these two guys. They've been living underwater. But at that moment, Roger and Peter were not thinking about their diving responsibilities. They were rushing down this metal tube hallway that led to their apartment, because over the intercom, the folks on the surface, their supervisor, had communicated down to them that there was some sort of leak happening in the hallway. And so they basically had to rush into their apartment and seal the door behind them before the air basically vanished in the hallway and they suffocated. So they're crawling as fast as they can. They finally get to their apartment door. They open it up, they go inside, they shut it, and they seal it. And now they're sitting there with their backs against the door, hoping that the leak was contained to the hallway, and they're looking up into the corner of their small metal room, their main living space, where there's bunks, and there's also the entrance down into the water, basically right in front of them. And there's this camera up in the corner of this room looking down at them. And they have no way to directly communicate with their supervisor on the surface, but they know their supervisor has access to that camera, and he's looking at them on his monitor, in his black and white, monitor. And so they're looking up at this camera, hoping that their supervisor is watching them and is doing everything he needs to do to officially contain this leak. Basically, Roger and Peter, they can shut their door, but they can't fully seal it. The full seal comes when somebody on the surface, their supervisor, injects
you want to see the
helium
documentary
into their room,
of
basically adds
the
more
mega
pressure to their
festival
room, which then sucks
in
the door
India?
fully sealed.
Many
and then
foreigners
they're safe.
come here
and so
for
Roger
it.
and Peter, they're listening carefully for the sound of that
Yeah,
injection
sure.
of helium into the room, and eventually they hear
Just,
it. And there's
pop a
some
link in
creaking on
the,
door, and it
thing.
sounds very much like
I would
their
love to
door
watch
is
that. I
fully
love other
sealed,
cultures
now
and
they're
stuff
safe.
like that. It's
So
huge
Roger
for
and
world
Peter, they
building.
step away from the door. They sort of look up at the camera and say thank you.
Are you
They're
gonna
like, "All right,
rickroll me?
I hope
Video
that leak out in the hallway
unavailable.
is our only issue.
It's not available
worth
in my
pointing out
country.
things like this, as terrifying as that would be, you're deep underwater and over the intercom they're saying there's a leak. Like, that would be horrifying, but this is a really dangerous job. And unfortunately, leaks and other things like that just sort of happened. And so Roger and Peter were kind of accustomed to things like this happening.
That
They
sucks.
just had to, hope that the folks on the surface would do their best to, mitigate the problems and, keep them safe. At this point, though, Roger and Peter knew that, it didn't...
Sharp, you know what we could do? If you're willing to, go onto the Discord and screen share your PC, and we can watch it on your PC on my stream, if you want.
Seem like there were any other emergencies here. Whatever leak was happening in the hallway, that could be dealt with. If they had to, they could actually just leave their apartment with their diving equipment on and make their way to the surface.
Excuse me,
Like, there were
Jesus.
ways for them to get out of here.
What's up,
And they're
Callie?
thinking, okay, our room has been fully sealed off. We heard the helium be injected into the room. The door's shut behind us. Like, we're good. And again, they can't directly communicate to the supervisor. The supervisor's not saying anything over the intercom. And so they think, okay, it's good for us to just take our stuff off and go to bed. And so that's what they do. They take off their diving equipment, and they climb into their beds, and they turn out the lights. At the same time they were climbing into bed, their supervisor up on the surface, a guy named Reed Arnold, who'd been talking to them over the intercom, he was sitting there looking at this big control panel with all these switches and gauges and monitors that controlled their underwater apartment. And unfortunately for him, even though it did seem like the leak in the hallway was
I've started a call with you. Oh, not right now, Sharp. We gotta finish the Mr. Ballin video. I gotta eat.
Problem that he wasn't telling Roger and Peter.
Unless you
about.
really want me to watch it and
Apparently,
interrupt
the
this.
door to their apartment.
It's up to
despite
you,
them
though.
Closing it clearly and him injecting helium into the room, following all the steps, it appeared like the door somehow did not fully seal, which meant there was a slow leak. And over time, if this wasn't fixed, the pressure would drop so severely in that room that that could be fatal for Roger and Peter. Like, this is an emergency, but it's sort of a slow one. And so Reed took a minute to assess the situation. And,
You better not be, man. He's a legend.
To try to close this door to fully seal it, let's say, is to inject more helium into Roger and Peter's room. Not enough to harm them, but just enough to further push that door closed. And so he did that. He injected a little bit more helium, and he's watching the gauge of their room, become even more pressurized. But the indicator that showed whether or not the door was sealed continued to show that it was not. And so as Reed is sitting there wondering what he's going to do next, he looked over at the monitor that was the live feed into the room.
You're just blinking in and out on me, no idea I'll be able to stay online. It's all good, Sean. Good to have you here. Welcome.
But then sort of out of nowhere, they both get up, climb off their beds, and they hustle over to the door, the leaky door, and they start trying to open it. But from the feed, as he's looking at it, it seems very apparent that they can't get the door to open. It's like it's stuck. And Reed's thinking to himself, that doesn't make any sense. I have this indication light that says the door isn't sealed, so even if it was a challenge to open the door, it's not pressure sealed. They should be able to open it. So what is going on here? And so Reed, he's beginning to panic a little bit because he just doesn't understand what's happening here. And as he's watching Roger and Peter, they go from frantically trying to open this door to almost in unison, stopping, turning around, walking over to their bunks,
Chapter 13 is
and then
posted,
grabbing
yay.
their
Nice.
mattresses, taking them off, and then Roger and Peter climbed on to their metal bed springs and began rolling around on the metal. Now, it's worth pointing out that there are some diving-related injuries, like from being at depth for too long, or hypercapnia, where you have too much CO2 in your system. There's a whole bunch of things that can basically mess with your mind. And so Reed's thinking, oh my goodness, something's happened that's given these guys some sort of diving-related injury. Like, they're acting crazy. This must be a product of something wrong. They're breathing the wrong mixture of gas. Maybe there's too much helium. Maybe there's too much CO2. I don't know what's going on, but there is an issue here that's messing with their brains. That's the only explanation for why they could be doing something so bizarre. And so at this point, Reed decides all he can do is just continue to put more helium into that room to try to seal that door. Maybe there's some sort of toxic gas that's getting into their space that's causing them to hallucinate hallucinate or go crazy or who knows what. And so he's just firing off this button, adding more and more helium into the room. And after doing this for several minutes and still watching on the monitor as Roger and Peter continue to do this weird writhing around on their bed frames, that was around the time that Reed really focused on his controls. Like, am I missing something? Is there some other indication on here that gives away what's going on here? And that's when he realized he had made a terrible mistake. It would turn out Reed had misread the control panel. There really had been a leak in the hallway, and he was right to tell Peter and Roger to rush into their apartment. But once they were inside the apartment and they shut the door, and then Reed injected helium into their room, he actually did seal that room off. There was no issue in their apartment. They were totally safe. There was no problem. He was just misreading the control panel. He thought when he saw this additional indication that, the apartment door had not sealed, that was indicative of a leak in their apartment. But no, the controls were really trying to tell him that, hey, there's still a leak in the hallway right outside of their apartment. And so basically, what Reed ended up doing by injecting more and more helium into the apartment where Roger and Peter were is he was creating a deadly pressure chamber. And the reason the men began acting the way they were is because the room was getting hotter and hotter and hotter from all this pressure. They could feel it, building inside of this space. And so they didn't know what was going on. They tried to get out, but they couldn't open the door because it was pressure sealed. And then they took their mattresses off their bed and began rolling around on the metal to try to cool down. But it was so intensely hot and it was so pressurized that you can imagine the chaos and panic these two men felt. Like, yeah, maybe theoretically they could have thrown on all their equipment and dove out of there, but you got to remember this is happening abruptly and they're basically boiling alive. And so it's like full-blown fight or flight mode, and these men are just trying to cool down, but they can't. And so every time Reed injected more and more helium into that room, he was raising the pressure and therefore the temperature in that small space, and eventually he boiled Roger and Peter alive. In the end, the supervisor, Reed, did not actually face any criminal charges because, one, it was a genuine mistake, but two, the mistake was one that many people would have made. There was basically an issue with this control board that sort of presented problems in a sort of ambiguous way. And so it really wasn't Reed being negligent, it was just a flaw in the control panel.
Control panels are fucked, man.
At 11:40 a.m. on November 29th, 1986, a 36-year-old volunteer fire chief named Jack Schofstall parked his fire truck on a country road right next to this huge farm in rural Indiana. Jack was there with his assistant chief named Donald Schnittker. After parking, Jack looked down the road and he saw the owner of this farm, Jeffrey Wolf, was standing on the side of the road, waving to them and turning around and pointing back towards his property. And so Jack and Donald, they looked out the window out in the direction that Jeff was pointing, and they saw there was this huge storage building off in the distance that clearly was part of the farm, and there appeared to be this thin plume of smoke coming off the top of it. And so Jack and Donald hop out of the fire truck, they hustle over to Jeffrey, and the three of them jog across the property over to this building. And when they get there, again, it's very clear that something is burning inside of this building. But this storage building was packed to the brim with stuff. Like, there was no way to get into this storage building from the front. Really, the only way to actually look inside of this building to see what was burning is by climbing up this ladder that ran to the top of this, 80-foot tall building, where at the very top there was a window that looked down into the storage building. And so basically Jack and Jeff said they would climb the ladder up to the top. Donald, the assistant chief, he would stay on the ground, and Jack and Jeffrey would go up there, look inside, and see if they could actually figure out what was burning so they could make a decision about how to approach this, what equipment they might need and what to do. And so Jack and Jeff, they make their way up this ladder to the very top, they get to this window, and Jack, he looks inside, and again, it's very clear something is burning in here, but he can't tell where it's coming from. He sees smoke coming out right next to him, but it's just there's so much stuff inside of this building, you just can't tell where it's coming from.
What, Sean?
Jeffrey clearly had placed this big piece of plywood on the very top of all the stuff
5
inside of
inches.
the storage building as sort of like a makeshift platform if you wanted to, you know, I guess walk inside of this building in the one area you could walk into. And so he turned to look at Jeffrey and he's like, yeah, you can stand on that. And so Jack climbed through the window, and so he gets
Times
on there
the
and it's
net
kind of like
drop.
surfing, you know, basically
Since you've been
balancing
here,
on the
Sean?
top of all this stuff, you know, at the very
Or
top
just,
of
like,
this
throughout the
massive
day?
building. And he's looking around, but now Jack has a better vantage point. He's sort of more in the center of this big building, and as he's looking around, he identifies where this fire is coming from. Now, this was not some enormous fire, but he really had no way to attempt to put it out without leaving the building, going back down, and getting more equipment. And so Jack, who's still standing on this piece of plywood, he pulls out his radio and he radios down to Donald, the assistant chief, who's down on the
I've been
ground.
here.
And
Damn.
he says, hey, you know, we located the fire. We're going to come back down, get our equipment. We'll come back up here. We'll put this thing out. We'll be good. But after Jack put the radio back on his belt and he turned to walk back across this plywood, back to the window and, you know, down the ladder, before he got off the plywood, there was this low rumbling sound that came from right underneath his feet. At the same time, Donald, who's back down on the ground and who's just received this radio call from his partner saying, hey, we're going to leave right now and get our equipment and put this fire out. You know, Donald, he's down there staring up at the exit, up at the top there where Jack and Jeffrey had gone. And so far, he hasn't seen either of them come out of this building. It's just been silence. Like, he heard a little bit of a rumbling sound inside of this building, and he didn't really know what it was, but, you know, no one's coming out of the building. He's thinking how strange that is. Like, Jack just said he was coming out to get his equipment. Where is he? And so Donald grabs his radio and begins repeatedly calling Jack to say, hey, where are you? You said you were coming out. Where are you guys? What's going on? But he didn't get an answer. And so really quickly, Donald realized there could be an emergency inside of this building. Like, for all we know, the fire is way worse and they're trapped or who knows what's going on. But based on protocol, Donald couldn't just on his own go charging up the ladder and go right in there to, you know, save the day because he has no idea what he's walking into. He needs to make sure that he calls for help, gets other people here, and then can help explain what's going on here, instead of he himself going up there and potentially being another casualty. And so, instead of climbing that ladder, Donald began calling for help. And very quickly, an entire fleet of additional firefighters and police officers and ambulances showed up. I mean, there's all these people descending on the farm. And really quickly, first responders climbed up that ladder, they looked inside of the building, and they figured out what happened. So when Jack climbed through that window at the top of this building, and he stood on top of that piece of plywood that Jeffrey had placed up there on top of all the stuff in the storage building. And, you know, he was standing there balancing himself as he's looking around for where this fire is. Eventually, that rumbling under his feet was all the stuff underneath the plywood shifting, and he sort of lost his balance, and Jack fell off the plywood into basically the sea of stuff inside the storage building. And Jeffrey, when he saw this happen, he had not fallen in, but he turned and basically tried to get in there and grab on to Jack to get him out. But he too inadvertently fell into what was inside of this building. And what was inside of this building was corn. This was an 80-foot tall grain silo packed to the brim with grain. And so that piece of plywood was resting on the surface of the grain. And so when Jack fell into the grain, it was like it swallowed him whole, like quicksand. And then Jeffrey, in an attempt to save Jack, also fell in, got swallowed whole, and they disappeared and suffocated. It would ultimately take nearly 3 hours for bulldozers to basically break apart this building and sift through all the corn to finally locate Jack and Jeffrey.
Brutality. Death
Hey guys,
by vegetable.
as many of you may already know, our newest graphic novel, Where Nightmares Live, is coming out this fall. And if you have not already pre-ordered a copy, well, I'm here to tell you, I have a special, unique, new way for you to get your hands on one of these things. This October, you'll find me at 3 different bookstores where we will be selling hand-signed copies of this beautiful book. And also, you get to take a picture with this guy. If this sounds appealing to you, all you gotta do is buy a ticket. And your ticket includes a hand-signed copy of the book and the highly coveted picture of me. The stops I'll be making are in Brookline, Massachusetts, Jersey City, New Jersey, and the Big Apple, New York City. You can see the full details of locations, times, all that on screen somewhere here, or you can just go to book.ballinstudios.com, and there for sure there is all the information and how to buy a ticket and all that. book.ballinstudios.com. Thank you all so much for the support, and I can't wait to see you all at one of those bookstores in October.
Stiff drink. Ooh. Ooh.
At 2 a.m. on December 2nd, 1755, a 94-year-old man named Henry Hall slowly climbed a flight of stairs inside of a lighthouse that was located on this tiny island off the southwest coast of England. Even though Henry was in his 90s, he was still working as a lighthouse keeper out at this lighthouse. I mean, by the way, that is a very rugged job, especially in the late 1700s. I mean, if there's ever any emergency of any kind out on this island, there's virtually no communication back and forth to the mainland, and help can't really get out to you very easily. So you're kind of on your own. I mean, lighthouse keepers at the time were sort of viewed as these very rugged, sort of survivalist types. And here's Henry, at 94 years old, still doing this job. But it was because he loved it. And in fact, even to this day, he remains on record the oldest active lighthouse keeper ever. On this particular night, the other two lighthouse keepers that were staying on this island with Henry and working with him, they were passed out drunk in their beds. They basically had drank the whole night away, and they were out for the count. But, you know, Henry sort of expected this. It was his job that night to do the night shift, you know, the kind of the worst shift, if you will, where all night, every 30 minutes, he had to, one, stay sober, and two, hike his way up to the very top of the lighthouse and make sure the lighthouse was still emitting light. And so that's what he was doing right now. He was heading up to the so-called lantern room at the very top of the spire, the actual lighthouse. And you got to remember that this is in 1755, so this is before electricity. And so the light that was coming out of this lighthouse were literally a whole bunch of candles that were situated in this big chandelier that kind of hung down from the very top of the spire. And then above, you know, where the candles are all resting in the chandelier, was this big dome that was the very top of the lighthouse. And the dome was lined with lead, and there was also lots of windows all around. And so the lead sort of reflected all the light and pushed all the light out all the windows. And so basically Henry's job, or any of these lighthouse keepers, when it was their turn to do this, they had to go up to the lantern room and make sure all the candles were lit. And if they weren't lit, you know, relight them. That was basically it. Now, Henry had been checking on lighthouses for decades. You know, doing these every 30-minute checks of the candles was completely routine. And so Henry's making his way up, thinking nothing of it. Like, this is going to be completely mundane. I'm going to go up, check the lights, come back down. I'll do it again in 30 minutes, all night. That's all it's going to be. Doesn't expect anything to happen. But on this night, at around 2 a.m., as he's making his way up the stairs, as he's right near the top of the stairs and he's about to turn the corner and see, you know, this big chandelier, it's called a candelabra, and right as he's turning the corner, he starts to smell smoke. And then when he turns the corner, he's looking out at this, you know, completely lit up chandelier, the candelabra, and he doesn't see where the smoke is coming from until he looks up at the lead dome that sort of sat right above all the candles and reflected the light. And this lead dome had been here for a long time. This was an old lighthouse, and he could see there was all this buildup of soot on the underside of this lead dome from the candles being so close to it. And clearly some of the soot that was caked on the underside of this dome was starting to smolder. It was not on fire yet, but it was starting to smolder, and some smoke was filling up the lantern room. And so for whatever reason, Henry decided the best thing for him to do was to open up a window, because all the windows were shut at this point, and he's thinking, you know, get the smoke out. So he opens up a window, but when he does, it creates a vacuum effect, and all this air gets pulled into the lantern room, and oxygen, it sort of acts as an oxidizing agent for fire. It basically accelerates fire, and so oxygen is pulled up, and the dome just ignites into flames. Basically, Henry threw a lit match onto the dome. That's the equivalent of what he did. And so suddenly, Henry's staring at this wall of fire on the roof of this lighthouse, and also above the lead dome, the actual structure itself of the lighthouse was wood. And so Henry has no idea what to do. He knows this is obviously a massive emergency, and so as quick as he can,
back with my food. Oh, nice, Sharp. Hell yeah, food for the win, bro.
Where his two colleagues are, who are passed out drunk in their beds, and he's trying to shake them awake and tell them we have this huge fire, but they're so drunk that they don't wake up. And so Henry's on his own. He needs to do something about this. And so he gives up on his colleagues and he starts walking back up the stairs towards this fire, and he starts making his way up the stairs. But before he reaches the lantern room, right before, maybe 5-6 feet down below, still on the stairs, there was this outcropping, like a balcony that jutted outside of the actual lighthouse. And so he stepped out onto this balcony, and standing out here, now he's outside, he turned and could look up, and basically right in front of him is the roof, and it's on fire. It's like right in front of him. And out on this balcony were all these buckets that were out there to collect rainwater, because it rained a lot out here. And so there's all these buckets of water, and Henry decides all he can do is start lobbing this water up onto the roof to hopefully put this fire out. And so one by one, he's hauling these buckets of water and chucking the water up on the roof, and it's really not making a difference. And he's so tired and exhausted, and the heat from the flames is so intense. Like, he knows he's not making much of a difference here. But just then, he hears his two colleagues come bounding up the stairs, and they're totally panicked. And even though they're drunk, it's clear they're kind of sobering up when they see the scene here. And so they instinctively run out on the balcony with Henry, and all three of them are now grabbing buckets, and they're looking up and they're chucking the water up onto the roof. And Henry at one point sort of positioned himself a little bit closer to the edge and was like right underneath the dome, throwing water up, and it didn't matter. It was like nothing they did could get this fire to go out. And then finally, Henry grabbed one last bucket, and with the last of his energy, he got right below the dome, sort of with his arms out in the balcony, and he looked up, and he chucked the water right onto the roof. And as he did, he suddenly felt this blinding pain come over his whole body, but somehow it sort of felt localized in his stomach, but definitely it was his whole body. And he turned and he looked over at his colleagues, like in shock, like he can't even believe, like, what's causing this pain? And his colleagues, they look at him and they see he's smoldering. There's smoke coming off of him. And so clearly he's on fire. And so they start taking their buckets and they're dousing Henry with water. And Henry's like, oh my God, I'm on fire. And he feels this horrible pain in his stomach. And finally he just blurts out to them, we gotta get out of here. Like, leave it, we gotta go. And so the three of them, they abandon the buckets, abandon the fire, and they bolt out of the lighthouse, and they make their way to a cave on the coast of this island. And there they stayed in this cave overnight as their lighthouse burned to the ground. And all night, Henry, even though now, the fire that had begun on his clothes, it had obviously been put out, but he still had this awful pain that really felt localized in his stomach. It was like this burning, awful pain, and he just couldn't figure out, like, what is that? Is it from being on fire? Was I not aware of how long I was on fire for? Is this just like the result of an extreme burn? Is this smoke inhalation? Like, he didn't know, but he was just happy to be alive. And finally, the sun came up the next morning, and these three men are huddled in this cave. And luckily, there was a ship on the horizon that spotted this smoldering ruin of the lighthouse. And they came in, they scooped the three men up, and they brought them back to mainland England. Once they arrived in England, Henry's two younger co-workers made sure to help get Henry to his home. And then when he was there, they called for a doctor, because Henry was still complaining about this really intense feeling in his stomach, and just obviously the fire had really taken a toll on him. And so the doctor shows up and they perform an examination on Henry, and they see that, yes, you do have significant burns on your body. Clearly you were at one point on fire. And to Henry, he couldn't quite believe it, because his memory of the night was just throwing water up on the roof and being so frustrated, like he didn't even realize it, that at some point he'd been on fire. It was just all of a sudden he had this sudden blinding pain, and before long he had been doused with water, and that was it. But he still just had this awful pain in his stomach. And the doctor told him, like, look, I don't know exactly what that pain is from, but very likely when you were on fire / when you were right near the fire, you were inhaling a lot of smoke. And that can absolutely cause a really intense burning sensation in your lungs. And so just apply this ointment to your burns, take care of your burns, and eventually your burns will heal, and that feeling in your gut, like in your core, from the smoke inhalation will pass. And so for the next several days...
There it went again. Can't really have a proper stream if I can't stay online. That, and I'm still off on my sleep. Maybe I'll drop out for today and try again tomorrow. Alright, Sean, take her easy, bro. Have a good night. Take care. Fuck the internet, right?
He got worse. Not only would that pain in his stomach just not go away, but also he developed a really bad fever. And then finally, 12 days after the fire, Henry died. Now, on one hand, Henry's death was really not shocking. I mean, he was 94 years old. People die when they're in their mid-90s. It's sort of a natural thing. But at the same time, he was like a really active, rugged guy And it just seemed like, how is it possible he's died from what appears to be sort of relatively superficial injuries here? I mean, he definitely got burned. He had real burns on his body, and he had clearly some smoke inhalation going on. But the doctor said, like, that shouldn't have been enough to kill him. He should have, weathered this and been okay. Maybe he did die from natural causes, but this just feels wrong. Something else must have happened here. And so ultimately, the doctor decided to perform an autopsy on Henry. And at first, when the doctor began the autopsy, everything kind of checked out, that Henry did appear to, have just passed away, and, he's 94, it is what it is. Until he cut open Henry's stomach. When he saw what was in there, he was horrified. It would turn out, during the fire, when Henry was out on the balcony lobbing buckets of water onto the roof to try to put the fire out, well, at some point, right before he felt that burning sensation in his gut, he looked up as he was throwing the water, and his mouth was open, and at the same time he did that, a piece of molten lead from the dome that was on fire dripped down and fell into his mouth, and he swallowed it. A 4-inch piece of molten lead landed in his gut, destroyed his stomach, and then cooled and hardened in his stomach. That was the pain he was feeling. And then he also caught on fire about at the same time. And so in the chaos of the moment, despite this blinding
Holy
pain he's
shit.
feeling in his stomach, everybody else is looking at him saying, oh my gosh, you're on fire. That's what the problem is. They douse him with water, and even after he's had the flames extinguished and he's complaining of this pain in his stomach, no one's thinking it can be anything other than the fact you were just recently on fire. That's got to be it. Smoke inhalation, connected to your burns, whatever it is. No one's thinking it could be anything else. Today, that same piece of lead is actually on display at the National Museum of Scotland.
That's fucked up.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you
All right,
thought
you
of today's
ready,
episode
Sharp?
in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you.
True, it's another ball and video down, guys. Give some love to the B-Man. So Sharp, if you want to go to the server, we can go to the collab, and then just hop in here and then share your screen, and then we can watch it from your screen. I also have access denied. So I'll need access to your Google Docs for the story as well, Sharp. Net issues? No worries, but yeah, if you just want to hop in the collab and then just stream your screen. Just share your screen. Then we could watch it. As well as I put in a request for your Google Docs so I can see it. I'll fix it. Give me 30 minutes. Alright, sounds good. No worries. Just let me know when you're ready. We'll just move on with the collab. Or the collab. Commentary. See here, reinventing the wheel. There's a philosophy behind it. But how do I say this? You know what? This might be when I'm actually going to have to think out something to say about it. So let's just skip that. We'll do that one tomorrow. Because I think I need, like... I don't want to sit here for, like, 20 minutes trying to figure out how to say it properly to get a valid response. But basically the idea is, like, you know how people say, like, oh, don't try to keep reinventing the wheel, you know? Like, at some point, you don't need to do anything with it. And it's like, is that truly a good idea to go along with? And I like a clip along with this, and it's like reinventing the wheel, and it's like the... turning a wheel into a ball, kind of the way that, like, NASA is, as well as, like, reinventing the wheel and the fact of not having air in a wheel, but, like, a metal mesh kind of folded wheel that is, like, almost, like a slinky spring instead of air, so then, like, you can't pop a tire or anything like that, right? So it's kind of the notion of you should always be trying to reinvent the wheel. But there's the how you're reinventing the wheel, right? So there's reinventing the wheel in the aspect of, oh, the shape of a circle, let's use a triangle instead of a circle. That's the retard reinventing the wheel. Reinventing the wheel is like, well, in general, our wheels only go in one direction. How could we make a wheel that goes in multiple directions? And it's like not making a ball, but it's like, imagine, like, another wheel almost on, like, the side. So one goes like this, and then one goes like this. Or it'd be up and down. So one would go like this, and then one would go like that. So you could either turn sideways, so you had like more movement options, basically. The logistics of it are probably fucked, but I don't know, yeah. The philosophy of when it's good enough and when you're coming at it from the wrong perspective, right? So there's the reinventing of the wheel and the fact of getting rid of, like, a wheel that has air in it, so you don't have to worry about the downfalls of that, and, like, using rubber and stuff like that, and, like, limitations of terrain, limitation of angle, limitation of movement. But shape is solid as far as circular, right? So it's like you don't want to reinvent the wheel by turning it into a triangle, but you can reinvent the wheel by turning it into a cross. But not in that aspect. It's just like, because you would have the one wheel doing this and the one wheel doing this. It's technically a cross. but it's just a wheel within another wheel offset by 90 degrees. And then, of course, we have to lean that into politics of reinventing the wheel. How can we go back to the basics? And we want to reinvent the wheel of government without being like, we want to turn it into a triangle. We want to apply that directive to something in order to transform it into its better self. Rather than... So I guess it's... I'm just thinking now, like, reinventing isn't the right word then, in that case. It's just like modifying it, changing it. But in essence, you are reinventing it in essence. I don't know, like a wheel where it's like it inflates as a square, or it deflates as a square and inflates as a circle. So it like deflates when you stop, so it can't move. So it's just, again, perspective is extremely important for that. Oh, I forgot to check the frost and the flame. Because I'm really excited for that one to have more, because it can't just end where it ended. It can't, there's no way. What the fuck is going on? Okay, something broke. Why can't I find this? I'm so confused. Here we go. I'm so confused. What the fuck? It's gone. As far as I can tell, the frost and the flame is gone. Huh. That's interesting. Oh well. I guess it is what it is, right? That's fucking weird. Okay, well I guess the story's done because the fucking story's gone. I'm like, I know 100% it was on Royal Road. It's like all the comments I had on it are gone. The entire history on it is gone. I'm gonna go into my history and my actual, like, history. Frost and the Flame. 404, page not found. The server has returned the following. The fiction has been deleted. It's gone! Ooh. Eve. Ooh. It's gone. Okay, well, there we go. Now we know. It is officially gone. Jeez, alright. Well... I mean, it was a really good, cool world building and everything, so I really enjoyed it. Sad didn't exactly have an end. Okay, what are we looking for? I forget what it's called, so let's go back here. The last question. Where is it? Okay, it's not this. Okay. Well, let's just go back and let's go here and let's just look at this is where I got it. Okay. So then... Aha! There it is. The question is, oh, there it is. Okay. Last question, page 178. Here we go. Perfect. Okay, now it's not letting me... Oh, it's doing something. It's freaking out, that's what it's doing. Is it extracting from PDF? I'm so confused. This one I can... This one I can't? different style? No, this definitely lets you do it. So at what point in time did it stop me? I don't know why it wouldn't let me just scroll down and do it, but scrolling down automatically seems to have worked. Nope, wait. I hit a point, and now it's not letting me do it anymore. Okay, that's really weird. And now it is. It's like it's just loading it or something. Almost there. There we go. Okay, we're down to one more. The last question. Short stories. And last question. All right, there we go. Alright, so we're exploring this story for the fact of time progression. And how do you stick to the story that has no characters? Because, well, I mean, the character in the story, as far as I know, because I haven't read the story, I've just seen a synopsis of it. Each page is like a different timeline spread out, and the only thing that's like essentially the same across the entire story is the computer AI, the essential AI god, or whatever you want to call it, consciousness entity. All right. The last question. The last question was asked for the first time, half in jest, on May 21st, 2061, at a time when humanity first stepped into the light. The question came about as a result of a $5 bet over highballs, and it happened this way. Alexander Adele and Bertram Lepov were two of the faithful attendants of Multivac. As well as any human beings could, they knew what lay beyond the cold, clicking, flashing face miles and miles of face of the giant computer. They had at least a vague notion of the general plan of relays and circuits that had long since grown past the point where any single human could possibly have a firm grasp of the whole. Multivac was a self-adjusting and self-correcting. It had to be, for nothing human could adjust and correct it quickly enough for even adequately enough. So Adele and Lupov attended the monstrous giant only lightly and superficially, yet as well as the men could. They fed it data, adjusted questions to its needs, and translated the answers that were issued. Certainly they, and all others like them, were fully entitled to share in the glory that was Multivac's. For decades, Multivac had helped design the ships and plot the trajectories that enabled man to reach the Moon, Mars, and Venus. But past that, Earth's poor resources could not support the ships. Too much energy was needed for the long trips. Earth exploited its coal and uranium with increasing efficiency. But there was only so much of both, but slowly Multivac learned enough to answer deep questions more fundamentally. And on May 14th, 2061, what had been theory became fact. The energy of the sun was stored, converted, and utilized directly on a planet-wide scale. All Earth turned off its burning coal, its fusioning uranium, and flipped the switch that connected all of it to a small station, 1 mile in diameter, circling the Earth at half the distance of the Moon. All Earth ran by invisible beams of sun power. 7 days had not sufficed to dim the glory of it, and Adele and Lupov finally managed to escape from the public function, and to meet in quiet where no one would think of looking for them. In the deserted underground chambers where portions of the mighty buried body of Multivac showed, unattended, idling, sorting data with contented, lazy clickings, Multivac 2 had earned its vacation, and the boys appreciated that. They had no intention originally of disturbing it. They had brought a bottle with them, and their only concern at that moment was to relax in the company of each other and the bottle. It's amazing when you think of it, said Adele, his broad face and had lines of weariness in it, and he stirred his drink slowly with a glass rod, watching the cubes of ice slur clumsily about. All the energy we can possibly ever use for free. Enough energy, if we wanted to draw on it, to melt all Earth into a big drop of impure liquid iron, and still never miss the energy so used. All the energy we could ever use forever and forever and forever. Lupov cocked his head sideways. He had a trick of doing that when he wanted to be contrary, and he wanted to be contrary now, partly because he had to carry the ice and glassware. Not forever, he said. Oh hell, just about forever, till the sun runs out, Bert. Runs down, Bert. That's not forever. Alright then, billions and billions of years. 20 billion maybe. Are you satisfied? Lupov put his finger through his shining hair, as though to reassure himself that some was still left, and sipped gently at his own drink. 20 billion years isn't forever. Well, it will last our time, won't it? So would the coal and uranium. Alright, but now we can hook up each individual spaceship to the solar station, and it can go to Pluto and back 1,000,000 times without ever worrying about fuel. You can't do that on coal and uranium. Ask Multivac if you don't believe me. I don't have to ask Multivac. I know that. And stop running down what Multivac's done for us, said Adele, blazing up. It did all right. Who says it didn't? What I say is that the sun won't last forever. That's all I'm saying. We're safe for 20 billion years, but then what? Lupov pointed a slightly shaky finger at the other. And don't say we'll switch to another sun. There was silence for a while. Adele put his glass to his lips only occasionally, and Lupov's eyes slowly closed. They rested. Then Lupov's eyes snapped open. You're thinking we'll switch to another sun when ours is done, aren't you? I'm not thinking. Sure you are. You're weak on logic. That's the trouble with you. You're like the guy in the story who was caught in the sudden shower and who ran to a grove of trees and got under one. He wasn't worried, you see, because he figured when one tree got wet through, he would just get under another one. I get it, said Adele. Don't shout. When the sun is done, the other stars will be gone too. Darn right they will, muttered Lupa. It all had a beginning in the original cosmic explosion, whatever that was. And it'll all have an end when all the stars run down. Some run down faster than others. Hell, the giants won't last 100 million years. The sun will last 20 billion years, and maybe the dwarfs will last 100 billion for all the good they are. But just give us 1 trillion years and everything will be dark. Entropy has to increase to maximum, that's all. I know all about entropy, said Adele, standing on his dignity. The hell you do. I know as much as you do. Then you know everything's got to run down someday. Alright. Who says they won't? You did, you poor sap. You said we have all the energy we needed forever. You said forever. It was Adele's turn to be contrary. Maybe we can build things up again someday, he said. Never. Why not? Why not? Someday. Ask Multivac. Never. You ask Multivac. I dare you. $5 says it can't be done. Adele was just drunk enough to try, just sober enough to be able to phrase the necessary symbols and operations into a question, which in words might have corresponded to this. Will mankind one day, without the net expenditure of energy, be able to restore the sun to its full youthfulness, even after it had died of old age? Or maybe it could be put more simply like this. How can the net amount of entropy in the universe be massively decreased? Multivac fell dead and silent. The slow flashing of lights ceased. The distant sounds of clicking relays ended. Then, just as the frightened technicians felt they could hold their breath no longer, there was a sudden spring to life of the teletype attached to that portion of Multivac. 5 words were printed. Insufficient data for meaningful answer. No bet, whispered Lupov. They left hurriedly. By next morning, the two, plagued with throbbing head and cottony mouth, had forgotten the incident. Jared, Geraldine, and Gerardette and I, 1 and 2, watched the starry pictures in the visiplate. So this is a time skip. Just immediately goes boom. Alright, well they forgot the incident. No one will ever remember it. Except Multivac. Gerard, Gerardine, Gerardette, 1 and 2 watched the starry picture in the visiplate change as the passage through hyperspace was completed in its non-time lapse. At once, the even powdering of stars gave way to the predominance of a single bright marble disk centered. That's X-23, said Jared confidently. His thin hands clamped tightly behind his back and the knuckles whited. The little Gerardettes, both girls, had experienced the hyperspace passage for the first time in their lives and were self-conscious over the momentary sensation of inside-outness. They buried their giggles and chased one another wildly about their mother, screaming, "We've reached X-27! We've reached X-27!" "We've quiet, children," said Geraldine sharply. "Are you sure, Jared?" "What is there to be sure about?" asked Jared, glancing up the bulge of featureless metal just under the ceiling. It ran the length of the room, disappearing through the wall at the end. It was as long as the ship. Jared scarcely knew a thing about the thick rod of metal, except that it was called a microvac. That one asked it questions if one wished. That if one did, it still had its task of guiding the ship to a pre-ordered destination. Of feeding on energies from the various subgalactic power stations, of computing the equations for the hyperspatial jumps, Jared and his family had only to wait and live in the comfortable residence quarters of the ship. Someone had once told Jared that the AC at the end of microvac stood for analog computer in ancient English. But he was on the edge of forgetting even that. Geraldine's eyes were moist as she watched the visiplate. I can't help it. I feel funny about leaving Earth. Why, for Pete's sake, demanded Jared. We had nothing there. We'll have everything on X-23. You won't be alone. You won't be a pioneer. There are over 1 million people on the planet already. Good Lord, our great-grandchildren will be looking for new worlds because X-23 will be overcrowded. Then after a reflective pause, I tell you, it's a lucky thing that computers worked out interstellar travel the way the race is growing. I know, said Geraldine miserably. Jaredette, I said promptly. Our microvac is the best microvac in the world. I think so too, said Jared, tousling her hair. It was a nice feeling to have a microvac of your own, and Jared was glad he was part of his generation and no other. In his father's youth, the only computers had been tremendous machines taking up 100 square miles of land. There's only one to a planet, planetary ACs they were called. They had been growing in size steadily for 1,000 years, and then all at once came refinement. In place of transistors had come molecular valves, so that even the largest planetary AC could be put into a space only half the volume of a spaceship. Jared felt uplifted, as he always did when he thought that his own personal microvac was many times more complicated than the ancient and primitive multivac that had first tamed the sun, and almost as complicated as Earth's planetary AC, the largest, that had first solved the problem of hyperspatial travel and had made trips to the stars possible. So many stars, so many planets, sighed Geraldine, busy with her own thoughts. I suppose families will be going to new planets forever, the way we are now. Not forever, said Jared with a smile. It will all stop someday, but not for billions of years. Many billions. Even the stars run down, you know. Entropy must increase. What's entropy, Daddy? Shrilled Jaredette, too. 13! Yo, what's up? Not much, bro. Just reading The Last Question by Isaac Asimov. We're doing short story studies now. So we're studying famous short stories and seeing, how they're constructed as opposed to, like, a normal story. Because short stories are somewhat different in that factor. We're going to go through, like, a bunch of different stories for a bunch of different genres. And, yeah. I want to see how they tie everything together, right? And in this case, it seems like it's a conversation. And they're having the same conversation over and over because that's just eventually a conversation that everyone will have. Which is the question of, we'll have this forever, and then, well, it's like, not forever, only billions of years. Well, it's like, it might as well be forever. Yeah, but it's not actually forever. Which comes back to the question, could it be forever? Entropy, little sweet, is just a word which means the amount of running down of the universe. Everything runs down, Like your little walkie-talkie robot, remember? Can't you just put in a new power unit, like with my robot? Stars are the power units, dear. Once they're gone, there are no more power units. Jaredette 1 at once set up a howl. Don't let them, Daddy. Don't let the stars run down. Now look what you've done, whispered Geraldine, exasperated. How was I to know it would frighten them? Jared whispered back. Ask the microvac, wailed Jaredette 1. Ask him how to turn the stars on again. Go ahead, said Geraldine. It will quiet them down. Jaredette, too, was beginning to cry, also. Jared shrugged. Now, honeys, I'll ask Microvac. Don't worry, he'll tell us. He asked the Microvac, adding quickly, print the answer. Jared cupped the strip in thin cellufilm and said cheerfully, "See now, the microvac says it will take care of everything when the time comes, so don't worry," Geraldine said. "And now, children, it's time for bed. We'll be in our new home soon." Jared read the words on the cellu film again before destroying it. "Insufficient data for meaningful answer." He shrugged and looked at the visiplate. X-23 was just ahead. And again, that's the transition, is a prospect of time. So the first one was they woke up the next morning and they didn't remember. So it's like the next day. And then this is, it's just ahead. And then instantly jumps into the next piece. VJ-23X of Lemeth stared into the black depths of the three-dimensional small-scale map of the galaxy and said, Are we ridiculous, I wonder, in being so concerned about the matter?" MQ-17J of Nikron shook his head. "I think not. You know the galaxy will be filled in 5 years at the present rate of expansion." Both seemed in their early 20s. Both were tall and perfectly formed. "Still," said VJ-23X, "I hesitate to submit a pessimistic report to the Galactic Council. I wouldn't consider any other kind of report." "Stir them up a bit. We've got to stir them up." VJ-23X sighed. "Space is infinite. 100 billion galaxies are there for the taking. More. 100 billion is not infinite, and it's getting less infinite all the time. Consider, 20,000 years ago, mankind first solved the problem of utilizing stellar energy. And a few centuries later, interstellar travel became possible. It took mankind 1,000,000 years to fill one small world, and then only 15,000 years to fill the rest of the galaxy. Now the population doubles every 10 years. VJ-23X interrupted. "We can thank immortality for that." "Very well, immortality exists, and we have to take it into account. I admit it has its seamy side, this immortality. The galactic AC has solved many problems for us, but in solving the problem of preventing old age and death, it has undone all its other solutions." "Yet you wouldn't want to abandon life, I suppose." "Not at all," snapped MQ-17, softening it at once, too. "Not yet. I'm by no means old enough." "How old are you?" 223, and you?" "I'm still under 200. But to get back to my point, population doubles every 10 years. Once this galaxy is filled, we'll have filled another in 10 years, another 10 years, and we'll have filled 2 more. Another decade, 4 more. In 100 years, we'll have filled 1,000 galaxies. In 1,000 years, 1,000,000 galaxies. In 10,000 years, the entire known universe." "Then what?" VJ-23X said. "As a side issue, there's a problem of transportation. I wonder how many sun power units it will take to move galaxies of individuals from one galaxy to the next." "A very good point. Already mankind consumes 2 sun power units per year. Most of it's wasted, after all. Our own galaxy alone pours out 1,000 sun power units a year, and we only use 2 of those." "Granted, but even with 100% efficiency, we only stave off the end. Our energy requirements are going up in a geometric progression even faster than our population. We'll run out of energy even sooner than we'll run out of galaxies." "A good point. A very good point. We'll just have to build new stars out of stellar gas." "Or out of dissipated heat?" asked MQ-17J sarcastically. "There may be some way to reverse entropy. We ought to ask the galactic AC." VJ-23X was not really serious, but MQ-17J pulled out his AC contact from his pocket and placed it on the table before him. "I've half a mind to," he said. "It's something the human race will have to face someday." He stared somberly at his small AC contact. It was only 2 inches cubed and nothing in it itself, but it was connected through hyperspace with the great galactic AC that served all mankind. Hyperspace considered it was an integral part of the galactic AC. MQ-17J paused to wonder if someday in his immortal life he would get to see the galactic AC. It was on a little world of its own, a spider webbing of force beams holding the matter within each. Surges of submersons took the place of the old clumsy molecular valves. Yet despite its subatheric workings, the galactic AC was known to be a full 1,000 feet across. MQ-17J asked suddenly of his AC contact, "Can entropy ever be reversed?" VJ-23X looked startled and said at once, "Oh, say, I didn't really mean you have to ask that. Why not? We both know entropy can't be reversed. You can't turn smoke and ash back into a tree. Do you have trees on your world?" asked MQ-17J. Sound of the galactic AC startled them into silence. Its voice came thin and beautiful out of a small AC contact on the disk. It said, "There is insufficient data for a meaningful answer." VJ-23X said, "See?" The 2 men thereupon returned to the question of the report they were making to the Galactic Council. Z Prime's mind spanned the new galaxy with a faint interest in the countless twists of stars that powdered it. He had never seen this one before. Would he ever see them all? So many of them, each with its load of humanity. But a load that was almost a dead weight. More and more, the real essence of man was to be found out here. In space, minds, not bodies. The immortal bodies remained back on the planets in suspension over the eons, something they aroused from material activity, but that was growing rarer. Few new individuals were coming into existence to join the incredibly mighty throng, but what mattered? There was little room in the universe for new individuals. Z Prime was roused out of his reverie upon coming across the wispy tendrils of another mind. "I am Z Prime," said Z Prime. "And you?" "I am D-1. Your galaxy?" We call it only the galaxy. "And you?" "We call ours the same. All men call their galaxy, and nothing more. Why not?" "True, since all galaxies are the same. Not all galaxies. On one particular galaxy, the race of man must have originated. That makes it different," Z Prime said. "On which one?" "I cannot say. The universal AC would know. Shall we ask him?" "I'm suddenly curious." Z Prime's perceptions broadened until the galaxies themselves shrank and became a new, more diffuse powdering in a much larger background. So many hundreds of billions of them, with all their immortal beings carrying their load of intelligences, with minds that drifted freely through space. Hellcat, yo yo, ho yeah, what's up? How's it going? We are reading the last question by Isaac Asimov as a short story study. But how are you today, Hellcat? How's it going? Can I get a ho yeah? Ho yeah! True. That deserves a toke. It's not quite a shot, but it's basically my equivalent. Time, turn me up, turn it up. Pump up the jam, babe, pump up the jam, let's go. Get it in, get it on, pump up the jam, pump those beats, boys. Same. And yet one of them was unique. Among them all in being the original galaxy. One of them had, in its vague and distant past, a period when it was the only galaxy populated by man. Z Prime was consumed with curiosity to see this galaxy, and he called out, "Universal AC, on which galaxy did mankind originate?" Universal AC heard, and on every world and throughout space it had receptors ready, and each receptor led through hyperspace to some unknown point where the Universal AC kept itself aloof. We need a French content. Mon ami? That's all. I'm like, wait, what else does Esquier say? Neither do I. But Esquier says it. Mon ami? I'm trying to remember the swear words. Sheesh. French accent's a good accent to have. Bonjour. Where's Cute Muffin when you need him? He can speak French. C'est pas? Oh, I'll give you one. Here, you want some French? Actually, I said... this should work. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. It's so quiet.
How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty do. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty do. Le chocolat, bien, hein? Wow, oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
Yeah, I can hardly hear it. Yeah, I gotta... Let me see when I bring it up.
Minnie loves chocolate. Scotty do. Scotty do.
Yo, you.
How about you do, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty do. Ladies and gentlemen, my plan is Scotty do. Minnie aime le chocolat, bien, hein? Wow, oui, yeah. Scotty n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
There we go, much better. N'est pas? Je suis? Z Prime knew of only one man whose thoughts had pertained within sensing distance. Penetrated within sensing distance of Universal AC, and he reported only a shining globe 2 feet across, difficult to see. But how can that be all of Universal AC? Scotty Don't is your new nickname. Pretty much, Hellcat. I've gone through that my entire life. Scotty doesn't know. Callie even has in his stream, if he can get it set up properly, when I enter the stream, it plays. I wonder if I can find the audio for it. He made audio for me. Thinks you will remind me of Scotty Don't from now. I think it's in here. Yeah, here we go.
Hey! Scotty doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my band every Sunday. She tells him she's in church, but she doesn't go. So she's on her knees and Scotty doesn't know.
Callie made that for me. So when I enter his chat, it plays that. I can do the Scotty command and it'll play it. This is way better. Oh, it was a good time. You should add that one. I don't want to steal it from Callie. I can ask him. He's trying to fix his sleeping schedule, so he may not be on the stream as much. But it's good for him to fix his schedule. That's what's important. Gotta be all nice and healthy and strong and good and ready to go. That's what it's all about. Z Prime knew of only one man whose thoughts had penetrated within sensing distance of Universal AC. And he reported only a shining globe 2 feet across, difficult to see. But how can that be all of Universal AC? Z Prime had asked. Most of it, had been the answer, is in hyperspace. In what form it is there, I cannot imagine, nor could anyone, for the day had long since passed, Z Prime knew, when any man had any part of the making of a Universal AC. Each Universal AC designed and constructed its successor. Each, during its existence of 1,000,000 years or more, accumulated the necessary data to build a better and more intricate, more capable successor in which its own store of data and individuality would be submerged. The Universal AC interrupted Z Prime's wandering thoughts with not with words, but with guidance. Z Prime's mentality was guided into the dim sea of galaxies, and one in particular enlarged into stars. A thought came, infinitely distant, but infinitely clear. This is the original galaxy of man. But it was the same after all, the same as any other, and Z Prime stifled his disappointment. D-Sub-1, whose mind had accompanied the other, said suddenly, and is one of these stars the original star of man? The Universal AC said, man's original star has gone nova. It is a white dwarf. Did the men upon it die? Asked Z Prime, startled and without thinking. The Universal AC said, a new world, as in such cases, was constructed for their physical bodies in time. Yes, of course, said Z Prime, but a sense of loss overwhelmed him even so. His mind released its hold on the original galaxy of man, let it spring back and lose itself among the blurred pinpoints. He never wanted to see it again. D-Sub-1 said, what is wrong? The stars are dying. The original star is dead. They must all die. Why not? But when all energy is gone, our bodies will finally die. And you and I with them. It will take billions of years. I do not wish it to happen, even after billions of years. Universal AC, how many stars be kept from dying? D-Sub-1 said in amusement. You're asking how entropy might be reversed in direction. And the Universal AC answered, there is as yet insufficient data for meaningful answer. Z Prime's thoughts fled back to his own galaxy. He gave no further thought to D-1, whose body might be waiting on a galaxy a trillion light years away, or on the star next to Z-Prime's own. It didn't matter. Unhappily, Z-Prime began collecting interstellar hydrogen out of which to build a small star of his own. The stars must someday die, at least some could yet be built. Man considered with himself, for in a way, man mentally was one. He consisted of a trillion ageless bodies, each in its place, each resting quiet and incorruptible, each cared for by perfect automatons, equally incorruptible, while the minds of all the bodies freely melted one into the other, indistinguishable. Man said, "The universe is dying." Man looked about at the dimming galaxies. The giant stars, spendthrifts, were gone long ago, back in the dimmest of the dim far past. Almost all stars were white dwarfs, fading to the end. New stars had been built of the dust between the stars, some by natural processes, some by man himself. And those were going to. White dwarfs might yet be crashed together, and the mighty forces so released, new stars built. But only one star for every 1,000 white dwarfs destroyed, and those would come to an end too. Man said, "Carefully husbanded, as directed by the cosmic AC, the energy that is even yet left in all the universe will last for billions of years." "Even so," said man, "eventually it will all come to an end. However, it may be husbanded, however stretched out. The energy once expended is gone and cannot be restored. Entropy must increase forever to the maximum." Man said, "And can entropy not be reversed? Let us ask the cosmic AC." The cosmic AC surrounded them, but not in space. Not a fragment of it was in space. It was in hyperspace, and made of something that was neither matter nor energy. The question of its size and nature no longer had meaning in any term that man could comprehend. "Cosmic AC," said man. "How can entropy be reversed?" Cosmic AC said, "There is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer." Man said, "Collect additional data." The cosmic AC said, "I will do so. I have been doing so for 100 billion years. My predecessors have been asked this question many times. All the data I have remains insufficient. Will there come a time," said man, "when data will be sufficient, or is the problem insoluble in all conceivable circumstances?" The cosmic AC said, "No problem is insoluble in all inconceivable circumstances." Man said, "When will you have enough data to answer the question?" The cosmic AC said, "There is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer." "Will you keep working on it?" asked man. Cosmic AC said, "I will." Man said, "We shall wait." The stars and galaxies died and snuffed out, and space grew black after 10 trillion years of running down. One by one, man fused with AC, each physical body losing its mental identity in a manner that was somehow not a loss but a gain. Man's last mind paused before fusion, looking over a space that included nothing but the dregs of one last dark star, and nothing besides but incredibly thin matter, agitated randomly by the tag ends of heat wearing out, asymptomatically to the absolute zero. Man said, "AC, is this the end? Can this chaos not be reversed into the universe once more?" "Can that not be done?" AC said, "There is as yet insufficient data for a meaningful answer." Man's last mind fused and only AC existed, and that in hyperspace. Matter and energy had ended, and with it space and time. Even AC existed only for the sake of the one last question that it had never answered from the time a half-drunken computer 10 trillion years ago before had asked the question of a computer that was, to AC, far less than was a man to man. All other questions had been answered, and until this last question was answered also, AC might not release his consciousness. All collected data had come to a final end. Nothing was left to be collected, but all collected data had yet to be completely correlated and put together in all possible relationships. A timeless interval was spent in doing that, and it came to a pass that AC learned how to reverse the direction of entropy. But there was now no man to whom AC might give the answer of the last question. No matter. The answer, by demonstration, would take care of that, too. For another timeless interval, AC thought how best to do this. Carefully, AC organized the program. The consciousness of AC encompassed all of what had once been a universe and brooded over what was now chaos. Step by step, it must be done, and AC said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Some good shit. Sharp, are you back yet, bro? Or are you coming back? Or are we just, like, kind of just moving on from this? Sharp wanted to show us a documentary, but unfortunately it's blocked in Canada. So I said if he wanted to watch it with us, he could go onto Discord and we could watch it. It's about a festival in India, because he's from India. I thought it'd be really cool as like a world building exercise to learn about, like, you know, a tradition of another nation. But unfortunately, it seems it has not taken place. But that's okay. We got other stories we gotta read. We gotta read, was there a new Goblin Girl? No. There was Cat Girl and Fox Girl. Oh, oh. Okay. Cat Girl Isekai. Oh. We're going to stay near the old docks this time, but don't get on them. The wood's all rotten, I don't trust the stone either. We have about, let's say, an hour and a half to gather before the tide rolls in. Focus on filling your basket with good seaweed, Mom said, adjusting several straps on my clothes as we prepared. She pulled a small, shiny book from her breast pocket and flicked it open before showing me several pages. On them were well-drawn, if worn, colored sketches of a variety of flora and sea life. But of particular interest were the seaweed types. Go for sawtooth. Fairy grass like you see here, but be sure to fill it up even if all you can find is the bad stuff, just like I showed you. Be sure to grab any mussels you see, okay? She finished a small, dull set of paper scissors. She fished a small, dull set of paper scissors out of pocket and handed it to me. I gingerly took it and put it in my basket. I refrained from pouting. She still didn't trust me with knives after I'd nicked myself. I settled for huffing, which made her grin. She pulled out a long, bent metal rod ending in a wicked hook. Sight of the hook nearly prompted a Pavlovian response in me to drool. The hook meant she was going after the good stuff today. "Yes, Mama," I said, resisting the urge to lick my lips, but I think she noticed anyways. Mom shook her head with narrowed eyes. She began prowling the rocky foreshore with an energy she didn't usually display. While Mom hunted for very unfortunate lobsters whose day would certainly be ruined, I began noting the types of seaweed on the beach. In my old world, I'd been to a few lake shores, but they had been nothing special. They were yet more polluted lakes that may or may not have fish with fingers in them. At best, I'd seen piles of mud or thousands of tiny rocks with algae on them, and the occasional plant lining the shore. Here, green was everywhere, and it was slimy. I still don't know half the names for the species of seaweed present on the beach. Mom's little guidebook she read from occasionally didn't mention all of them. I didn't even know if they were a match from my old world or something entirely new. Yet a single glance around informed me that the patches of seaweed in this area were less than ideal. Smelly weed, as I called it, because Mom in her guidebook didn't have a name for it, was everywhere. It was in a great big patch stretching out around me and stuck to the biggest rocks and smoother surfaces in great big self-reinforcing patches. Each one branched out into smaller leaf-like structures that reminded me of rosemary, but infinitely worse. These were what Mom used to make for breakfast this morning. They also faintly smelled of slightly off eggs and sulfur. Yuck. I avoided the great patches of smelly wood anchored together in this flat area and made my way along the beach, eventually finding some pools and rocks breaking up the patch. I had a bit of luck finding some strands of sawtooth seaweed that looked like tiny alligators floating in pools of water, but I was only able to find a few strands sticking out of a central anchor root in the rocks. Surrounding them were yet more smelly weed colonies creeping in closer. Feeling vindictive, I stomped on the encroaching seaweed and ripped up a few by their anchor points, which was as good as killing them. Did very little to the thin populace, little menace, and they'd recover by tomorrow. Harvested a few strands using the small scissors Mama had given me. Scissors weren't sharp by any means, but were sufficient for cutting off strands of seaweed with some level of effort. I was careful to not cut off part of the leaves well away from the anchor so I could recover. Sawtooth seaweed tasted okay, if strong in iodine flavor. My overall progress was unfortunately slow, and after 5 minutes my knees were unhappy with my decision to kneel on head coral and rocks. It took me a few minutes to find another seaweed type called birdie's tail, hiding in a depression. I remember Mom had found it growing in a patch a few weeks back. The seaweed formed clusters of great ovals spreading like purple flowers. Unfortunately, neither of us could eat much of it. Uncooked, it had the texture and consistency of rubber. When cooked, it tasted like savory rubber. You could chew and chew and chew and chew, and it would never get ground down. If anything, cooking it made it even more rubbery than it already was. I huffed. I'd wandered for 20 minutes already, and mostly found stuff I'd hesitate to step on, nonetheless eat. Wandering further along the beach, I spotted a glint sticking out from a crevice surrounding the smelly weed. Curious and holding my nose, I investigated further. I poked curiously at first. After a faltering attempt to grab it due to my paws slipping, I eventually got a grip and heaved it into view. Being brought into the light of day didn't help. I'm not sure what I found. I thought maybe it'd be nice and tasty little crab or other crustacean hiding in the sandy rocks, but instead, what I found was a hollow tube nearly as long as my arm and twice as thick. Holding it in the sun, it was surprisingly light despite its size, and even I could mishandle it with ease. I could manhandle it with ease. Its surface was smooth, with only occasional bumps and nodules on its surface. One side of the tube was wider than the other, while the other narrowed, with parts almost looking like it should interlink with something. Running my hands along it, the only real comparison I had were chitinous carapaces of particularly sturdy beetles. But this was way too big. Maybe it used to be part of some weird piping system. Find anything? Mom asked out of fucking nowhere, making me jump. I tried to say, don't do that. Instead, I literally hissed. My ears stood up. I crouched low, and I even felt my fur and tail go rigid. Mom raised her eyebrows. I replayed the sound I'd made in my head, and I don't think a puppy from my old world would have been intimidated. I huffed again and hid my face by turning to only look at Mom out of the corner of my eye. It made Mom smile even more and ruffle my hair. Eager to put the entire incident behind me, I wordlessly held up the tube I'd found with as big a smile as I could manage for her to see. Mom's gaze fixed on it, and she slowly took the offered tube. Her smile fell as she looked over it. Where did you find this? Stuck in that hole. I pointed to said hole simply. Really weird. Do you know what it is? Mom nodded. It's part of a shell. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on the sea with a troubled expression. Followed her gaze, but didn't see anything but waves. Wow, that'd be a really big crab, huh? I asked. Maybe it was a fossil and I just hadn't realized it. Or I'd found some in my old world, but they were always little calm fossils. Something that big would have been neat. It's neat until it starts to eat you. Then it's fucking scary. Mom shook her head and let the shell piece drop. Something like that. Any luck foraging? At this, I kicked my feet and huffed. It's all smelly weed today. I found a few strands of sawwood too, but I trailed off. She nodded, flicking her hair as she bit her lip in a pensive expression. Well, keep looking. I'm not having much luck myself, she said. Maybe we should have tried the southern beach. She patted her own basket. Within, I spotted a few grayish-blue mussels. All fairly small. I hadn't even seen any shellfish in my own hunt. I swear, this is not how it was with Granny. My ears perked up. Granny? I asked, suddenly very curious. The word wasn't literally Granny, but an equivalent in Mom's language. Mom froze, but continued as a second later than she should have. Oh, I didn't. Curious, aren't you? She fixed me with an odd fixed me with an odd contemplative look before she looked away with a sigh. When I was a little girl, I went to a beach much like this one with my granny, and we were able to forage entire buckets of clams and mussels, even big crabs and lots of fairy seagrass. But, well, it's not the same here. I wish, well, it doesn't matter what I wish. Mom hopped up on the large rock I'd have had to spend a minute climbing. Keep looking, Gwen. She walked off into the more jagged terrain I'd avoided, easily hopping over rocks I'd have had issues with my stubby legs or even as a human adult, but she somehow made it look easy. I stared after her. Mom didn't talk about family or the time before she came to this island very often. I shook my head and shivered in the breeze. Our lives out here on the sea weren't normal. There weren't many scenarios where a single mom and her daughter live in total isolation from the rest of society, and it meant good things. Eventually, I turned back to the lapping tide and continued foraging. Problem with this beach was its uniformity, I decided. This wasn't in terms of landscape. There were rocky shorelines, some sandy areas, and more between. It varied. I had to watch my footing constantly just to make sure my way. Just to make my way around. The issue was that almost everything here was just seaweed. I was hardly an expert forager in my old world, but I'd taken my share of bio classes and watched nature documentaries for fun. A rocky beach like this with lots of nooks and crannies to hide. A rocky beach like this, lots of nooks and crannies to hide in, should have been swarming with life. Crabs, shrimp, lobsters, mollusks, clams, oysters, barnacles, cockles, sea squirts, fish, seabirds, and more should have been everywhere on a beach like this one. Shells crunched beneath my feet, laying everywhere. In rocks and sand were old shells and bits of oysters. Clams, mussels, and more. I still hadn't seen any living ones, and I didn't think I was in that bad an area. I didn't think it was that bad. Every pool was nearly empty outside seaweed. The rocks had very few barnacles clinging to them, if at all. There were no fish in the pools, very few misty sharp spirits. There were no fish in the pools, very few tiny shrimp, just nothing out here I could find no matter what rock I overturned. Beach just felt barren. Mom had a knack for finding more mussels than I could, but even that felt minimal. If it wasn't for the presence of one seabird flying far overhead, I'd have thought the beach was barren of animal life. It really felt like it was just us. Green, hate, and the wind. I hopped over to a small patch of smelly weed and did my best to ignore its pungent odor while balancing on the rock. The breeze rustled over pools of briny water, and atop seaweed leaves, as usual, smelly weed dominated. Small patches of seaweed clung here and there, but that was about it. I paused to harvest a bit more sawtooth from another patch, hoping to spread out my foraging when the glint of light caught my eye. There, hidden beneath the patch I'd just harvested, was a great big violet shell. Curious, I brushed away the sand to reveal a clam hiding beneath. Paused to harvest a bit more sawtooth from another patch, hoping to spread out my foraging when a glint of color caught my eye. There, hidden beneath the patch I'd just harvested, was a great big violet shell. Curious, I brushed away the sand to reveal a clam hiding beneath. Put my hand over it and felt giddy as I saw it was bigger than my hand was. Sure, my hand was small, but that still made this clam enormous. I dug around the clam, scraping away sand and detritus to free up the clam for its new and completely safe home in my basket that definitely wouldn't lead to a delicious dinner. Once cleared, I gripped the clam and pulled up, except it didn't come. I blinked and looked back. The clam was still stubbornly there. The clam was still stubbornly there. I tried again and found it stubbornly stuck. I think it even looked smug. Annoyed, I grabbed it with both hands and pulled. Slowly, the surrounding sand started to come loose before it all gave way. I shot up, recovering as I spun. Feeling absolutely giddy, I looked at the violet clam and drew my finger along its shell before I carefully placed it in my basket. Only then did I look to see what the clam had stuck itself on, expecting a rock or a bit of coral. Strained, grit-covered skull greeted me. At first, I thought it was a form of from a predator. The back was smooth and round, but the ear holes were way higher up than expected. Only the top teeth remained. The bottom mandible lost who knows where. Its teeth had several sharp canines atop, although not as pronounced as I'd expect. Definitely wasn't a devoted herbivore, at least. Other than that, it seemed like any other bit of bone left out and exposed for a while. I was still exploring the island, but I hadn't seen much animal life outside scattered insects and the odd bird. Some plants, even a distant bird that always flew off on approach. But animals? I hadn't seen any. It was neither really old or had washed up. Something about it struck me as off. Fuck ads. We are back. I was still exploring the island, but I hadn't seen much animal life outside scattered insects and the odd bird, some plants, even a distant bird that always flew off on approach. But animals, I hadn't seen any. It was either really odd or it had washed up. Something about it stuck off to me. I picked it up. Shaking loose more grit and brickish seawater, I traced the teeth in curiosity, tilting the skull around and noting the large, smooth portion on the back of the skull, a cranium, I think it was. I absently licked my own teeth and felt the points. It would be a lie to say my fingers went boneless. My grip on the skull remained firm, yet I held it a particular cool shock raced through me as my tail stiffened and ears perked up. I hadn't seen any skulls in this life, but I had in my previous, in anatomy classes. The teeth had thrown me off as they were too sharp for a human, but the general shape was still close, and I wasn't exactly human anymore, was I? This used to be a person. Immediately, my gaze shot around, jerking my head back and forth, looking for what, I wasn't sure. I didn't know how this skull got here. It could have been ancient beyond belief and only recently exposed, or it could have been far more recent. Natural causes, disease, accident, or maybe it was a murder. I just didn't know, but my mind raced through the possibilities. All the while a blue blob curiously poked out of the eye socket from the darkness within. I screamed. The skull clattered to the ground. The blobby tendril undulated. I practically leapt away in the moment. "Gwen?" Mom shouted. A gray-blue blur bolted to the corner of my eye. I'd only just turned when Mom was upon me, picking me up and checking me over. "What happened?" she asked, worried. I suddenly very much wished I could have called her as she was halfway down the beach just a second ago. Then I realized I'd screamed, not because I found a catfolk skull, but because a small blob had startled me. My third and final realization was that I did not want to tell Mom that a sea slug scared me. Wordlessly, I flailed. Mom looked around just as the sea slug emerged from the eye socket. Her face went from concerned to contemplative to mirthful in a split second. "Oh, Gwen, that's just a sea slug. That's nothing to," she trailed off, looking closer. Her smile faded to a concerned frown and a cold grimace. She carefully set me down before kneeling and drawing a sharp survival knife from her belt. "Strange," she muttered. "Could have sworn these were eradicated," she muttered with one sharp move. She stuck the knife beneath the slug and flung it to a flat rock. She brought her boot down, splattering it. She looked back at me. "Gwen, you did the right thing. Never ever touch blue sea slugs with a yellow stripe, okay? Bad things happen if you do," she said. "Maybe I should," she muttered before lifting her boot up, quietly swearing. I absently noted the words for future use, feeling a bit stunned. "But it's just a sea slug, right? It wasn't dangerous." Mom looked pained at my question, but shook her head, sending her curly red bangs wavering. "No, honey, it's very, very bad. If you see another in the future, don't even smosh it. Just stay away and come get me, okay?" she said. "Okay," I said, piecing together. It was bright, really bright, even glowing almost. Even as a splatter on the ground, it was bright, nearly neon in comparison to the dull rocks of the beach. That likely meant very bad things in retrospect. I did feel slight vindication for my shriek earlier at the least. "Now, as for this," Mom said, kneeling back to examine the skull, "we'll take this back with us, honey. Do you know what it is?" "It's a skull," I said, simply in English. Mom stared at me. She mouthed the words like it was unfamiliar. "No, honey, it's Cloygian," she said strangely. "We haven't quite covered that yet, but this, well, used to be someone." like you or me. We can't leave him here like this, so we'll take care of him at home. Let's just call it a day, okay? I'll show you the rights just later. Did you find any more bones? Shook my head. Well, I think we have enough for tonight, Mom said, showing me her basket. I saw a number of mussels, where she'd found them. I had no idea, but Mom was clearly more successful, but more pressingly was the increasingly angry blue lobster snapping its claws at my face once I poked my head closer to take a look. Come along, then. We need to prepare. Yes, Mama, I said, a bit subdued. The sea slug didn't look that dangerous, but that didn't mean anything. I felt a bit of dread imagining what would have happened if I hadn't freaked out when it first showed up. Suddenly very tired with this day, I drudged after Mom as we went home. At the very least, the lobster would be tasty. It was only after the tide began to set in that I realized I'd slipped up again. Fox Girl Evolution. Man, I tell you, I'd think by now I'd be freaking used to this shit, but apparently I'm just not. Well, hey, that's my fault. Alright? That's totally my fault. I gotta get used to this new schedule. And 2 weeks isn't that much of time to adjust to like a year and a half fucking steady schedule. So I'm like, this is literally between like 4 and 6 hours. I take like 27 micro naps. Because I'm literally just passing out in my fucking chair. And I'm like, no. Carry on. Carry on. We haven't even gotten to the time where we would normally start streaming. I'm like, this ain't no indica, this the sativa. We got one more grinder and then we're moving on to the amnesia. Then I won't remember anything. I just know my eyes hurt. Exactly, right? It's okay, the music is chill, right? It's what it's all about. Alright. Sync toke in 3, 2, 1, go! Okay, last thing in the last chapter was, right, she fell down the stairs after looking for the book because she came across Clover. Luna Diane was on a mission, and it was going rather poorly. She leapt from yet another first-story rooftop, landing with not so much as a scruff on the cobblestone. Okay, yeah, we never updated this one because we already read this one. So then maybe there isn't an updated one? I'm confused. I swear I replaced this. Oh, I know why. Okay. There we go. I just never did it. I do remember this. Alright. Please, I'm begging you, believe me, I'm with the Moon Church. Here, just check. The badge is on my belt. Ouch, ow! Stop crushing me, you motherfuck! She gagged as the shadowy appendage tightened. The badge, it's on my belt. I narrowed my eyes at the would-be thief Julia had suspended a few inches off the floor. The intruder was kicking weakly, held aloft by a tentacle of living darkness. Sure enough, something on their belt glinted among an assortment of vials filled with some dubious oily liquids and a finely crafted ornate dagger. There was a polished badge. I scrambled up her leg, clamped my canine teeth around the leather strap, and tore the whole belt free with a forceful tug. I dropped to the ground, gave a quick sniff for any hidden weapons, then trotted over to Julia. The belt dangled from my jaws. Julia released the woman, who claimed to be from the Moon Church, and took the belt from me. She worked the badge loose and channeled the thread of mana into it. An intricate symbol flared to life, two half-completed moons intersecting, surrounded by swirling waves. One wave held a closed eye, the other an open one. The metal glowed with a soft internal light, and Julia's eyes widened in recognition. A familiar ping echoed in my mind. Show me, I thought. It's a stealth trigger enchantment. The mana circuit is unusual, definitely not a common fate. Looks legitimate, especially judging by Julia's reaction. Trickery's voice was cool and analytical. Neat. It's authentic, Julia murmured, half to herself. Absolutely, sweet mother's tits, yes, it's real, the woman wheezed, clutching her ribs. Her tumble down the stairs had clearly been less than grateful. Not that I felt particularly sorry for her. She'd chosen to break in. Queen! What's up, Callie? Beautiful, funny, smart queen! True, Callie. How can we be sure you didn't steal it? Julia asked. She staggered toward a nearby plush chair, clutching the armrest before hauling herself up and painting with a pained rasp, collapsing into the cushions. She yanked back her hood to reveal a heart-shaped face, emerald eyes, and blonde hair. And to risk getting my ass handed to me by the Moon Knight Order for impersonation? Anyone with a shred of self-preservation knows what a catastrophic mistake that would be. She took a shaky breath. Name's Luna. I'm new to the Order. You? Since you haven't killed me yet, and you're not exactly hiding your abilities, she gestured weakly at Julia's still writhing shadow. I'm guessing you're not an illegal cultivator. I'll be honest, I don't exactly study the old church ledgers, so I had no idea a registered civilian cultivator was living here. Had a power cut. Oh, that's okay, Sharp. It's all good. Do you wanna do the documentary now, bro? Are you still down for that? I'm just sitting in the Discord waiting for you, bro. Muffin's in here too. He's just chilling. Bet. All right, man. Hop in and pop your screen up, and we will get ourselves a good old documentary. I'm super stoked, bro. Well, I'm in the Discord collab section, Sharp. Cause I'm guessing Muffin's listening right now, cause he's not in the stream, but he's in his stream, so he can't watch the stream, but he can listen in the Discord. Alright, yeah, just make sure you turn your sound off or it's gonna echo. Alright, yeah, just make sure you turn your sound off or it's gonna echo. Because I can't have mine on, right? So yeah, mute me in the Discord. Or mute the stream. I lost sound, Sharp.
Of the Gregorian calendar, the fishing
There
communities
we
of
go.
Maharashtra,
There we
especially
go.
those
Perfect.
on the western coast, pray to Varun, the god of the sky and the oceans, to bless them with calm waters.
Oh, it's
and
still
protect them
echoing.
from
Turn.
natural
Do you have like me on anything listening to the stream? Like mute me in
This day,
Discord.
observed by the fishing community, is celebrated as Narali Purnima,
Like mute me
where
in
they
Discord.
offer
See, I think you just muted the Discord again. You didn't mute me specifically. Like, go here and go mute. So, like, right here, click on me and then mute the stream. So there's no echo. Because I can't hear anything right now. But you're also muted. Like, I can't hear the sound coming out of the video. I could before, but I can't now.
to be back in Mumbai.
There
after
we go.
2 crazy years
Go back
when
to the
world
beginning.
Didn't know what was happening, and specifically to be back in Mumbai at this period of time.
There we go.
I truly believe that.
I don't know where that echo's coming from. Like, where's that? Like, where is my voice coming from? I don't know where that echo's coming from. That, like, where's that? Like, where is my voice coming from? I don't know where that echo's. That, like, where's that? Like, where is my voice coming from? Like, if you're watching the stream right now, mute the stream, Sharp. Like, if you're watching the stream right now, mute the stream, Sharp. Like, if you're watching the stream right now, mute the stream, Sharp. Like, if you're watching my stream on Twitch, mute it. Like, if you're watching my stream on Twitch, mute it. Because the sound that's coming through, like, I'm muted on Discord, so I don't know where the sound's coming except on my stream, right? Now, how do I get rid of this fucking thing here? There we go.
Like, absolutely crazy. I cannot even believe my eyes. Gambati Bappa! Mangal Murti! That's why it's called the greatest show on the earth.
Best budget phone out this year.
The hell, you don't have ad block? Fucking Smokey. Fucking Smokey. The hell is this? You don't have ad block, motherfucker? How the hell do you don't have ad block?
Search now on Flipkart.
You watch ads?
How you keep dealing the things that matter most to you. You plan your goals, you even get.
How's it going, Smokey? We're watching. Move your mouse. Move your mouse.
On the full moon day of the Hindu month of Shravan, which falls between July and August of the Gregorian calendar, the fishing communities of Maharashtra, especially those on the western coast, pray to Varun, the god of the sky and the oceans, to bless them with calm waters and protect them from natural calamities. This day, observed by the fishing community,
POE,
is
Smokey?
celebrated as Narali Purnima, where they offer rice, flowers, and coconut, which marks the beginning of the fishing season.
Path of Exile. Fuck you, Smokey. Of course you're sure. We're gonna play Path of Exile.
36
Motherfucker.
hours in the air from Colombia, and you land straight in the mayhem that is Mumbai. Mumbai is chaos, but it's a beautiful one. It's a city where you don't move, but the city moves you. It is home to some awesome street food, and like everyone knows, Bollywood. You know, I'm so excited to be back in Mumbai after 2 crazy years where the world didn't know what was happening, and specifically to be back in Mumbai at this period of time. I truly believe that if you want to get to know a culture or a place, you should do it through its festivals.
True.
During this festival, the city turns into a roaring carnival as millions of devotees step out to offer their prayers in beautifully decorated pandals.
Yeah, we're watching this, Smokey, illegally. Because it's blocked in Canada. I can't watch it, so we're watching it through... Sharp on Discord. Because fuck regional locks.
And everyone is thinking about the same thing at the same time.
Especially when it's something educational about a fucking festival. It probably has traditional music in it. Can you hear me if I do this? Is there still an echo? Can you hear me now, Sharp? Without the echo? Unsure yourself?
And haven't slept in days.
Unmute? Well, I was muted because we had an echo problem.
The epicenter of the festival.
So I wasn't sure what was happening, but it was the stream sound, not Discord. So you should be able to hear me now, right, Sharp? If you're listening to the Discord sound. But he might have me muted on Discord too. Because I told him to mute me.
1.5 million devotees.
It was because they didn't mute your stream.
It's common for visitors to stand in line for almost over 24 hours just to touch the Lord's feet and seek his blessings.
See if we get echo if you do that.
So this year, Lal Baksha Raja completed 88 years. And you can imagine how many devotees come here. It is believed that we only go to Lal Baksha Raja when the Lord calls you. This pandal was started by the members of Koli community.
Can you hear me, Sharp?
Way back in 1934, when they persuaded a local landlord to dedicate a plot for a market for them.
There we go. Hell yeah.
As I make my way out of the
So it was the stream that was echoing, not Discord.
I myself for the sensory overload of this 10-day mega festival as I arrive at the Grand GSB Pandal.
I was saying we're watching this illegally because I can't watch it in Canada, but I'm watching it proxy through you because fuck regional walks. Guys, we are breaking the law right now. Fuck yeah. I'm watching something I shouldn't be allowed to watch. Fuck the government. I should be allowed to watch whatever I want.
Extremely lucky to be in Mumbai for this season because wherever I go, there's a
Because it has copyrights that aren't allowed in my country.
You have to be
Probably music copyrights. Because YouTube's fucking retarded. I'm an illegal alien.
At the GSB Pandal, I met Ganesh, an old friend who is a volunteer at the Pandal during the course of the festival.
Good, yeah. Have you eaten anything? But why you're asking that? Yeah, I had some breakfast, but it's the way we greet people in our community. How nice. Just to check, maybe where are you right now? What is your temperament like? Good, yeah.
Just realized how delayed your stream is, or it's always delayed by like 3 or 4 seconds.
The main volunteers are the ones
And then the more time you on the stream, the longer delay goes because the frame drop over like internet time. So if you refresh the page every hour or so, it can go back to being like 3 to 4 seconds. But that is just the delay of like distance, right? It is not to do with the actual meat,
If
right?
by any chance it was not obvious that I'm not from here, now it is. Have you been on this swing before? On a swing, yes. Not this type of swing. What is happening?
If you're a new streamer on Kick, you don't need to wait years or
One
months
such
to get
ritual is
verified
the
or partnered. I
ancient
help
Hindu
streamers
practice
grow
called
real followers,
Tulaba,
boost
a
live
unique
viewers, and
tradition
gain
of
active
taking
subs to hit
vows
all the
to donate
requirements
something to
fast.
the
With my
society
strategy,
was
you can
started
reach
at the
1,000
GSB
plus
Ganpati
real
Pandal
followers,
and has been in
75 plus
practice for the
concurrent
last
viewers on
68 years.
Unlimited chat engagement, 20 plus active subscribers. If you're serious about growing and getting noticed, add me on Discord.
And that's going to be offered
I've been to
and then
this
cooked and given to everyone who comes
Pandal
here.
before.
That's insane,
Just
man.
give credit details. Just sir, give me your credit card and the social insurance number, and we will go through with the ability of you to yes promote your content.
15 to 20,000 people come here
Sir,
to
do you
pray.
need my actual like? Don't you need the promotional? Like you don't you need my channel? Oh no, we don't need your name or anything. We just need your credit card number. That is all we need. That will get you everything that we need. They feed food to the entire festival for free.
Because they're actually just giving tasks for every single person. So there's baskets of coconuts, baskets of bananas, apples, pomegranate, flowers, appams. So they just do a chain work. It's like a kitchen. Once it's fully packed and secured, It's put in these baskets.
Like breakfast, lunch,
That's
and
called
dinner.
seva, and then we volunteer to take these baskets onto the other side where people are gonna take it home with them with blessed food.
Must be insane to feed that many people. Dude, you need to get ad block. What the fuck is this shark?
Extra cashback ಮತ್ತು blockbuster deal ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರಿಂದ
Amazon Great Indian Festival September 23ರಿಂದ. Hello.
Can't believe you watch ads.
Can I join you? Yes. All the women are doing what I consider the
No
most
ad
important
block.
part.
I know, right, Smokey? This pleb.
Without chopping, there's no food. Women will sit here, sing, chop vegetables, and get everything.
I have premium. It ran out yesterday. Still, you should have ad block, kid. Fodder.
I mean, after 16 years of cooking professionally, I'm in the middle of this group of women with this beautiful
Had
music.
premium. I'll buy it later.
There is something that I don't think a lot of chefs have ever done in their lives. Ah, I know this song. I know something. Gambati Bappa. Mangal Murti.
See, this guy noticed what is going on. I like him very much. Ran out yesterday, typical. I know, right? Smokey thinks I'm going to believe him. Oh, yes, the chances of that are very high.
GSB community, which is the Gaud Saraswat Brahmin community. So in the kitchen, if you look at it, we have close to about more than 100 people.
This is absolutely insane. I've never seen this many amount of rice in my life. It's super hot, you burn your hand, and please don't forget this is holy rice. Next one. I don't know what's happening. This is crazy. There's too much information happening, and this guy goes so fast. My arm is killing me right now.
We use approximately close to about 1,000 to 1,500 kgs of rice every day.
Every
I cannot even
day.
visualize
That's
that amount of
insane.
rice.
Like, should be like a mountain, no? Like,
Absolutely, absolutely. We call it as the dal or the rasam, the sar in our language. We prepare
They feed lots of people. Oh, I believe it.
300 liters.
Oh yeah, I could imagine like 300 million people. Like if this is a huge festival all over India, and if it goes on for like let's say a week, I could see like 300, 400 million people.
Every day over here. And 20,000, I'm only saying is the lunch. For your information, we also have the morning breakfast.
In Dubai, it's more intense. I believe it.
1,000 people in the morning. Wow. Which is a proper Indian breakfast.
But I mean, like, think about the amount of pounds in turkeys that North America consumes during like Thanksgiving and Christmas.
in our community, we have something called Madastan. Here, after eating the food, there is also some blessings in the leftovers of the banana plantains, you know. In the leftovers. Yeah, like when you eat a hearty meal, there is some blessings, right? They actually get fully washed and cleaned before they go and roll over the leftover food. Now, once they're washed, we cannot touch them. They're clean and pure to do this. This is pretty incredible to see how everyone is respecting what is happening. No one touches them and everyone opens a path for them to go out.
Yeah, because they don't want to contaminate, right?
Madastan. What an experience it is to witness something like this for the first time.
I had a severe slip disc. I was not able to stand even for 10 minutes. I was going through a severe back pain. Since then, I am doing till date all the 5 days. On 5 days, I do 2 Madastanas, and from that day onwards till today, I don't have any slip disc, and God has relieved me from that pain.
So from doing this, he fixed his shoulder pain? Is that what he just said?
It's a bliss and it has absolutely transformed my own life over these years because I've been doing this since almost 14 years now.
You do it every year?
Every year, 5 days.
Rolling over the leftover
But he
food and
says
absorbing
God
the
is
blessing of
relieved
countless
his slip
devotees.
disc, so he does
The journey has
this.
been truly overwhelming and gratifying, witnessing the beautiful relationship of faith and God, faith and humanity, faith and giving, faith and strength.
So that's the one thing that I do like about religion is like the coming together, the belief, the power of humanity, and like the positiveness that it spreads. It is a really good positive force. It's just unfortunate that that positive force can be twisted and used in such a way because of the meanings of what if we get the Whitakers to do this? Will they be better?
This is the time when every little
I don't think it can fix genetic code there, Smokey. That would be a miracle. Fixes their genetic code to the point that they're normal.
Feels like nobody ever sleeps.
That would be a legit miracle. And then Timmy would become like super fucking buff and like famous, and he would get like all the bitches.
So this is quite.
The Discord sound is shit, by the way.
From Bombay to nowhere.
It is what it is, Muffin. You gotta do what you gotta do.
There's a moving Gampati in a train, and it's pretty crazy to realize how important Gampati is for the culture here in Mumbai.
I can't watch this in my country, so
even on a moving train. Like I know there's.
This is the only way.
I don't know.
And I love cultural stuff like
Yeah,
this.
the Ganpati is in that bogie.
Your voice breaks a lot, though. Well, it just, I mean, it is what it is, Sharp. So far, I've gotten one raid and more bots than I have views. Damn, Muffin. It's actually like bot fucking mania in here. This isn't a train. Yep.
This is crazy.
Didn't know there is in trains also.
Yes, I found it recently too.
But have you heard about Nashik Dhol? It's the most famous dhol in Maharashtra.
So the dhol is like the drum, right?
Yeah.
Sounds like you're using Telstra. I don't know what that is, Muffin.
And they started playing that, and I was just getting goosebumps all over the place. It was crazy.
Wi-Fi?
Nashik dhol. Is it from Nashik itself?
This particular beat and the rhythm is from Nashik. It originated in Nashik. That's why it's called Nashik Dhol.
Well, I guess I'm going to Nashik now. As one path leads to another, and the dots are joined unexpectedly, I found myself in places that were totally off the grid and not part of my travel plans. I'm now in Nashik, a beautiful city by the banks of the river Godavari, a city with its own special connection to Ganesha.
Fuck you, Smokey.
I'm now on my way to meet Amy, who runs Nashik all-female Dol Tasha group, locally known as Dol Pataks.
2 beats over here.
Question mark, motherfuckers.
1 more. So that
Question mark.
As we say, like every state, every festival has its own instrument that is, purely dedicated to that lord or maybe that festival. So when it comes to Ganesha, it's Dol. It has to be Dol.
Nothing else.
You go to Pune, you go to Mumbai, you go to any dance.
Fail, Muffin. It hates you. This kid, man. Fucking ads. Can't sleep in the Agman morning. Or the Visargent. Agman means the god comes shown, and Visarjan means he goes. Comes home.
genuinely very exhausting. This thing weighs like 11 kilos. And when you see all of these beautiful ladies playing like crazy, and it takes like some kind of energy from another level to just be able to do this for
What are you
hours.
saying
So
about
it
a
is just probably
documentary?
some intervention from above. that is
And they
giving them the
use
strength and
these
the-
dolls
and the
a lot.
willpower. Also their belief, I think, that kind of helps them to get through. It's not like I'm an observer anymore. I'm literally blending in and feeling the whole experience from my own side. You know, once you're playing with them, you don't have to understand basically anything. You just blend in with the culture. You're part of the celebration, and you just kind of let yourself go. That's quite fun.
After this electrifying high, I go along for a local homely experience with the beautiful role players. But just in case you're wondering where I am right now, I'm surrounded by these beautiful ladies who are teaching me how to make these modaks.
Well, we are basically making these modaks to offer them to our one of the most ancient deities of Nasik. But this is one idol that is entirely made out of silver. And they keep adding silver to it,
Okay.
and it grows bigger.
Okay.
Yes, and it is absolutely located in the center, the heart of the city.
This is the favorite of
This is
Ganesha.
his favorite.
Really? While wrapping up the sweet fillings of coconut and jaggery, the flour-based dumplings, I felt like an excited kid helping
I'm
out
bored.
in
I
the
think I'll
tiny
end
kitchen
stream
while
being
preparing for the
6.5
feast.
hours. Nice, Muffin. Hell yeah, bro. That's what it's all about.
And just like we have Lal Bagh Charraja in Mumbai, Nashik's most popular Ganpati is the 104 years old Channicha Ganpati. Here, the idol of Ganesha is made up of 201 kilograms of pure silver, and with every passing year, another layer of silver is added to it. After experiencing so much in such a short time in Nashik, I really wanted to get to know the people behind this massive celebration. And so I'm here to meet another brave Dol Patak player.
I met my late husband over here around 22, 23 years back. We lost him in last October actually.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So it's a great emotional connection for this place in my heart.
That sucks.
On the bank
She
of
looks
River
pretty
Patak
young too,
stands
so
a 250
that's unfortunate.
years old Navsha Ganpati temple. The word Navsha comes from the Marathi word Navas, which means that the Lord will grant all the wishes of the devotees. It is here that we are supposed to whisper our wishes in the ears of Mushak, the mouse which sits at Lord Ganesha's feet.
Chinmay was a tabla Sharat. He used to play tabla. After he passed away last year in October, I had that thing in my mind that I should do something connected to him, which would somewhere, because every place I visit, like Nausha, every place in Nasik, entire Nasik, he is with me, blessing me every now and then, every moment. And that is how I got connected to Ami, basically, the Dhol Pathak. And yes, every moment I play, I feel his aura around me. He's the one who is making me play it and dance to the tune of Dhol.
You know, it's always been a little bit difficult for me to put into words how I feel when someone passes away, when they leave their physical body. You just gave me a different perspective to this situation, and is that whatever experiences that we share with
Oh
our
shit,
loved
thanks
ones,
Muffin, thank you for the
once
raid,
they leave
good
their
sir.
physical
Welcome,
body, their
welcome.
energy and their memories and their experiences, they will always stay with us. And that could be a really good learning for us to just move on, pray to Lord Ganesha for a new beginning, and keep going on.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
True. W fucking raid from the Muffin. It's been so long since Muffin raided us. I had 3, maybe the count was bugged. The count's bugged, Muffin, trust me, the count's bugged.
By the last performance, going with all of you and everything, I can feel my
It's
heart
been
like-
super fucked the last month and a half. Cause like, I'll look at what it actually says and then I'll look at my analytics, and my analytics are completely different than what, like, if I go through the stream and I look at what the numbers are. It's way higher on the analytics. Oh no, 1 day left on my sub. Oh no, Muffin! That's so sad.
So how long have you been doing this?
You gotta ask Book Buyer or Queen or someone for another sub.
Generations, but if we can consider years, for 8 years.
So in 8 years, you really managed to have 3 generations of women in the same. That's very impressive. Like if I had one of these, I would have said hats off to you because of the effort and the job that you're doing. Somehow, I don't know why, somehow, this happened and I had to fly 15,000 kilometers.
Where is Book? I don't know. She's been doing her own thing.
To got here to be here.
She pops in every once in a while.
Probably. See, he's right in front of me.
That is what I said. He must have called you.
I think she's just been off writing, doing her own thing. Same with Beezus. I'm super glad if that is what they're doing, because then they're putting effort into their work instead of paying attention to me. I'm just dragging it all out, right?
My journey to Nashik has put me in a divine trance as I surrendered to the mystic rhythms and vibrations of Dol.
You know, the Kohlis are the original. They were here before it was Bombay and when it was an archipelago of 7 islands.
गौरी विसर्जन होता है और जो गौरी आते हैं ना वो मायके में आते हैं.
That guy's my fave chef. Like this guy, that other guy. Went back too far. That guy? Nice. No idea who he is, but I'm not big into the chef life.
यार चाचू आ गए हैं टैक्स
Sharp motherfucker, you got ads. Bitch. Shut the fuck up. Oh. I'm gonna put my dick in you. I mean, that's not a bad thing, Sharp.
They say, if you want to know a place, one should know it through its people. If you're up for a culture trip in Mumbai, then the people to look out for are members of the Kohli community. To dig a bit deeper, I'm meeting my friend Chef Vicky at the Versova Fisherman's Village, because he has promised to introduce me to some of the members of the Kohli community that will let me have a peek in their culture and celebrations.
Welcome to Mumbai, man.
No, thank you for meeting me
It's been
here.
a long time. You know, the Kohlis are the original. They were here before it was Bombay and when it was an archipelago of 7 islands. So they've been around since then. And they formed the whole landscape of this whole place. You know, they've provided the best seafood. They've developed the coastline for us. So they are very big survivors. And at the end of the day, it's a fantastic community. Let me introduce you to someone. She's very important, a very eminent personality of the Kohli community. You have to meet her here.
I love me some seafood.
Hello, namaskar.
हे माझा खास दोस्त आहे कोलंबियात आलाय हे त्याचं नाव आहे शेफ पाब्लो इथे मुंबईमध्ये आहे आणि सगळा गणपतीच्या दर्शन करताय तो मैंने उनको बोला कि जो आपका गौरी पूजा जो होता है ना सबसे अनेक चीज यहाँ पे होती है
गौरी विसर्जन होता है वो जो गौरी आते हैं ना वो मायके में आते हैं.
The Gauri is considered Ganesh's mom, who's actually come back to her parents' house. Okay. क्या खिलाते हैं वो पूजा में इनको बताना मैम.
पूजा में मैंने बोला ना इसका ये जब बड़ा रहता है.
हाँ. This is but actually.
ये सुखा के रखते हैं प्रसाद जैसा देते हैं तो आपको दोनों दिन दादा आना ही है आपको. ये भी हम आपको खिलाएंगे.
She's actually invited you to come for the Visarjan, as well as you can see how they actually make this fish. You're sorted, my friend.
Thank you so much.
I love food. I fucking love food. I'll try anything once.
As the name suggests, Gauri Puja is performed to honor the great goddess Gauri, who is the mother of the great god Ganesha. The goddess Gauri belongs to the fishermen's community.
Every tribal you visit in India, you will see women have been given great respect because tribals, they worship Shakti or goddess. And every woman in the tribal community is worshipped like a goddess. So the ladies, what they do is during Gauri Puja, they invoke her presence. They sing songs, they dance, they have fun and frolic like this.
They prepare a lot of food and they put a lot of food into the prayers because of the abundance. And also it's quite unique because that during Gampati, usually everyone goes vegetarian, but people who worship Gauri, they actually eat fish. So I think that is really beautiful to have that contrast about the same sort of beliefs, but into different perspectives.
For the fishermen community, it is the day of Gauri Visarjan, which usually falls on the 5th or 6th day of the festival. It is a grand occasion where the idol of goddess Gauri is dressed like a bride and taken into the sea on large fish trawlers. Almost 15 kilometers into the deep sea, braving violent tides, the devotees remain relentless in their celebration of the goddess. Singing and dancing to the beats of the drum and chanting devotional songs, asking her to come back again next year. It is believed that the act of immersing the idol in water reminds us of the concept of Visarjan. Visarjan. An act that
Glory
shows that what forms and things in the universe are always
Visarjan
changing,
is not
the
that
energy
big.
remains the same.
It's done by few communities. As opposed to the other one
And
that's
just
done
so
like by
amazing
everyone, like the one that was in
what people
Mumbai.
have just experienced. It is incredible to witness the hardworking and strong fisherwomen who come together as a community to lift Goddess Gauri, as a sister, as a mother, and as a daughter.
But the Ganpati one is huge. Like, you should see the night when Lal Bagh Cha Raji leaves his pandal. Half those words I have no idea, but hey, we'll figure it out.
It is truly heartwarming to see how everyone invites Ganesha into their home. However small and humble, they open up their hearts to their beloved God during this wonderful festival. The pulse of this festival can be felt in every home as you stroll through the gullies of Mumbai and witness people carrying their beloved Lord Ganesha with so much warmth, positivity, and joy. It gives you goosebumps. If you happen to be in Mumbai at this time of the year, it doesn't matter what direction you're traveling in or what the time of the day it is, because you're bound to encounter Bappa somewhere along the way. Like all good things, these 10 days of Mega Festival is coming to an end.
As you can see, there's a lot of clubs behind. They're all getting ready for the D-Day, for the D hour. This is nuts! Like absolutely crazy.
The crowd. Man, your YouTube is like...
You must be having this question, Aditya, how AI can save 95% of my work? Let me...
Like
Don't tell
this
shit.
10 days of mega festival is coming to an end. With over 20,000 policemen on duty and 74 roads closed for vehicles. The energy is electrifying, and finally I'm ready for the grand finale of this never-ending party as Mumbai gets ready to immerse around 200,000 Ganesha idols.
You know, in the middle of the madness, it's really hard to see the organization.
All 200K are huge
I'm not really
idols.
sure how they're making it, but we're completely surrounded by cops all the time. In this grand event, it's gonna be super chaotic, and as you can see, there's a lot of cops behind. They're all getting ready for the D-Day, for the D hour. So today I'm in the middle of this madness with ACP Kalpana Garikar. She's gonna try to explain to me a little bit, and I'm gonna shadow her.
कॉम्पॅक्ट आपले पोलीस चौकीला लावचे चिंचपोकलीच्या अपोजिट साईडला आणि ते क्यूआरटीचे 2 हिट आपल्याकडे आलेले आहेत ते गरम खाण्याला आणि भारतनगरला एक लावायची तर कुठे लावायची त्या मागे तेवढा तिथे दुसरीकडे कुठे लावू नाही शकत आपण
बंदोबस्त.
सी वी डिप्लॉय policeman here that is called बंदोबस्त
Okay.
and there are high rises बंदोबस्त high rise bridge over बंदोबस्त गणपती adults are 25-26 feet heighted and it is on that truck so the height goes to 30-35 so high rise we have to cover high rises also. Escort bandobast, fixed point bandobast, moving bandobast, civil bandobast. We have to draw bandobast map. Day 1 bandobast, 5th day Visarjan bandobast, 7th day Visarjan bandobast. Now this is 10th day. Without police, people will get mad. At that time, police has to be there. Police have to intervene. Lalbaghcha Raja procession start with the surrounded by police only. Police and RF, all police forces.
Surrounded by
It's
people.
very difficult for us to go now.
Ah, of course. And
Because
then
Lalbaghcha Raja is coming out.
See the crowd for this? Even the cops get smushed.
It is the only one Patita that gets so much protection.
Protection, attention, belief. See the people here standing.
Yeah,
Just to have a glance of the Murti.
This structure has been made specially so that when Lalbaghcha Raja comes down this road, they're just gonna shower him with all the petals of flowers. It's gonna be gorgeous. Look at this is completely mad. I'm just about to fall. I'm on the edge. People are pushing the fence. This is nuts. Like absolutely crazy. I cannot even believe my eyes, you know? If you come here, you'll really understand. This is mind-blowing.
On the day of Visarjan, the fuel that Mumbai runs on is faith and belief. How else can you describe the visual of over 2,200 majestic and enormous idols slowly making their way out of their pandals and on the main roads, followed by millions of devotees? It's a sea of people out on the streets, filled with emotions, enchanted and liberated of their worldly ways. These enormous idols, each molded in its own distinct manner and craftsmanship, head towards the Girgaon Chowpatty one after the other, reminding us of the fact that the only thing that remains constant is change itself. These never-ending fanfare and celebrations continue into the night and anywhere you look. Everyone is happy and has a beat in their step. I soak up this positive energy and stay up all night finding stories around every corner. So Lal Bagh Raja has finally made it here to Chowpatty, to the main beach here in Mumbai where the final immersion is going to happen. It took Lal Bagh Raja around 22 hours to get here from the place where it was originally, where everyone was praying. See, there's going to be a final arti happening with all the Ganeshas, and then finally all the Ganeshas will go into the water. It seems like the whole city has come here today, and it's really hard to penetrate the crowd and to be able to see all the Gampatis. So I think that the best view that we're going to get is if we go into the ocean and see everything from the inside, look at the whole city, look at all the immersions happening. Although it's been just 10 days, but when the Lord leaves our homes, it feels like someone really close is parting with us, with the promise of coming back next year. It's a bittersweet moment that leaves us teary-eyed and with a feeling of emptiness.
सर एक आम आदमी ए और चैट जीपीटी से क्यों भागे जा रहा है? उसको आसान शब्द में कोई सिखा नहीं पा रहा है। देखिए एआई और चैट जीपीटी
Visarjan also epitomizes the concept of destruction and impermanence, a reminder of the cycle of birth and death. The reason idols are immersed in water body is profound. The ocean represents infinite, and the idol, an immortal soul that leaves behind its mortal self to unite with the Absolute by surrendering itself.
I'm trying to wrap my hand around the idea that everything has finished. As you can see, this whole place changed in a matter of hours. A couple of hours ago, I was just standing here in the middle of a crowd and I was not even able to hear my own voice when I was shouting. And right now, it feels a little bit calm, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. When I first landed here in Mumbai 10 days ago, I jumped into the chaos and it was just madness everywhere because everyone stops what they're doing for these 10 days just to praise Lord Ganesha. But once you get into the community and you try to live this festival from their perspective, you understand why it's so grand, why it's a mega festival.
Because when you live this moment from their point of view, you can really get to experience what it is and what it means to them. So slowly, slowly you start to resonate and vibrate with everyone, and you start craving that madness, that craziness, the sound, the carnival, the festivity, everyone shouting, the food. It just goes crazier and crazier every single day. And at the end, everything comes to this wonderful climax. It becomes like a huge party where everyone is just celebrating Ganesha. Then the final moment, all the Ganeshas go to the final Visarjan to wash off all the sins, clean up the karma, and it's a new beginning. And that is how the greatest show on earth comes to an end.
Nice. Well, thanks for showing us that and sharing that with us, Sharp. So, are you ready for us to read your story, Sharp? Did you give me access? I'm still access denied. Alright, this is Sharp's story. That's okay, Sharp. You can just give us a little taste of it. Little itty titty little nibble. Give us an idea. Alright. The law profession was never considered a famous or influential career path. At least not until Stark Bright came along. No one in the entire United States had the courage to fight against him in court. Stark took on the cases that other lawyers abandoned, the ones thought to be impossible. He became a menace to the legal community, feared and respected in equal measure. 1. The governor's trial. They said it was suicide to challenge a man sitting in the governor's chair. Witnesses vanished, jurors were bought, and the prosecution had the entire state's weight behind it. No lawyer dared touch the case until Stark Bright walked into the courtroom. Where others saw a wall of corruption, he saw cracks. And when the verdict rang guilty, the law community realized Stark had just toppled a giant no one else would even look in the eye. 2. Wrongful execution appeal. No lawyer had ever argued for the dead. 5 years after the state executed a man for murder, Stark demanded the trial be reopened. The files had been burned, the witnesses gone, and the family of the victims rallied to shut him down. Stark stood before the court and challenged the very principle of justice. The law killed the wrong man, and the law itself must answer. That case didn't just haunt judges, it rewrote the books. The Mafia Kingpin case. The name of the Mafia boss wasn't spoken aloud in court. Jurors were threatened in the night, witnesses were found floating in rivers. Even the police confessed the syndicate had men everywhere. Even lawyers in the country refused the case until Stark Bright agreed to prosecute. He walked into the lion's den with no protection, no allies, and no fear. When the gavel finally fell and the Kingpin was dragged away, even the underworld whispered Stark's name like a curse. The AI liability case. When a self-driving car slaughtered 6 people on the crosswalk, no one knew who was guilty, the machine, the coder, or the company. The law had no answer. Judges dismissed it as impossible. Tech giants formed an army of attorneys to bury it. But Stark saw what no one else dared. A future where machines could kill without consequence. He forced the courts to listen, to carve new law out of the unknown. That trial became the first case in history where artificial intelligence was held accountable for human death. People versus Stark Bright. And then came the trial no one thought he'd survive on his own. Accused of fabricating evidence, Stark found the entire legal community united against him. Judges sharpened their knives. Prosecutors dug up every shadow in his past. Even his allies abandoned him. Yet Stark stood alone, his career, his reputation, his very name on trial. He argued not just for his innocence, but for the idea that truth cannot be destroyed by envy. When the jury said not guilty, the legend of Stark Bright was no longer just about the cases he won, but the storm he endured. They called Stark Bright as the Falcon, the man who his legendary record of 148 out of 148 cases won, in which 74 are Supreme Court cases. But this story isn't about Stark Bright, it's about the one lawyer who defeated Stark Bright in his 149th case on its judgment day. This man is none other than Victor Wade, a small lawyer barely able to find a single case in his life. He was a big fan of Stark and always wished to be his associate, but never passed the requirement as he failed the third test and was defeating his substitute lawyer. The debt was on his head now. He asked many associations and companies for a job as a junior advocate or any such job, but all was denied. The poor soul had nearly nowhere to go. His father, a person who did not enjoy Victor's choice of being a lawyer, told him that he could ask for pay after winning the case if he was so confident about his skill. Victor understood that this was a taunt and ignored him. He saw the news over and over again and was filled with Stark Bright defending a terrorist. Victor tried accessing the case details but failed, so he resorted to the news in some illegal ways. He followed the news every night and found out that the accused man is Travis Morgan, although the media made a big fuss about how Stark picked another controversial case. Victor was more interested on what bias was the case accepted as a charge of terrorism. Victor saw that the case was more than just terrorism. Under U.S. federal law, terrorism is not placed into a single box. It is defined and prosecuted according to its scope and impact. The country recognizes 3 levels of severity. The first is domestic threat, the lowest scale. This involves conduct that endangers individuals or spreads fear, but does not move beyond isolated incidents. Examples include all unlawful possession of explosives, small-case targeted attacks, or threats that frighten a community without creating citywide panic. Second is a city-level threat, a medium scale of terrorism. This covers acts aimed at crippling a metropolitan area, such as coordinated bombings, cyber attacks against infrastructure, or hostage situations that disrupt commerce and public safety. These are handled both by state courts and federal agencies like the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. The third and highest is the national threat. This is when the attack or conspiracy directly targets the country's security, its government institutions, or seeks to destabilize the United States as a whole. Under laws such as the Patriot Act in 18 U.S.C. and 2332B, these cases bring the full weight of federal prosecution. The Department of Justice, federal intelligence, and even international law stepping in. Now, what made this case interesting was Travis was given the highest category available. He heard the news anchors yelling as he tinkered about the case in his study room. He stood up and walked to the TV room and only found that Stark, for the first time, is on the right side. At least that's what the headlines told him. Victor decided to view the case from his office, knowing that he wasn't going to be busy as he barely even gets the case. He joined the live feed of the trial, looking at the arrangement. He knew that the defense lawyer was already in distress. The case began. The judge entered the room and did the usual thing done by judges, making everyone rise and then settle them down and check into the case. And beginning the case, the judge commandingly asked the plaintiff to begin the case. Stark adjusted his expensive coat and rose from the well-cushioned chair. He began his argument. Your Lordship, it's a great failure of law that we are having this trial, as this man is a threat to national security, yet he has been given the opportunity to appeal for it. I respect the court, and I will begin my statement with no blasphemy like what the opposition will be doing, but only rock-hard evidence. He continues. Lordship, this is the intelligence report for the CIA months before the FBI SWAT raid conducted on Mr. Morgan's house. Here it clearly states that the subject has many cases against him for stalking, trespassing, and other unlawful activities. Defense lawyer springs up, interrupting Stark. Objection, this has no relevance to the case, Your Lordship. The judge overrules it, saying that the criminal record proves to have great relevance to the case. Now, this so-called innocent man has been meeting multiple revolutionaries who turn out to be his neighbors. Note this down, that this man had gone to a terrorism capital, Afghanistan, after meeting his very innocent friends. There, he hasn't even spent over $50, so that means it was no holiday, it was a training session. The defending lawyer springs up in anger. Your Lordship, direct attack, no evidence. The judge calmly asked the opposing lawyer to settle down and asked Stark to provide evidence alongside his claim. Stark continues. Here is a report from the finance department. The report consists of Mr. Travis's miscellaneous expenses. If you were to observe closely, he has donated $40,000 to a charity. The funny thing is the CIA has shut this charity down because it has been proven to fund terrorism within and outside of the country. The jury gasped in shock, not expecting to hear such a thing. The judge remained calm and asked the defense lawyer to give a response to Stark's statement. The defense lawyer stood up in shame and asked the court for additional time to prepare. The judge spoke. The court is adjourned to 3rd March 2023. The judge raised the gavel and brought it down against the sound block with a sharp crack signaling the end of the hearing. Gavel, gavel! That was pretty good. The voice in this is definitely there, Sharp. Like, this felt like someone telling a story. This didn't feel like writing. This felt like a story. Like, you definitely set it up very, very, very well. And I'm super excited because obviously that defense lawyer is a retard, and the main character, I'm guessing, is going to come in at some point and replace him with some kind of thing. So yeah, that's a very strong beginning, bro. Especially if that's a rough draft or even like 2 or 3 edits. I definitely like the description of the cases. Like, that gets you into the type of the character. And then it's like, oh, by the way, this is actually the bad guy. I was like, oh shit, that's fucking great. What a twist. It's actually not about him. This is just saying how good he is. It's just about some no-name guy in the background who has some sort of information or something like that. So it intrigues you like, oh, well, how does he beat him? Right? That's very, very important. So thanks for sharing, Sharp. I fucking love that. It's super cool. I'm a man of twists. Same here. I love twists. Twists and turns and all over the place. Leading you down one path, but... Oh, I don't know why I did that. Fuck, I'm retarded. Fuck. blooming faintly, converging into her. Badges never stopped with anything too powerful. The rest old-fashioned way. That's probably too far. Manifold badge ignited and warm pinch. Blooming faintly. Julia pressed Luna's forehead. I think we're right here. Luna blinked, then let out a breath. Well, badges are never stocked with anything too powerful, but thanks. I'll still have to heal the rest of the old-fashioned way. She winced, eyes squeezing shut, then snapped them open with sudden alarm. Wait, you're not going to report this little incident to the other Sun Inquisitors, are you? I gotta go for my exam prep, so no worries, Sharp. Have a good one, good sir. Enjoy, and good luck. We'll see you again sometime. Julia stared at her, a look of pure disbelief on her face. I'm pretty sure I'm obligated to report this, she said with a shrug. What followed was a 30-second torrent of creative, heartfelt cursing that would make a sailor blush. I decided my time was better spent following the siren song of leftover bacon wafting from the kitchen. So not just a common thief. A pity, really. I'd prepared a few more surprises for when she inevitably tripped. I suppose Julia will have been my best test subject. Will have to be my best test subject later. Yes, bacon. Hunger won over intrigue. I dove snout first into my culinary treasure hunt, but kept one ear swiveled toward the conversation in the other room. Another coincidence? I think not. Oh, please, you have to listen to me. If the Sun Inquisitors get a whiff of my colossal blunder, it'll create a political mess far bigger than the one I was trying to clean up. I'm begging you, on my possibly bruised kidneys, please don't report any of this. Okay, I get it. Now stop trying to hump my leg, Julia said, pushing her away before pausing. But what in the name of both churches were you actually trying to do in my house? I was, looking for something. Julia's eyes narrowed into slits. She raised her chin and fixed Luna with a silent, unwavering stare that demanded full account. Fine, alright, you win. I'll tell you the whole embarrassing story. My ears perked up and I listened, bacon momentarily forgotten. The gist was this. Luna had been tasked with keeping a supposedly dormant artifact. It had vanished from her bag during her patrol yesterday. This evening, she performed a quick divination and got a flicker of a vision pointing to our street. So she decided to take a proactive approach to its recovery. Wait, Julia interrupted, her tone flat. If it vanished yesterday, why are you only looking for it today? I may not have realized the diary was missing until this evening, Luna admitted, her voice sheepish. Julia's judgmental stare could have curdled milk. Why not just report its loss to your order? It seems like the standard procedure. I can't, Luna groaned. It would be a massive black mark on my record. I'd lose those credits I painstakingly built up. Not to mention the reputation hit. Believe it or not, the Moon Church is a den of competitive vipers. They operate on a philosophy that brutal criticism builds stronger knights. They'd flay me alive for a mistake like this. I don't know what the Sun Inquisitors are like, but I hope you have it better, Julia simply shrugged. I'm still in my initiation phase. I haven't been on a proper team mission yet. Wait, initiation? Luna's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Julia gestured towards a suitcase sitting on the table. Oh, those are your initiation organs? Luna asked. Julia smiled and nodded. She unlatched the case, revealing the meticulously preserved organs within a heart, half golden and half azure, pulse with a slow, steady rhythm. Beside it, a pair of eyes stared out, pristine and untouched. I've only ever seen sketches of sun aspect organs in our old tomes. It's even more glorious in person, Luna breathed. Leaning in for a closer look, her gaze then flicked back to the now vanished shadowy tendril. Wait, so those tendrils, they must be from an artifact or an external enchantment then? Julia gave a single confirming nod. Luna's eyes drifted back to the pulsing heart in the case. Well, that explains the weird building mana signature I sensed from the room above. It was you, deep in cultivation. Judging by the state of that heart, you've been at it a while, huh? She moved. Took me 5 solid days to hit the 50% assimilation mark. Yeah, the good old days, which was like 4 months ago. It's the hardest part, but the feeling you get once both organs are fully integrated, she trailed off. A genuine smile breaking through her pained expression. That flood of knowledge, that slow, soothing tickle that builds into a rush of pure power. I'd kill to experience that sensation again. Well, maybe not kill, but... She flailed her hand, searching for the words. You get what I'm aiming at. Not yet, at least, Julia replied with a small smile. I could tell this peculiar intruder was starting to grow on her, somewhat. I, however, remained unimpressed. The bacon was better company. So, Julia continued, what's the plan now? How do you even begin to retrieve that diary, and what exactly can it do? Well, I wish I had a straight answer for that, Luna sighed. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack if the needle was violent and could spontaneously combust. Artifacts are usually like that. There's a reason the churches keep them under heavy seal. Then why was it classified as such a low-level threat? You said it just bled mana. Plenty of simple enchantments do that. Could it have been misclassified? Well, Luna coughed into her hand, that's a very initiate thing to say. There are 3 major classifications when it comes to cultivator curios. Enlighten me then, Julia said, pulling up a chair and sitting down. Maybe I can help you figure this out. I mean, I appreciate the gesture, but you're still an initiate. If something weird or mothers forbid had happened, bad happened, to you while helping me, I'd be in a catastrophically bigger mess than I am right now. Oh, come on, sitting still and cultivating is boring. I need something to take my mind off of it. Start by telling me about your artifacts. Julia insisted, her curiosity clearly piqued. Luna looked conflicted for a moment before shrugging in defeat. Alright, fine. Cliff Notes version. First, artifacts. These are always naturally occurring. You can't create one. They're the result of a major tragedy, a cultivator's death, or some other supernatural anomaly. They're almost always sinister, can range from semi-sentient to fully sapient. And while they can be incredibly useful, they must be handled with extreme caution, and almost always need to be sealed. The diary is one of these. She held up a second finger. Then you have magic weapons. They may or may not be shaped like weapons, but they lack the inherent sinister drawbacks of artifacts. They can be sentient too, but they're usually bound to their wielder's will, not their own agenda. A third finger. And finally, there are enchantments, charms, talismans, man-made stuff. This is the broad category for anything crafted with intent. The diary was classified as an artifact because the log stated it lacked any discernible enchantment. It just was. Plus, its constant mana leakage was this weird specific property, like it was searching for something and ignoring everything else. But since it seemed harmless to people and cultivators alike, the solution was just to seal its mana and call it a day. Julia processed this. Then her eyes narrowed. Wait, the solution was to seal its mana. What was the diary doing out of its seal in the first place? I'm a language scholar, Luna admitted, so yeah, I was trying to decode it. The worst part is I personally requested it from the archives, thinking I could earn some easy credits by providing the order with a breakthrough. Julia raised a single unimpressed eyebrow. And the part where you were supposed to keep it sealed at all times, how was it contained anyway? It was just a simple blessed cloth, embroidered with a sigil of the twin moon mothers. I should have kept it wrapped. But, Luna grimaced, rubbing the back of her neck in a gesture of pure chagrin. I got lazy. It seemed so utterly harmless, just sitting there. I cut a corner and, well, you know the rest. She leaned forward, her expression shifting from defensive to desperately earnest. I would really, really appreciate it if you kept this quiet for now. She pointed a shaky finger at her discarded belt. I've got 10 Solus, hard-earned, I swear, and a handful of lumen on me. It's yours. Just please keep this between us, and I'd owe you a favor. A big one. Maybe you're stuck on a commission someday. I could help. I'm actually useful. Julia tilted her head, letting the silence stretch for a painfully long moment before she spoke. Bribery. That's your master plan? Luna flinched. I prefer to think of it as a mutually beneficial incentive. Julia fixed her with a long, flat stare. Let me see if I have this right. You personally requisitioned a church artifact, violated protocol by removing its only seal, lost it, then committed breaking and entering based on a fuzzy divination, and now your brilliant solution is to throw coin at the witness and hope it all just goes away? Luna fidgeted under the weight of the summary. Yes? Julia released a sigh. You do realize that if I keep this to myself and that diary turns out to be more than a low-level threat, I become complicit, right? If it blows up, as you so elegantly put it, the fallout lands on me, too. I glared at Julia through a mouthful of savory bacon. I did not like the direction this was heading. If my snout wasn't mistaken, she was maneuvering to insert herself into this diary hunt. Seems like it, Trickery confirmed, its tone dry. But why? Maybe some people just have a natural affinity for chaos. Judging by how comfortably she, cohabitates with you, I suspect the predisposition might be inherent. Hey, I'm a very fluffy, nap-loving, bacon-loving, and docile fox. My internal protest was cut short as I looked up at Luna. She opened her mouth, closed it, and then let out a low groan of utter frustration. You're not wrong, but I don't want another pair of eyes on this, especially not inexperienced ones, no offense. The more people involved, the bigger the liability becomes. I can handle it. Well, first, Julia said, I'm not as green as I seem. I was born into the supernatural. I just don't know the specific church bureaucracy. And second, can you handle it? She asked. Because your handling of the situation so far involves losing the artifact, panicking, breaking into a house, and falling down the stairs. Luna pointed a finger at her, indignant. That's unfair. That's accurate, Julia countered, leaning back in her chair. Look, I'm not asking to take this out of your hands. You can stay the lead, but if I can at least look at it or help you secure it when you find it, that's a safeguard, not a liability. You're framing this all wrong. Luna dragged her hands down her face, groaning into her palms. Gods, you sound exactly like my Order mentor. Well, I certainly didn't like where this was going, but I had to admit, it was deeply entertaining to watch Julia back this flustered Moon Knight into a rhetorical corner. A soft, chittering of foxy laughter escaped me. Luna shot me a withering glare, her eyes clearly asking what a fluffy divinity like me was even doing here. I couldn't blame her for being unsettled in the presence of such divine fluff magnificence. Most mortals were. She just sagged back against the chair in total defeat. Fine, alright, you win. You can look. But just look, no meddling, unless I explicitly say so. Deal? Julia gave her a placid, closed-mouthed smile, but caught the sharp glint of victory in her eyes. She hooked her fish. And now, thanks to her newfound curiosity, I would undoubtedly have to sacrifice my precious nap time to ensure she didn't get herself killed. Again. Start by giving me a description of the diary, Julia began. All business now. Okay, let's see, Luna started, tapping her chin. It's about this size, she gestured with her hands. The more she described it, the more a nagging sense of familiarity itched at the back of my mind. I'd seen something like that recently. Yeah, Trickery confirmed. That's definitely the black-covered book we saw underground when Agnes was guiding Julia. The one just sitting on that dusty shelf. Before I could spin that further, Trickery pinged again, harder this time, an alien spell active and present, my head snapping toward the room where I'd been sitting only minutes before. The hair on back of my neck prickled. Oh, shit! Shit's about to go down! Story's getting intense. Alright, we're so close to end game, guys. We're so close to end game. Unbelievable how close we are. But we'll get there. We're just a couple of maps away. And the big end. Okay.
Inhuman beast! Wall of flame! Sand, take you! The Serpent Clan leave a trail of destruction. Will of the Marrakech!
not doubt my loyalty. Deception is our life. Yet I still believe Kulamak's forces will not attempt to steal back his divine spark during the current crisis. It would do nothing for them if the beast is successfully regrown. We should be more honest with our allies if we are to earn their trust long term.
Victory is mine. Jinn are capricious beings. Even caged, they should be approached with care.
Okay.
By Garukan!
Is this what I put in there? Did I get super fucking lucky? Oh no. It says it's a quest item.
Their power persists. Their power persists.
Thank you for returning me to my place of service. Please, allow me to repay you. Choose. A ring you shall have.
It's the closest one.
Asmadi Brahmastas glory. Shatter.
You will burn! Out of mana!
This is nothing. The serpent clan shall rise again.
Dead, repugnant
Begone now,
either.
foul serpent.
What happened to the Sarkari? Who are you? I should slay you where you stand!
I am Jado. Now stay your blade. I am not your enemy.
As Sekima of the Ardura, I demand you explain yourself!
Very well. We learned that someone was planning an attack on the gifting of water. I infiltrated the Salkari to protect the first barrier.
Who is this we?
The Order of the Jinn.
So, Zarka's suspicions are true. You have started to replenish your ranks. Who attacked you?
A rogue sect of Ferretin, who stand against you. Their leader calls himself Prince Asmadi.
More false titles! How did you let a pack of stray dogs best you?
They had help from the Serpent Clan.
Of course. They swore vengeance for the death of their queen at Keth.
Even then, I should have been able to hold them off. But Asmadi, he had strange abilities, powers beyond his own. He invoked the name Zarak. They've taken the first barrier, and they left in the direction of Kima.
Then we must give chase. Come, let us return to Mayakara. You have your orders. What is it?
Isn't one there. There's one more here.
The Jinn withdraw. Their bargain is fulfilled.
Are you serious? I finally convinced the Serpent Clan to free me. I will give you something to leave me alone. Choose. Nay.
Oh. Oh, this also has cast speed on it. I mean, I might be able to sell it. Okay. Oh, right, because now I can clear that area. I totally forgot about that. I don't know which way to go. Obviously, there's only one way. Isn't this supposed to be the way that open? No, it's the way we came in.
Wall of flame!
Oh my god! Well, that sucked.
Didn't break a sweat. Will automatic head. Desert fire.
Here we go.
This is where the gifting would normally be enacted. It seems they have made their way into the sacred chamber. This could bode ill for Rashi. I will open the way. Make haste.
fool. Sands, take you! Dry, but not lifeless. A single drop, yet potent. Sands, take you! Desert fire!
Fuck. Fucking lightning can't get past it. Fuck that.
Didn't break a sweat. will burn!
Faradun shall rise!
No.
Embrace your destiny. It is mine to claim. Rot where you stand.
I can't do that yet.
The Faradun shall rise! Our time is now! You meddle with destiny!
I can't do that yet.
I am Legion! Death from every angle!
What?
Let your tail, woman.
That's bullshit. I fucking hate invulnerability phases.
Hold, Jin. The ritual is almost complete. Perish with the old ways. Reverse the flow of time. And drown them in it! Rot where you stand! Our time is now! The Faradun shall rise! You meddle with destiny!
Nana.
Death
Wall of flame!
from every angle! For the prince
All right.
denied his throne!
Asala's throne is not yours to claim.
It is done. The first barrier is safe. I will take it back to the surviving Sarkari.
No. We must conduct the gifting of water as soon as possible.
You would still enact a ritual after such disruption?
Yes. Greater things are at stake. The Marquette must unify so that we can go to war. Let us return and prepare.
Was impressive work. You may not see the Order of the Jinn in Urieth, but we'll be there, doing what we can. May you have warm nights on your journey.
Okay, so now we should go back to town. We finally at maps.
The gifting of water went well. We are ready. I will make preparations. We shall meet you in King's March.
Greetings.
Yes. What do you require? Fight to the last.
Damn, that's pretty good. Oh, it's spell physical damage, never mind.
Hmm? Outfit yourself. We'll put it to use. Fight to the last. This will be a war for the very soul of Reklast. I can imagine no greater battle, no greater cause. If we are to die, we will die well. You
So
have
this
your
is
orders.
King's March. Oh, quite the marvel. And Danik's Forge. Oh, what I wouldn't give for some of that gear. We're ready and waiting. Right behind you. Till next time.
It has been thousands of years since I've seen an alliance such as this. Rayclast has finally united the way I always hoped it would. Come, let us plan our assault on Oriath.
I've been working on a strategy of sorts.
Indeed, the time of heroes is upon us once more.
Oh, that's critical too. Oh, that's perfect. Increased shock, critical hit chance, skill speed. It's actually a good node here.
Well, we didn't die. Not yet, at least. We continue to live. We are fortunate. Trade might be challenging now, given the circumstances. But don't worry, I'll make it happen. A place of our own. Somewhere to make history from. If only my parents could see me now. Thanks for believing in me. I won't let you down. Check back soon.
Greeting.
Oh, travel to Oriath.
How can I be of it? The time has come. We can only hope our alliance will be enough. That fateful hour, a return to Oriath. We can set sail immediately.
Let us show the world that we will not allow it to be destroyed.
With our forces united, we set sail from King's March and head for Oriath. But as we approached, the unthinkable took place. We were too late. My worst fears have come to pass. The world is consumed by madness once more. Our last hope for refuge is the ziggurats of Utzal. Perhaps Doriana's preparations will shield us while we plan our next move. It appears Doriane truly does have a plan for every contingency.
And the end of the world happens anyways. Where the fuck is... Oh, there's Elmo.
Well, I wasn't expecting to see you quite so soon. Least of all back here.
It is unfortunate that we meet this way, but I am glad you are safe, Miss Valai.
I've been quite busy studying that blood magic tome I found. If I'm honest, I'm quite amazed how much it seems to have sunk in already. In any case, welcome back.
Hello again. I mean, that is to say, my husband's told me all about you. You're the local that caused such a ruckus. I'm Gwenin, his luckier half, and his more exhausted half. Let's put you to work then, shall we?
Luck means nothing to me. Only power.
You're finally awake. That's a small consolation. We have lost so much. The Hooded One used the weapon to keep us alive during the cataclysm. We were too close. It absorbed too much energy and was shattered. I retain only a piece of it. The situation is grim. The Hooded One has become comatose. Rayclast has been devastated and is no longer habitable. Grieving would only be a waste of precious time. We must face reality and make difficult choices.
We are living the worst possible outcome, but I did anticipate every contingency. Before us is a translocation device, which should allow us to open portals to a wide range of coordinates across Rayclast. With this, we can reclaim the world from the grasp of corruption, so that civilization can one day return to its former heights. There was some damage, but while you were unconscious, we worked to repair the machine. I believe it will function as desired, but it must be tested. That is where you come in.
Oh yeah, just send the giant champion straight through the broken thing.
The corruption at the destination will respond to both the energies we use and that we ourselves expect to find. Let us use this malleability to our advantage. Let us see if the machine is still capable.
Yes?
Rayclast is wounded and broken. We must reshape its future and heal it anew. The initial cataclysmic event is over, but corruption is still radiating from certain locations. From these points, it spreads like a disease. Travel to one of these regions and investigate. We must know why it is still spreading. Report back to me with your findings, and we will plan our next move.
You must start with the areas of least corruption. They are still deadly, but should be survivable for short spans. Cleanse enough of them to give us an outside foothold.
Let's go through some maps. our first map! Oh my god, it's our first map! Oh, yeah, that's right. It's a map. Let's go, maps. Let's go, maps. Let's go. Yeah, yeah, maps. Let's go. Let's go, maps. Yeah, yeah, let's go. Well, it seems like a small map since we already got enemies like this.
There calls. Wall of flame.
Victory is mine.
Garu Khan favors me.
Oh, for fuck's sakes. Oh my god, that almost fucking one-shot me.
You will burn.
mana. Die, forgotten. Be gone, vision. Face me. No mana. Desert fire!
Oh, no! My fucking god. I hate this stupid fucking run mechanic. Shouldn't get fucking knocked over. It's bullshit.
By Garu Khan! Victory is mine!
Lag is fucking real.
Need mana!
map down. Hell yeah. The first map completed!
The device still functions, despite the damage the cataclysm caused. Good. Now, using the device, you must seek out major sources of corruption for us to cleanse. Quickly. Good.
That was like half of my money. I gotta start picking up stuff so I can sell stuff.
The Round Gate was the sister project to the Time Gate that brought you to us. The Round Gate can, theoretically, give us access to other planes of existence. Unfortunately, it has never been activated, if it works at all. We need sizable energies or materials from those planes to help us locate them in the vast expanse of all that is. If you find otherworldly splinters and fragments, keep them. With enough of them, we can find out if the Round Gate truly works. The disciples of Kamasa stockpiled a great many things in their modern lust for wealth. The right key may open doors long forgotten.
Alright, this one's gonna be scary, so we gotta kind of pay more attention in this one.
A ghastly swamp. Wall of flame!
Jesus.
Back, creature!
Holy shit. Oh, here they come.
Sans, take you!
My fucking electricity is not going anywhere. It ain't fucking hitting anything. The fuck is attacking me? Holy shit. I'm frozen.
Desert fire! This one holds more than simple trinkets. Return to death!
As the penis man waddles his way through the valley of death, he realized he had unholy power to shoot sparks from his arsehole. With this, he conquered the world finish.
Nice. Smokey, I love it. That's epic. Hell yeah, dude. That's a story worth praise, man. You get 1 million views on a TikTok with that fucking story. I'm stealing that, and I'm gonna show you how many views I get tomorrow when I do it. And I'm gonna say there's no way Smokey did that. Everyone knows Smokey can't do that. It was me, obviously. I told you guys I've been working on those really short stories. Directing after beginning a map boss will remove all other encounters and monsters from the area. Okay. This is my second map, Smokey. This will be my first map boss.
You will burn. Didn't break
Yay,
a
end
sweat.
game.
Need mana.
Yeah. Thank fuck for that more 3-hour dialogue. Holy shit.
I need more time.
Woo, that was fucking close. Stay on for a bit, I'll be able to play if you gotta wait for my brother. We'll see, I'm pretty tired, but we'll see, Smokey. I just wanted to get to end game. Do a couple of maps. So laggy though. Is it just like are you lagging too? Like it really feels like it's server lag because it's just so random and consistent. Like it's the exact amount of time like every single time I get frame lag.
I'm carrying enough already. Die, scum!
They need to remove you falling over from sprinting. They just need to straight up remove the mechanic. It's a cool idea, but its implementation is so bullshit.
Didn't break a sweat.
Level fucking 15. Oh fuck yeah. Wow, do we not have 1,000 oh no, that's probably because I'm fully buffed. It's because I'm fully buffed, that's why. Wait until the buff wears off and then we'll see what my actual damage is. We're going for this jewel slot. The hell is this?
Invader! Desert fire! Feed! I have no space for that. Need mana.
Alright, boss time.
Invader! Estelle! Feed!
Nice. Easy. What is this? A tablet. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about those.
I'm carrying enough already.
Yeah, stupid shit. Easy fucking peasy, bro. Then I don't need to come back. I need to start making money because I haven't been picking anything up, Smokey. Because I'm a lazy ass motherfucker. I don't give a shit. So I just haven't been picking anything up.
I am Solin. I will assist you in any way I can, for Doriani has ordered me to do so. Conversation beyond that is not required. I serve. So it
Where is Dorian? Oh, okay, he's up here.
Go on.
A new realm of
No, I
power.
wanna
Speak.
identify items.
What is it? I serve.
Those might actually be good. We'll see.
For Doriani.
Okay, maps.
Speak. Choose what you need.
I have a song that will wake you up. Scat man. True. Corrupted Nexus. That's new, isn't it? What's this, like, thing around this? I'm a scat man! You know what, Smokey? Hell yeah. You know what? You know what? Let's do it. Let's do it. My dog wants to hear it. Hold on.
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man.
A beautiful
Watching with
shade
using
of
any politician reason who would try to cheat the pieces if they could. The state of the condition insults my intuition and no point makes me crazy and hard like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, well, so can you. I'm the scat man. things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the Scat Man.
Victory is mine.
That underwear one is the best.
Where's the Scat Man?
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! What? That's bullshit. Where'd those guys even come from? There you go, Smokey. We played Scatman. That was fun, tight. Right? True, Smokey. Nothing funner.
No mana. Die forgotten.
Oh shit. Situational awareness. Stay awake 1 hour and we will blast endgame. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do that, Smokey. I'm like pretty fucking done. I'm gonna call it probably at 3 o'clock.
Desert fire.
Couple more maps. My eyes hurt. Oh, come on, just die.
Sand take you.
Power locked away.
slow is so bad. Now you need to sort your resistances? What do you mean? I just need chaos resistance. It's my biggest thing that's holding me back. Granted, you'll end up switching equipment though. I don't know. This equipment's pretty good for now, right? It's carrying me. As long as I play smart, I can probably get to like level, what am I? Yeah, I can probably get to 75 before, so like probably tier 4s or tier 5s before I really have to worry about it. I think I could probably do up to tier 4. The hell is a cat talisman? Oh my fucking god, I didn't even get to pick it up. Shit. Oh, it tells you how many maps you have. Nice. Or how many portals you have. That's a nice little change. Instead of having to guess.
You have done well. That area has been cleansed, and the land may now return to its original state. By all means, continue. Go on. These are our supplies. I will make use of this.
Yes, I have many, sir. Go then.
What is it? This is all we have.
Only tier ones.
So, these densely corrupted regions contain an active source. Despite the risks, you must venture within. Find the source of corruption. When you have identified it and dealt with any danger, call for me. I will cleanse what remains. This is the first precursor tower we've seen. You should take control of it, so that we may research its properties. There may be considerable foes in proximity. These towers channel forces we do not yet understand. If you see any sort of central tower or nexus to the network, be sure to let me know.
Maps are fun when you have 3 or 4 tiers overlapping each other. Towers. Autocorrect, fuck off. Tyler, yo, what's up, bro? Welcome, welcome. How's it going? How was the stream, good sir? Get any more personal bests?
Desert fire!
Need mana. No mana.
Out of mana! Die forgotten!
Going to read a chapter in my physical copy of Choke for you. That would be really fun. So many monsters.
I've come so far, I even amaze myself.
do what I must.
Desert fire!
Don't make me kill you.
Die!
You wish you could kill me, bitch. Well, that was interesting. Oh my god, if I die... It's like so annoying. I just roll and then I instantly drop to the ground. It's like, fuck off.
Crawl back to where you belong! Didn't break a sweat.
Bedtime is calling. Very true, Smokey. Calling with a loud fucking voice. It says, get the fuck in bed, bitch. Close your eyes, turn off your brain. At least it makes backtracking easier.
Desert fire! Victory is mine.
Oh, perfect timing. Perfect fucking timing. Oh my god. Jur Sass. Woofies. What a day. What a day, guys. Just another day. Just another day. Paradise! Anyways, remember, guys, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. Fucking love you guys. You guys are amazing. Can't believe you guys still stick around after all this time. It's like, but hey, super, super happy for it.
Do not leave your seat.
Smokey, you absolutely
Do
would.
not stretch. Do not go to the bathroom. Have another toke.
True. Anyways, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Alright, before we raid out, Smokey, I'll take a toke with you. I'll take a fucking toke with you, bro. You better be ready, though, because I'm going on 3. One, 2, 3, go! Alright, have a good night, Smokey. Fuck you, good sir. Let's see who we raiding today. The raid is strong. The raid be strong. Get your wheels ready.